168, 156, 159, 152, 161, 167, 160, 155, 157, 154, 162, 165. Please bring your cars to the gallery.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now awaiting the Class 5 runnings.
Class number 7.
We are being joined by a special guest here, who will also be a
This
joint
is your final
commentator
call.
later on in the proceedings. We have Sam Smith, who will be a commentator later on in proceedings once his classic car runs are completed. However, if he does end up winning the race, that is, and we do see Sam Smith on camera at the moment.
Yeah, that was. So yeah, we've had some interesting. Cars going against each other head to head later on in the day. So as we have the lull in proceedings, let's have a look at some of the previous races that we've had. We've had the Mitsubishi Lancer up against the Nissan Presea, and with the Presea winning by a bit of a margin there. We have Honda Integra versus Honda Civic EK6. Bit of a closer battle there. The Integra just taking it at the line. We have that fabulously liveried Honda Fit as well, taking a clear lead from the start as we wait for the live action to come back, and we're just going through some of the replays. And of course, in the event that two competitors aren't, or one competitor isn't available, then each cast will still be given a run to try and get the fastest timing of the day within their class and overall. So that's why you're seeing some cars doing single runs as well. So that is in the event of a walkover, or in the event where one driver or car fails to start, then competitors will be given a single run as well. S2000 going up against Mihin Ratnaika in the BMW E34. S2000 driven by the proprietor of VTech Motors, and the E34 by proprietor of Macro.
Class 8 electric
So now we are waiting. So now we are waiting for the next set of runs to take place.
Ishraq Wahab in the self-branded Type Safari GC. Two-door, of course, one of the rarer models in the island, up against Dushan Silva in the Lap 57 branded Mitsubishi Evo. This is going to be an interesting one. Ishraq, of course, recovering from a broken gearbox yesterday. No such thing this time, but a bit of a poor launch from Ishraq. But even the Mitsubishi looks as if it's struggling. But that early launch and that early lead seems to have given the win to the Mitsubishi. And Mitsubishi Evo 9 by Roshan manages to beat the Subaru. Unfortunate for Ishraq, but he was recovering from gearbox issues yesterday, so he'll be happy to have at least got here to take part. Now, this is another interesting one. Honda Civic Type R up against another Evo, Mitsubishi Evo. So that's Krishan Senaratne in the Honda Civic Type R and Tamindu in the 161. 161 and 167. Tamindu in the Mitsubishi Evo 4, but that doesn't, it's down here it's an Evo 4, but it's obviously an Evo 8, 7, 8, 9. Much better launch from the Evo there, but will the Type R be able to get it on the straights? Looks like the gap is a little bit too long at the moment, but and the Mitsubishi wins it easily with the Honda Civic Type R coming a close second.
Now we wait for the rest of the cars in the Super GT up to 2000cc class. Up to the line now, we have competitor number 155, which is Andrew, our very own Andrew Choksey, who looks like he might just be taking a walk on. No, he will be followed up alongside by a Audi. It will be a Audi A3 lining up against Andrew Choksey. It will be Shamalka Wetawaya against the infamous Andrew Choksey. The man behind these drag races this year. Can Andrew Choksey make it a perfect start? As we are still on replays. So the cars line up. The Subaru lines up against the Audi. Who will win the battle of the luxury brands?
Right, so we have Andrew Choksey. Andrew makes it down the clutch. Actually, might not be too happy with that start because the Audi seems to be catching up a little bit, but I think Andrew just has the legs on it with his GC Subaru Impreza. Yes, he does. He crosses the line first, and the Audi A3, also 2000cc turbo, comes in second.
And so, up to the line now, we have a beautifully livery-painted 21 Clive branded Mitsubishi Evolution lining up to the grid. And this will be competitor number 154, Tavisha Dharmadasa in his Subaru GC8. Looking likely to be another walk-on. It has been a common trend in these drag wars so far today. Multiple drivers either having issues after practice and qualifying, or just flat out oversleeping today. And so we have Tavisha Dharmadasa taking his place on the grid, all alone once again.
So I think we have Harshula actually lining up with his Subaru. So that's Harshula with the Subaru, again another two-door Subaru. Different concept to Ishrak's car that we saw earlier. Whereas Ishrak's car has been raised and is more for rally use, this has definitely been worked on for drag racing work. Of course, the 21 Garage branding there, very bold as well. And stance branding as well, as he waits to see who he'll be paired up with. Looks like it's going to be another walkover for this category. So walkovers can happen for a number of reasons. Either cars didn't make it in the morning, or the drivers just felt that the car's not up to it. So he'll be given a single run as we wait for the lights to come on. And all eyes on the lights now. It's a pretty relaxed launch, but sometimes that can be faster than just dumping the clutch and letting the wheels spin up. So, yep, it takes the pressure off you a little bit when you're just going alone. You don't really have to worry about beating anyone else, and it's all about you, the car, and the time.
So lining up next on the grid with his Surya Trader stickering, it will be Bimsara. It will be Bimsara Gamage, car number 165. It looks likely to be yet another walk-on. It's become an incredibly common theme so far in today's proceedings. The Classic Car event having a multitude of walk-ons, including Mr. Sam Smith himself. And we have another walkover taking place right now, looking likely to be yet another walkover after this as well, as the Mercedes AMG comes up to the grid. And so he's away. Bimsara is off. All these drivers still gunning it to try and get that infamous fastest driver of the day award, regardless of their walkovers. He comes across, he cuts the beams at the finish. What a time, what incredible speed across the finish line. And once again.
So now we have Mercedes E350E. So now we have a Mercedes E350E lining up. So that, of course, is a hybrid as well, a PHEV. So it manages to has the benefit of electrical power as well for the launch. So it makes not a very dramatic start, but sometimes that can be faster. And of course, it's relying on both the internal combustion engine and the electric motors as well. So it might just have it might give us a surprise in this category. And he gets an easy win, another walkover for the Mercedes. And of course, all these cars will be paired against their competitors in the following rounds, depending on the fastest times from these morning rounds. Then we'll have the fastest times coming up in a little bit. Right now we have competitor number 163, Yusuf Faisal in the Mitsubishi Evo. Yusuf, and a very good launch from the Mitsubishi of Yusuf, and he heads down again on another walkover, and he manages to have another brilliant run. And Yusuf, of course, coming from not necessarily a racing background, but he has had quite a few interesting cars, and this is his latest toy.
So, lining up next, we have some more drivers from the GT True Street
bring your cars to the dummy grid. Competition number 173, 174, 175 and 172. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid.
And so, it looks
Class number
like
10, True Street 10, up to 1000cc turbo. Please be on standby.
it looks like class number 9, the True Street Diesel up to 3000cc cars and SUV open, will be lining up on the grid very soon. This class hosts 4 drivers in the form of Yasir Gamage in his Mercedes C-Class, Mahesh Kodagoda in his Kia Sorento. We have Javed Wahab in his BMW 730 LG, and Ali Makmarikar in his Toyota Hiace. The Toyota Hiace gained a lot of attraction yesterday for its sheer size yet speed in these drag wars. Not a typical car you'd see in these Sri Lankan drag wars, which we've seen over the years, but nonetheless, it's really interesting to see the variety of cars that are taking place. As you can see, as we can see, lining up on the grid right now, we have a Nissan Leaf lining up to start their run against a Hyundai Ioniq 5N run by Nishan Veerasurya. We now have the baby blue Nissan Leaf of Dinera Premaratna. Both Dinera Premaratna and Sajiva Premaratna running their Nissan Leafs. However, this race is between Dinesha and Nishan, who will come out on top in this all-electric True Series Electric Open.
I think Nishan was so confident yesterday that he'd be able to set a competitive time today because he didn't even come for qualifying. He was telling me before the race that he has a bit of an issue with how to transport the car here. These, of course, are the electrics lining up in the all-electric class, a category I'm sure will have plenty more entrants in the future. But Nishan, of course, previous record holder at Mahagasota, the famous hill climb, now switching his allegiances to electric power with the Hyundai Ioniq 5N. And that's going to be a blistering time. And right from the start, you can see, but just look at the amount of wheel spin that Leaf managed to get as well. Although it's a lot slower in a straight line. Managed to spin the tires up, but that's no comparison to the Ioniq 5N. Absolutely. Yeah, I think there's definitely not many in the country, and I think, but we'll definitely be seeing a lot more electric vehicles in the future.
Class number 10, True Street, up to 1000 turbo. Please be on standby.
It is. This is the second generation Nissan Leaf. So we just saw a first generation Leaf take part, and now we have a second generation lining up with Sujiva Premaratna, another big proponent of electric vehicles online, and very vocal about his opinion that we should all be driving electric cars. And judging by the way that electric cars are being preferred in the future. But that looks as if he launched before the lights went out, so that might be a disqualification because the red light did come on from the start line, so it looks like he misjudged that slightly and got off the line a bit too quick.
Now, Sam, what does happen in this scenario? He has been disqualified. He has been disqualified for a jump start, to my understandings, but what happens here? Being a walkover, does he still progress even with a disqualification?
Yes, I think. Yeah, I think that with the jump start, he should still manage to get sent to the next line. So basically, when the walkovers happen, the timing is considered, and so he won't get a timing or timed run for that particular race.
Understood. Here's the wonders of walkovers. You could potentially go through to the next round even with an invalid lap time. However, we will double check these rules as it's a rather strange rule if it is the case. It might be a bit more of a form of a loophole. have competitor number 173 and 174. We have Mahesh Kodakoda in his Kia Sorento facing off against Javed Wahab in his 730 LD.
Javed, of course, another racing driver who's had a lot of history on the track, and interesting seeing him behind the wheel of something a lot bigger, a lot heavier than what he's used to. But he even managed to take this around the Katana autocross track. Can you imagine that? He drove this 7 Series across the autocross track, Thiago. So great to see it. Exactly, but it's really great to see a massive variety of cars being able to take part in motorsport, because literally we have a class for everything today, and in the CMSC's other events that we have, the autocrosses and the gymkhanas that we run, basically any car can take part. You don't have to have a race-prepared car. You'll see a lot of race-prepared and a lot of drag-prepared cars here today, but you'll also see a lot of street-going cars as well, like this class right now. And the Kia seems to get... Did he touch the brakes there? He seemed to touch the brakes. The Kia. So yeah, well the brake lights seem to flicker on the Kia, but easy win there for Javed Wahab in the 730D. So yeah, that's great. So I just got clarification from the officials. So when there's a walkover and it's a jump start, apparently it doesn't count. So that electric class is over now. So the electric class has been won by Nishan.
Oh.
Unsurprisingly, with that Ioniq 5N, but there won't be any more rounds for him today. So yeah, because Sujiva got the jump start in the 2nd generation Leaf, even though Sujiva's was a walkover from yesterday, if you launch too early, if you cut the beam and the light goes red, then yeah, you're out. So
how bizarre.
It's all about skill, it's all about luck, and can you imagine if that happens in some of the other categories today?
Absolutely bizarre is that. How bizarre is that? That is absolutely bizarre that you could potentially lose out on a 3-man grid purely because of a jump start in your own singular walkover round. As I said, Sam, I don't believe you could just simply...
It's all down to driver reactions, and there we have another perfect reaction there. No jump start for him. Another walkover in his Suzuki Auto. But yeah, it's quite an interesting one, because it's all about. Although people just think that it's about racing in a straight line and there's not a lot of skill in it, there really is, because you have to change the gears perfectly on time. But more importantly, when it comes to these starts, you have to ensure that you get a great launch and that you time it just right, because I would say if you let go of the clutch when the lights turn green, it's too late. You have to time it so that your wheels spin and that your car crosses the beam as the light turns green. So ideally, you're going to have to be, launching around yellow. As you can see just there, the auto on the left, the red Auto Turbo, I believe, got a much better launch because his reaction time was that much quicker. And the black auto seems to be catching up, but I don't think there's enough room. Nope, just pipped it. The red auto just managed to win there on the left track. So yeah, great to see.
Last number 9, Pro Street Diesel up to 3000, competition number 175, 172. This is your final call.
As we wait for the next drivers on the grid to enter the dummy grid, we just want to thank our title sponsors here today, especially in the form of David Pierce Automobiles. We have the brand new Bike X55. Get ready to redefine your driving experience with the brand new Bike X55. Feel the power with its 1.5-liter intercooler engine and its DCT powertrain, combined with, of course, its independent suspension for a smoother ride, cruising in style with its 19-inch alloy wheels and its concealed door handles, coupled with a sleek electric panoramic roof. And just to add on, adaptive cruise control, 360 cameras, ventilized electric memory seats, rear power tailgates, an infinity sound system, and even a 10.1-inch center console with its 10.25-inch instrumental screen, inclusive of voice commands. All these features and many more are backed up by a 3-year or 100,000-kilometer warranty. All of this is under the Bike X55 revolution. Redefine your driving experience today with David Pierce Automobiles Private Limited. Just thank a few more of the sponsors on board with us today. Obviously, Lap 57 on board with us for this event. Lap 57 also responsible for tuning and ensuring the safeguarding of most of the cars running today. We have Nankang along with Ceramic Pro, VTech Motors, Asian Security Group, alongside Sugadadasa, Bandara and Sons, Tokimo Performance, High Octane, Car W47. We have Midnight Divas on the stream with us today, and even Finland Holdings. This event is only made possible by the Ceylon Motorsports Club's collaboration with the Colombo Racing Club and FMSSL. It's a hot day today here at Katukurunda. If you're just tuning in, about half the classes have currently completed their runs, with the track temps being skyrocketing over 40 degrees at the moment, with an outside temperature of at least 41 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's a scorcher today, and yeah, we just wait for the next few cars to line up. But yeah, it's quite different from what we're used to at Katukurunda, right, Diago? We both raced around here in the mass start events, as they call them, where they use the full track, and we're obviously on the hangars on the airstrip right now doing the drag races. But of course, this track is one of the oldest tracks in the country, one of the oldest tarmac tracks, and is used also for road racing, or rather racing. Circuit races, circuit meets. When was the last time you raced around here, Thiago?
I think the last time would have been my one and only time back in 2022, my first ever Nissan March race, which was a mix of emotions, it must be said. However, genuinely a fun experience. It's always a fun experience coming over here to Katukurunda, whether it is just a normal track day, whether it's a mass start event like the Katukurunda mass start events, or even the drags. Maybe next year, maybe in the upcoming years, we might see me potentially try and bring out the Nissan March here at Katukurunda. But regardless, when was the last time you raced here, Sam?
That's a very good question. We had Italian car day, track day last year in November, but I think the last time I drove a Formula car around here would have been 2013. So yeah, that was a long time ago. But yeah, I think this is the first time I'm commentating at Katukurunda, but I think I've done everything else. I started out as a photographer, then started racing, then became a marshal, like with your dad, and yeah, now competing and commentating at the same event. So quite an interesting one.
Yeah, and alongside all of this, you might even be helping out officials with a variety of tasks. It's a very inclusive atmosphere here at Katukurunda. Everyone chipping in to do their part, helping out with making this event run as smoothly as possible. Shout out to all the marshals and officials assisting with the event on track today, the Ceylon Motorsports Club marshals and volunteers, working hard at it in the hot sun with the 42-degree conditions right now, on track, almost 8 hours a day, yesterday and today, making this event run as smoothly as it possibly can. It is a tough event to manage with multiple knockout rounds, some events spanning to at least 8 brackets or 8 knockout rounds in their next run alone,
Yeah.
which will result in at least 4 knockout stages in this current tree diagram that they have planned.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating, and yeah, another big shout out to all the fans and the marshals. That's the beauty of this sport, and particularly in Sri Lanka. The barrier to entry is quite low, I would say. You don't need to have a car to get involved in racing. You can get started by volunteering, being a marshal, learning from the other side of the fence, so to speak, you know, how these operations work, the amount of effort and time that goes into planning this kind of event. So yeah, it's great. It's great to see all this happening, and yeah, I hope to have this event back next year as well. So yeah, let's see how things go. I think we're going to get the bikes lined up in a little bit.
And this is going to be a really, really fast class to see. The bikes were flying yesterday. Many riders, should I say, sub 10-second splits. But out of the corner of my eye, Sam, is that a 918 Boxster I've just seen drive past my view? I'm not highly educated on the
would be a
classes.
718 Boxster, I think.
Sorry,
if anything.
yes,
But
718
yes,
Boxster.
I think there was.
I believe the 718 Boxster, and I believe I just saw a Lamborghini pass by my vision. We might see some supercar runs, which will not be timed, obviously, for the event, but we will see some show runs taking place, as is the case with Katukurunda mass events as well.
Yes, some supercar runs. Always good to see some of these exotic cars being brought out into the open and being able to see. So I can see Hiran in his 911 GT3 RS lining up.
But that is for an actual run, though, Sam. He is actually taking part in that 911, whereas the Boxster is also taking part, if I'm not mistaken. The Lamborghini, I don't believe we have it on our entry list, but Hiran making the most of his supercars, and you love to see it. You love to see these drivers taking out their, I believe that's also a Maserati in my view, but that would be for a show run. And
yeah,
I also
we have the
Ferrari.
We have a Jaguar lining up, so we don't have the pictures to you right now, but we're just giving you a little bit of a taste of what's to come. So, Ford Mustang coming up. So yeah, this is great to see all these, some of the most expensive cars in Sri Lanka coming out. And I mean, although these are demonstration runs, or although these are not going to be officially timed or awarded, it's going to be great to see for the spectators to see these cars running out in the open. And yeah, if it might not be as academic as we think. Yeah, it's supercars, but I have a feeling when these guys line up, they're going to give it their all, because they want to beat the guy they're racing next to, right?
Yeah, I don't know for certain whether they will be running side by side, Sam, but I would hope so. I would hope they run side by side, because all these cars are absolute monsters in the drag tune as well. You have the 911, you have the Ford Mustang, which in my eyes, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the Ford Mustang is one of the forces to be reckoned with in a drag field.
The 5-liter V8 for sure. I can't see from here if that's going to be a 5-liter V8 or if it's the 2-liter EcoBoost, but either way, I mean, the Mustang is an iconic car, and not very common that we see Mustangs in this country, at least definitely not something you see every day. And yeah, let's see how things go. So I think they're just testing out the track now, and they're just making sure the track is clear as we start to see some of the cars.
Mustang in the background. So
yeah,
yet another Ford Mustang. We have a Lamborghini.
We have the special edition Bentley GT as well, Continental GT.
I believe I saw an i8 in the midst as well.
Yep.
That would be an incredibly fast car, being a BMW electric i8.
Can you believe that the BMW i8 only has a 1.5-liter engine?
No way.
Yeah,
really?
it's a three-cylinder 1.5-liter engine with hybrid power, of course. So you get the engine powers the rear wheels and the electric motor powers the front wheels. But even with that, it still, I believe, does 0 to 100 in ideal conditions in around 5 seconds. So it's definitely deserved on this grid.
Sam, this is an unbelievable view here, Sam. To the spectators viewing this right now, you may not be able to see the camera as of now, but from our commentary box right now, we are currently seeing a Lamborghini, would I say that's a Huracan, lined up next to the Porsche 911 GT3 RS, and what a view this is. If you can hear the sounds, that is a sight to see here at Katukurunda, and they will now be filing into your frame now.
So that's a Lamborghini Aventador?
Oh, sorry, my mistake. This is the famous Aventador, which also made an appearance at Katukurunda back in 2022 as well, if I'm not mistaken. But what a view. What an absolute view these two cars are. To all the fans, to all the spectators that have joined us today here at Katukurunda in the hot sun. The umbrellas are out, but for the complete opposite reason. It's not because of the rain, it's for the sun today.
Yep, so we have the black Lamborghini Aventador lining up against the Porsche 911 GT3 RS.
And we have some burnouts taking place. It's funny because Sam, the 911 is currently... he is on the entry list to take part in the event. I don't believe that will be the case anymore. It might just be for a show run.
I think this is just going to be the show run. But yeah, I've actually been lucky enough to drive that car, the 911, not the Lamborghini.
I envy you.
The 911 is probably the quickest car I've driven around corners. So it'll be interesting to see how it launches. Of course, it has launch control. Both of these cars have launch control. But of course, the Lamborghini with the V12 engine and the Porsche with the naturally aspirated flat 6 4-litre up against what I believe is a 6.7-litre Lamborghini Aventador V12. So Lamborghini is going to sound better for sure, but it's going to be interesting whether there's a replacement for cylinders and displacement. As we see a brilliant launch by Hiran.
What a launch from the Porsche 911. Sam, you were saying you've been able to drive this Porsche before in your life. The only time I've ever been even close to touching a Porsche like this is probably in sim racing on Gran Turismo.
That's something we both have in common.
Yeah. That's the limit of my Porsche running. But yeah, the Porsche, absolutely battering the Lamborghini right there. But that is to be expected of the 911 GT.
I think Hiran also got a much better launch. His reaction time is a lot better. I think I don't know whether the Lamborghini was taking it as seriously, but I think Hiran put the car into all the launch control modes and definitely took off like a rocket ship there.
Hiran is taking the opportunity to essentially get some extra practice in before his inevitable run. But yeah, here we go. Here we have the Jaguar. I am not too certain of the exact model.
Jaguar F-Type going up against Lamborghini Ferrari 488. By rights, the Ferrari 488 should be the fastest of the two, but you never know. Let's have a look. Again, these are demonstration runs. They won't be officially timed or awarded, but this is just to add a little bit more glamour to the event. And as you can see, look how the crowds and the spectators have all come together for this event now. It's great to see. This is what everyone's been waiting for, I think. If not for the faster runs today, which will be taking place later on in the day with the likes of the GTRs and the Evos, this is also a highlight of today's event.
And Sam, these might not be timed, but Sam, this is incredible bragging rights on offer here.
Oh yeah,
regardless of whether they will take it as seriously as the other. Oh, what a launch by the Italia. It is off, and it's left the Jaguar in its dust. Jaguar to its own, making a slight comeback, but no, the Italia is absolutely... I feel the Jaguar was just taking it a little bit easier once it saw the launch of the 488. But again, the sheer speed. Part of me wants to see the lap times on display here.
Now this is going to be interesting because I believe, if I'm not very mistaken, this is a Ferrari. This is a 5-litre Ford Mustang that is going up against the BMW i8. So it's going to be very interesting. Very old school. Yep, it's a 5-litre V8 Mustang. One of the more powerful Mustangs in the country. I think the cameraman is trying to focus on the driver, but his windows are tinted so dark that you can't see him. But there you go. So this is going to be very interesting because you have old school V8 iron up against the new school BMW i8 hybrid power, 1.5-litre 3-cylinder, but still super fast in a straight line versus 8 cylinders and 5 litres in the old school Ford Mustang.
So here we go. We have a powerful electric car, which is deemed to be, a more powerful hybrid car, which would be deemed to be incredibly powerful on a drag strip. The launch it would get, the sheer acceleration it would get, could potentially be matched up by this 5-litre more Ford Mustang. However, once again, it depends on how much these cars are willing to be pushed. It's not like I'm pushing my Nissan March to the absolute limit and trying to redline it. I'm sure the car owners here are maybe driving these with a pinch of salt, not wanting to overly exhaust their cars. But then again,
This is probably the first time in commentating history that a Nissan March has been mentioned in the same sentence as a Ford Mustang.
I was once able to overtake a Lamborghini on the highway in a Nissan March. I'll hold that to my own credit.
What bragging rights you have. Okay, so there we go. The i8 making a much better launch there. Again, reaction times. Reaction times seem to be... I don't know whether the lights are working for these guys, but definitely the i8 got much better reaction time there. And was probably a bit faster in a when you have these electric motors and when you have hybrid power, the first 10, 20, 30 meters is where these cars really shine and excel. So right now we have a GTR.
This might be Janet's or Senator's GTR on display here.
We have the Bentley Continental GTC, the special edition.
We're driving behind this Bentley on the way to the track, Sam. We drove behind this Bentley alongside. Oh, as we can see, the driver. Yeah, he is also taking part in the Ford Mustang, the yellow Ford Mustang, set to take place against the likes of Darren Veersingh in the upcoming knockout stages.
So I'd say we have a very start by the Bentley, but manages to get away better. But it looks like that Nissan GTR. Yes, he does. Despite having a worse start, he manages to get past the Bentley at the finish line. Not a massive win, but I think that was all down to the launch there. Now I believe we have the motorbike categories lining up. Those are going to be very interesting as well. Of course, some of these bikes potentially being faster than many of the cars here today.
Oh, most definitely.
But I'll tell you one thing. These guys have a lot more to lose than any of the car drivers because they have relatively no protection compared to a car.
Sam, hats off to these bike riders because the sheer speed they are traveling at, with how unstable it could potentially be on these bikes. Sincerely, hats off to these riders because a 9.5 second a quarter mile is crazy.
It's crazy. It's hard enough to imagine that on four wheels. It's even harder to imagine that on two wheels. So now we have the two safety cars lining up. I believe they're just going to do a demonstration run. So we have the Ceramic Pro sponsored safety cars, the R34 GTR and the Toyota Supra, two amazing JDMs going head to head. I really hope that they push the cars now, and I hope we get to see. At least we get to solve, at least in a local context, which one is faster in a straight line. No, it looks like they're just going to go on for a demonstration run.
They heard you, Sam.
They heard me. They heard me.
You, and
so
they didn't even wait for the lights.
Yeah, didn't even wait for the lights. So no, I think they're also going to be checking the track right now because they'll be just making sure there's no debris on the track. There's nothing, because for the bikes especially, this is going to be a very, very tricky run for the bikes. If you get a puncture at 200 kilometers an hour, it's game over. So you've got to make sure that the track is clear. You've got to make sure no little piece of debris is left on the track. So they'll just be double checking that before they release the bikes. As we have another supercar round, it looks like round 2 between the 911 GT3 RS and the Lamborghini Aventador.
However, I believe they are potentially reversing out and saving the runs for maybe later. As I can see both cars reversing back, it might be time for the bikes to run their rounds. We will receive some further updates in due process.
We'll just wait for the...
Nope, those are just burnouts. We will be seeing yet another clash between the German supercar of the 911 GT3 and the Italian maestro of the Lamborghini Aventador. Again, the sheer launch the 911 is able to get is just, you can see that it's almost unmatched. We've only seen.
Yes, absolutely.
Sam's just doing a little bit of research on the 0 to 60 splits of the 911 GT3 RS and the Lamborghini Aventador. As we see this time, the Lamborghini a much better launch.
Much better. So that
and
Lamborghini
might be able to actually. Oh no, the 911 does pull away, but once again, the Lambo actually holding its own this time around, a little closer.
Again, it's all in that launch. I think the launch control, and I think Hiran especially knows his car like the back of his hand.
Yeah,
he's not someone who babies that car.
And
I think he's probably gone through about 6 sets of tires since he bought that car back in 2000. 19, I think.
And putting that aside, he might have gone through at least 6 set of tires this weekend alone.
Oh, yeah,
practicing
absolutely.
with all the runs he's been
Absolutely.
doing this weekend. And he is on fire. He's been in the top 2, top 3 in almost every single practice session and qualifying session this weekend. It's going to be a titanic showdown between him and Darian later on today. As we see the Ferrari and the Jaguar on it. The Ferrari absolutely blitzing it. It's flying away off into the distance. I feel like the Jaguar is just taking its own sweet time, just taking a little nice sandy drive here.
Yeah, I think he's not pushing. He's not pushing the Jaguar for sure, because that's a massive gap between the two cars. But yeah, good to see the Ferrari out in force. I want to see the two Italians go head-to-head next. I want to see the Aventador and the 488 go head-to-head. Maybe we'll get that later on in the day. But for now, we have, once again, the 5-liter V8 Mustang going up against the BMW i8, as they both get a good launch this time, decent launch from both cars this time. The gap is much less between the i8 and the Mustang. i8 just seems to have a bit of an edge as we wait for the finish line cam to give us a true picture of what's happening. And the i8 crosses it quite comfortably ahead of the Mustang. Again, these are all demonstration runs. They're not going to be timed. They're not going to be awarded anything. This is all there for the spectators here at the track to get to see some of the best cars in Sri Lanka and the most expensive modern cars in Sri Lanka take to the track, and of course for your viewing entertainment back at home. Right, now I believe we have the bikes lining up. Please bear with us, viewers, as we try to get the numbers, because obviously with the way that bikes are designed, it's going to be very difficult for us to have a look at the numbers and get the names right in this category, but we'll do our best. We'll see what we can from the camera angles.
Yep, it has been pretty tough to obtain the driver numbers on the cars itself, so it's going to be equally as tough to find the bikers' numbers as a whole. So we have a small break between the Supercar runs and the motorbike runs, and now the motorbikes are on their way to the starting formation. Once again, it's a bit hard to see who is who, but I believe the rider on the end is Milinda. Oh, and you can hear the absolute beasts behind their machines. We have competitor number 251, if I'm not mistaken. 271. We have competitor number 271 alongside Milinda, who will fly away at the start. Milinda on his way and flying clear at the start. And so, Milinda takes home a win in the first knockout stage. Let's see. We'll join him in the next round of the knockouts. Here are the revs off these motorbikes. This is the Pro Drag Open class. The rider on the right getting a much better launch, and he is flying away. Look at the absolute speed across the line. And up next, we have Lahiru Hansa, number 299.
Yep, on the red Ducati, I believe that is. And lining up against him will be number 268 on the BMW.
You can see you can hear the revs. You hear the revs off these motorbikes. So they line up on the starting grid. Will this be a walkover? I don't believe it is. However, the Ducati bike is warming up, revving itself up, getting prepared. Is he committing a walkover here? I believe he might just be doing so. The only issue I've seen in the last couple rounds of practice and qualifying yesterday are some of these bikes do tend to shut off and then struggle to start up again, as I believe the rider on the left has sorted out his issue. The rider on the left has been able to start up, number 290.
So 290 is Basit Pakir on the Ducati Panigale.
All sports touring bikes to the dummy grid immediately. All sports touring bikes to the dummy grid immediately. Before it rains, please come to the dummy grid. All sports touring motorbikes.
And so, lining up on the grid. Other riders shooting up. It's a bit hard to see the rider numbers. Apologies to all the viewers. We cannot necessarily see the competitor numbers of these riders. Sheer speed is unbelievable, though. As this might be another walkover for bike rider on the left. And preparing for these final round. Here we are, he is off. And he completes his first run of the day. Competitor number 268 now comes to the start line. It's the BMW motorbike here. This is
Steven Fernando. Steven Fernando on the BMW M.
This is a run to look out for, Sam, because Steven Fernando set a 9.5 yesterday in the BMW, the fastest rider, alongside his fastest driver time in the BMW M Sport as well.
Oh, really?
He was faster than Darin and Hiran in his BMW M Sport. Quite hard to understand how.
I believe that was the car and bike open class. So that we have a brilliant class where cars and bikes run against each other. So Steven Fernando setting the fastest time with the bikes last time out.
This is the 9.5 second lap time he set, I see. And you see the sheer speed. I do not know how these riders do it.
And the launch is so critical for these guys because they literally have just one wheel to channel all that
certainly.
power.
And yesterday, the amount of riders I saw wheeling all the way up to their third and fourth shifts was incredible to see.
What an amazing skill and talent on offer today. Right, so now we have. We just wait to see the number.
Here we are. We have number 207. .271 is off. Wheeling all the way. There is a slight in proceedings until the other bikes are called up for their runs. To the final is
open. Two-wheel drive. Can you please start lining up at the dummy grid? Calling all competitors in two-wheel drive open.
let me go get them.
Calling all competitors in class number 18. Pro Drag two-wheel drive open. Number 244, Oshan Diagama. Number 242, Kamesh Vijayasekara. Company number 205, Arvind Parikh. Company number 38, Shamraz Ahmed. Company number 239, Jayan Senviratna. Company number 153, Anudha Kodagoda. Company number
The cameras pan to some of the spectators having a look at these superbikes that are being lined up. Have some interesting races upcoming.
all competitors, when you're on the return lane, you finish at the end of the 400 meters, please stop the marshal with the red vehicle as we need to tick your competition number. All competitors on your return lane, please stop at the marshal at the red vehicle as he needs to tick off your competition number. සියලුම Superbike යතුරුපැදේ ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ බයික්ස් අරගෙන ඩමි ග්‍රිඩ් එකට එන්න. සියලුම Superbikes ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ බයිසිකල් අරගෙන ඩමි ග්‍රිඩ් එකට එන්න.
Alright, so we have two motorcycle competitors lining up as we wait for the lights to turn green. Big wheelie from the bike on the left track. He continues to get that front wheel in the air, but they continue down the line. And looks like a clear win for the motorbike on the right-hand side.
අවසාන නිවේදනය Superbikes තරඟකරුවන් ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ බයිසිකල් විතරන කරුණාකරලා ඩමි ග්‍රිඩ් එකට එන්න.
Now we have competitor number 280 lining up. Competitor 280 Akila on a KTM Juke.
Competitor number motorbikes. Competitor number 290, 289, 295 and 291. Please report to the damage grid immediately. For your semi-final.
We just wait for the next few riders to line up. And after the bikes, we'll be having the two-wheel drive open semi-finals with the likes of the Honda Civics, the Ford Mustangs, R32 Skyline. So, yep, that's something for you to look forward to. And we know everyone lined up is waiting to have a look at as well. all those spectators crowding the sides, eager to catch a glimpse of some brilliant launches and finishes as the race goes on today. It's an amazing atmosphere down here at the Katukurunda Drags. Drag 24 Wars. Waiting now. Bit of a lull in the proceedings as we make sure that the track is ready and that all the spectators are in safe positions and that there's no danger to anyone. Number 284 being sent back. A couple more bikes to take place. Bike races take place. Now we have a KTM lining up.
Calling all competitors in two-wheel drive open, please immediately. Competitors in two-wheel drive open.
Superbike 290289, please report to the dummy grid.
That's stunning Ducati Dialog at the hands of ThePapare. Number 2. And another amazing KTM. In full leathers, full protection, they wouldn't be able to race without them. Nasty bikes at Katukurunda at the drags. So wait and see as we fulfill the procedure, and the lights go off. Brilliant launch by the KTM, but ThePapare is still in the hunt. Manages to stay on the tail, but it's the KTM that wins it in the left-hand lane. And Bassett in that Ducati Dialog not faring as well. So he'll be knocked out, and we're on to the next round.
Please report to the dummy grid immediately.
Sam, it is raining and it is gonna start pouring.
Is it raining?
It's starting to drizzle.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Well, that's going to be interesting.
I think the Ford Mustang has just been told to maybe file back a little bit. Because they are running special drag slick tires. So in
sets of tires for this race weekend. And of course, full wet tires as well for those drivers to push it in the rain. Event just for some rain. We might have a small pause in proceedings to allow drivers. But yeah, let's try. I think with the rain pause, because of course they have a lot more on the line than any car drivers.
But it would also be quite saddening to see half these really powerful, let's say Mustangs, the Evolutions, all the cars potentially in the running for the fastest time of the day, they might be spoiled by this rain shower that's about to arrive.
Well, that's the great thing. I mean, everyone thinks it's the fastest car that will win, but as soon as the rain falls, there's a lot more driver skill that comes into it. I mean, first of all, you have to keep it in a straight line, putting down all that power. You have to gauge how much power to put down, because there's no way you're going to be able to put 100% throttle down on a wet launch. And even going down the drag strip, these cars generate so much power, so much torque, that you're going to be spinning up your wheels in second and third gears. So you don't want that on a wet track. On a dry track, you're going to afford a little bit of wheel spin between gear changes, but on a wet track, you absolutely don't want that, because that's going to lose you time and potentially make you spin. We've seen it in the past. We've seen races won and lost, even past the finish line, because of wet conditions and drivers just getting it wrong in those mixed conditions. So that's something to have a look. That's something to have a look at as we continue to wait and watch some of the bike runners. So I believe that's Steven Fernando again on the BMW M. going up against a Ducati. It's hard to see the numbers from here, but what I can tell you is that is a BMW versus a Ducati. Ducati, famous Ducati red there. But let's see. Here we are. So we have...
Yes, that is a Ducati.
Yep. Confirmation there from the camera that is a Ducati. I believe that is Lahu Hansa on Ducati V4 in the Pro Drag Open class. And most likely the BMW M of Steven Fernando there.
Have a small break in proceedings. I believe the rain is being limited to just a slight drizzle, nothing too serious, nothing too much to wet the track heavily.
I'm looking out of the windows, and half is very dark towards the south, or rather, yeah, towards the seaside. There's a lot of rain towards the south and the west. There's a lot of dark clouds coming over, but if I look behind me, you know, towards the north and towards the east, there's brilliant blue skies. So
I don't mean to alarm you, Sam, but the clouds are moving in the direction of the west,
Well-
of the south clouds coming towards us. All those luminous black clouds are coming straight for us. Oh boy.
yep, that's not ideal at all. As we have some of the two-wheel drive open cars lining up as well. The Lap 57 sponsored Nissan Skyline GTS, I believe it is. GTS R32.
Driven by Dayan. With his Drift SL sponsorships on the back. Skyline has seen quite a fair.
As we have as the bikes. Oh, the right track getting looked like he got a little bit of wheel speed. He got very perilously close to the center tire barrier there, but managed to keep it in the line. How these two-wheel drive two-wheeled riders managed to keep it in a straight line is just beggars belief for me. Right, so we've had a few bit of motorcycle action. Now we're going to have some car.
We've got an incredible, incredible battle ready. Competitors number 239 and 153.
244 of Ashan Diagama lining up in his Honda EG6. I say Honda EG6, but I'm wondering just how much of that is left is a Honda EG6, because on paper, if you just look at the Honda like that, it's going to be outclassed. But I have a feeling. It's running possibly a B20 under the hood.
Might actually be from from separate classes, as the so we might be lining up and preparing ourselves for Cruise Street up to 2000.
Open class. So that will be
to my understanding. We are allowed.
they're in different categories, dear viewers, because the sheets I'm looking at don't really correspond to what's happening. What I can tell you is we are now the EG6 that has been massively modified, as you'll be going up the either he'll be getting a walkover.
Set up burnouts there.
A lot of
from
burnouts
Dayan.
there.
Sadly, off camera.
If we take a small pause, it's because we can't hear ourselves think.
All the burnouts. So, Dayan in his Skyline burnout there on his new drag slicks.
6 of Oshan Diagama. I believe he's also entered that same car in. I just look for his
As
name.
we can see, Sam, just while you say that, look at the amount of fans that have crowded around.
So he's also in Pro Street up to 25, Pro Street 25 up to 2,500 cc as well. So that would, but a driver proprietor of seems to bog down a bit very well. And you can just tell that car's looks to be a walkover, and we'll get ready for the drive open category next. Or we might have the Evo is going to run, the car number 1.
Sam, those rain clouds are getting scarier.
They are ominous. Has been left in my tent,
Oh
so
dear.
if it does rain, I don't know how I'm going to get back to my car. Interesting. Right, so now we have the Dayan. GTS. A deeper stage there. Line 32 GTS, running an RB26, I believe. Of course, turbocharged against the Mitsubishi Evo.
Sorry, sir. What a launch by the Skyline, but he bogs down a little into. Is there an issue with that Skyline? Skyline.
But eardrums have just taken their lead.
Wow,
as
the Ford Mustang. Sam and I are in considerable pain, but what?
Now we have something. It's a Nissan Skyline, I believe. TR drivetrain swap, I think. It's not a Skyline, sorry. It's a Nissan Laurel with a Nissan Skyline drivetrain swap, if I'm not mistaken. So that's something very, very interesting. A proper machine that you'd expect to be seeing, maybe be competing against
Sam.
anyone. Another walkover.
Sam, I don't know how right now here. It is
Umbrellas.
bad. The umbrellas are here in the rain. Just as yet, can you feel any rain?
I'm gonna do the auto, and I can't feel any rain. So
It's a bit. The clouds are dark gray right now. It is getting down. And the Ford Mustang is about to start his run. He will be hoping and praying that the clouds do not open.
as the Nissan Laurel crosses the, don't know what the time is. We know. Mustang doing a solo run, or is he going to go up against the Mini? That would be quite interesting to see. Mustang Mini.
Next to the timing.
So I believe this. We have the Ford Mustang lining up, and we have a Austin.
Here comes the rain. Here comes the rain. I can now feel the rain.
So yeah, yeah. It is starting to rain. It's spitting. It's spitting. Two of these runs in. If they're running slick tires, then I think they'll this event. But for the time being, it looks like. So we have the Ford Mustang.
Sam, a wet track is okay to run. It's a wet track, but if the car starts to fully rain. Oh, as that is very. Yeah, we see the Mustang preparing itself. Yeah, so Ford Mustang preparing
The
itself.
winds have picked up as well.
And I see rain. Sam, would you mind putting your door? Just see.
I don't need to. I can see it.
Oh boy!
So
we can see.
this is going to change things quite considerably. As I just check
Is
on
there
my
a-
car to see.
Chip Bolzev falling off at the finish line.
So looks like
And
we're going to take a bit of a
Here
pause in
comes the
proceeding.
safety car. Here comes the safety car.
For the marshals, we're going to make sure that this is a safe event as possible. Of course, motorsports is inherently dangerous. We all take part at our own risk, and everyone here standing by the lines have been told the same. We're going to take all the necessary safety precautions. So with this change of wind and the water coming through, the rain coming through, then we're going to take a small, brief break in proceedings. So why don't I tell you about one event? X55, the bike ran to Sri Lanka, represented by David Pierce Automobiles Private Limited. So the X55 Dialog has a 1.5-litre intercooled turbo engine and a DCT powertrain combined with independent suspension. So that means basically you have a brilliantly comfortable ride. You have 19-inch alloy wheels as well, concealed door handles, just like what you'd find in a Tesla. Sleek electric panoramic roof. Adaptive cruise control, 360 camera, ventilated electric memory seats, a rear power tailgate, infinity sound system, 10.1-inch center console, and 10.25-inch instrument screens that can also respond to voice commands. There are many more features, and it's all backed by a 3-year or 100,000 kilometer warranty. Bike X55, redefine your driving experience from David Pierce Automobiles Private Limited. You can contact them on 011 4700 678.
Thank you, Sam. Exciting stuff. Exciting innovations by David
As we
Pierce
see
Automobiles.
some of the highlights, I think we might see the highlights of my race in this.
Oh, let's see.
When I
tell me,
raced,
Sam, did you win your race? Sam?
I won my race because I was racing against thin air. Unfortunately, the car that I was supposed to go up against failed before he could make it to the track.
I see.
But yeah.
Oh, this
So
is
there
you.
I am.
There you
Hey, look at
are.
me. Look at that
Always
launch.
fun to commentate your own run, isn't it?
It's weird is what it is.
Look at it. Oh, what a run. And as we saw early on in the stream, we saw so many walkovers in the classic car event.
Yeah, that has more to do with the fact that we've all been trying. The way we operate is we wait till the last minute to make sure our cars are working, and then inevitably that doesn't happen. Yesterday, my throttle stuck open at the end of the drags.
Oh my
at that
goodness.
drag strip, so
Luckily, you have quite a long runoff area.
not only that, but I almost got taken out by another competitor in
Been taken out in the drag race.
because I stopped at the end. I pulled over to the side, and then while I was checking the engine, the car went straight onto the marks, missed the braking point, probably didn't realize the drag was over.
Oh my goodness.
And completely went into the grass. He was unharmed, of course, so there's nothing to worry about. He managed to reverse out as well. I was very impressed that he managed to reverse out without needing a tow, while I was stuck with a open throttle, which is never something that you like. So, you know, there's a lot of jeopardy in this. I mean, yeah, it's a straight line, but you never know what can happen.
When you're traveling at such speeds, however early, sometimes you just get caught up in the moment. You forget your marks, and all it takes is just a little bit of standing water, and you're off. Like right now, with the rain at the moment, any car in the grass should be. You should be quite concerned about any car in the grass right now. I can see multiple cars parked in the grass right outside the commentary box, and these cars are definitely getting beached. I can see a BMW being reversed out right now, and it has just been beached.
Which one? Where?
Right here, it's actually one of our officials. You can see the white BMW 5
yes.
has just been beached.
Yes.
This is the
My old car, I think the driver of my Audi 34 managed to take his car out without. But yeah, the problem with Katukurunda is, basically this is an airfield, right? So
you don't expect any planes to be taking
no.
any extra action onto the grass.
no, so you know why the ground is so boggy, right?
Why?
Because if a plane does go off when landing or taking off, you want an amount of bog to stop the plane from moving.
Oh,
right?
I see.
So it is designed to be kind of boggy to retain that water to make sure that it's difficult to get out of.
I see. That would explain why whenever we do take part in these events, it's always like riding a roller coaster when you're coming down the hanger straight, coming down the back straight. It would make sense.
So yeah, I once got a Tata Nano stuck in when I was doing the formulas. My company car was a Tata Nano. That got stuck in the runoff area.
Oh my gosh.
Obviously, I wasn't competing in it, but I drove down to the track in it. I think I've just lost all credibility by mentioning that on the stream.
No, it happens to the best of
That
us.
was a company. I must clarify. I didn't buy the car. It was a company-provided car, and I had
Okay.
no other option at the time.
I think it happens to the best of us. I mean, my first ever runs, like, the first ever time I ever came to Katukurunda to run the Nissan March, I always saw other people getting stuck in the water puddles at the exit of turn 1 on the hangar straight.
Yeah,
I always used to laugh at my father, like, oh, you know what? It's funny. They have to get put on a trailer, get brought back. Not even kidding. My first couple runs ever driving that car, I braked jam smack on a wet patch, not before, not after it,
That wet patch.
and I nicely skidded straight into the water puddle. Thankfully, Golden Boy, the Nissan March, was able to hold itself away from the puddles. But it's safe to say I will never discredit the water puddles here at Katukurunda.
No,
ever again.
they're deadly. We've seen some. Seen some very.
And they tend to collect on the braking zones as well.
No, that's the thing. There's a stream of water that just crosses the track at the end of the hangar straight. So when you're
Yes.
racing, obviously not a concern on this drag straight, on this drag strip.
Yeah.
But when we run the circuit track, there is a stream that runs across the track. So when it rains, even if it's bright sunshine, you can get a bit of a stream of water at the end of that hangar
definitely.
straight.
There are some points
And
here.
it catches you out. It really does. And you
Yeah.
just aquaplane and you go straight off.
There are some points here on this track, even with the standing water, it will take some time for the officials to sweep away or wipe away some of the standing water, as the second lane, the right side lane, will have a little bit more water collection on the outside line, as it is right next to the grass. So that is a worry. However, as you said, the breaking point, standing water being collected wouldn't be too much of an issue. I would hope these drivers do not tend to try and brake that late on the straight, but anything can happen here at Katukurunda.
Yeah.
Anything can happen even on the launches, because we've seen how much these cars are pushing it on their launches, lighting up the rears. Even in the dry yesterday, we saw cars sliding around, losing traction on second and third gear shifts.
Oh yeah,
So you can
it's
imagine
very
how it is.
very easy to fishtail.
And
So you got to be very sensitive with the application of your throttle. And the thing is, see, I don't know how many of these drivers will have. Obviously, I would imagine most of the top running drivers have been practicing their starts and practicing their launches. But I'm willing to bet a lot of them haven't done it in wet conditions. They would have probably waited until dry conditions, optimal conditions, to do their practices. Even yesterday, when we had the official practice session, it was fairly dry. The track was a bit damp in the morning, but it dried out very quickly towards the end of the day. And qualifying and practice, all dry runs. So this is gonna add a big element of jeopardy to it.
Sam, in the world of sim racing, over the courses of the seasons that we've taken part in, you have, in your classes that you've taken part in, like the GT4s, you have been dubbed as somewhat of a Rainmeister with some of the runs you've taken part in. Will we see a similar display here in the Peugeot today?
Well, you know how in sim racing, you turn the engine down, you turn the power down, right?
Yeah.
So that the wheels don't spin up as much.
Yeah.
I don't need to do that because I am anyway racing with low power. I have no option. I have no option.
Oh my goodness.
As the wind picks up and blows open the door on our commentary box. Yeah. Viewers, we're just trying to keep you entertained if you're still watching at home. We will get racing underway soon. Shortly,
Hopefully.
as challenging as it will be at the time being.
Yeah, so back to the world of sim racing. As you said, low power, low settings, traction may be on, but in real life you wouldn't have the luxury of maybe switching to traction 2, switching to traction 3. Gran Turismo and Assetto Corsa, additionally, Gran Turismo and Assetto Corsa sim racing drivers would know the struggles we have in the rain, and the struggles of when we need to actually implement some traction while we're running. These cars, I think it's safe to say that half of these drivers do not want to implement their traction control. Will we start seeing traction control implemented in some of these wet weather runs?
That's a very good question. I don't know, to be honest. Okay, look, traction control does have the capability to dull the throttle a little bit, which is not something you want when you're racing in a straight line in dry conditions. But in the wet, you also don't want to be unnecessarily spinning your tires up and potentially going off the track. So I would say it depends. I think it's down to the driver and how comfortable they are, how confident they are with their own driving, and whether something like possible.
From what I've seen from the drivers these past days, they are fearless. They are absolutely gunning it every single time they have the opportunity. Some of these cars, they were running sub 10-second quarter miles. It's unbelievable because these cars are breaking records here at Drags, if I'm not mistaken. The previous records for cars, I don't believe. We've seen cars go under 10 seconds. Although we might have seen maybe just a handful.
Just a handful. I mean, a sub 10-second time. Something that's mentioned in the Fast and Furious universe a lot in the first few movies. It's
I don't believe
a lot easier and a lot more achievable than
I
that
know what you
actually
mean.
is.
The 10-second car, the famous 10-second car
Exactly.
from the first couple Fast and the Furious is in the past 2 days with how heavily modified these drag cars. I don't see how it would be that easy. I don't see obviously. Dominic Toretto has that plot armor.
Well, that's why he had to steal all those televisions, right? In the first movie, he had to.
He had to steal his 10-second cars. Got a whole garage full of them. Sri Lanka's making it happen. It's a wonder. 3 person in particular to point out is he set 10.5 second lap time. Now 10.5 may seem 5/10 away from a sub 10-second lap time. However, he did set that with mechanical fail just as he was about to cross the finish line.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I mean, as much as it is also, I think we need to give a big mechanics that take these cars. They are of this event, cars as well. We've had a lot of reliability issues witnessed yesterday and today. That's why we see quite a few walkovers as well. Because drag racing is very, very intense on your launches. When you drop a clutch, you're putting so much strain into the drivetrain and into the drive. I mean, it's not. Yeah, these races are maybe 10 to 15 seconds worth of time, but if you drove
I am a X30. Japan, Singapore, Australia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka. 2 drivers from Sri Lanka taking part. We'd like the crowd to give a big round of applause and get behind the young lions.
Let's watch what's going to happen. You're going to enjoy this race so much more. You're going to remember this. The first race that ever happened in Sri Lanka, the first international track, the best race series came on here today, this weekend, to feature to you, to broadcast to you, all you at home, the best race that is happening all over the world.
Brilliant stuff here. The seniors, there you go, take the leash on the track.
Final corner for the senior category of the X30 Asia Cup 2018.
Beautiful formation.
Do we have a race? Whoa, that's not Jivan. First corner, already fighting really hard, not giving up at all. With race leader, Prisatio Haja pulling away. Now we have Alex Brown. Somehow it's gone up to second position. Looks like the race is on with Alex Brown in second position. This is going to be very interesting. Ishan Paris in third position coming up. Is Alex Brown capable of keeping up with Prisatio Haja? We all know Alex Brown was the overall champion in 2017 in the junior category of the X30 Southeast Asia. Can he do something this final race with Prisatio Cut 268 leading the race? Alex Wang went in the middle, move up to fourth position. Good move by Alex Wang. Car number 224 started in third. $20 laps to go. Believe me, a lot of things gonna happen the next 10-15 minutes. Ishan Paris is already bumper to bumper with Alex Wang. Car number Alex Brown, car 205 is our Sri Lankan driver. Ishan Paris is gonna go all out. He knows this is his home country. He will try to take the flag home. If he can, he's trying as much as he can. Bumper to bumper with Alex Wang. Alex Brown, car 205. The fight between car 205 and car 230 is going to allow our race leader to put a big gap. We got to remember Prisatio Haja is a very, very fast driver as well. This is going to allow Alex Wang hawking behind these two drivers, waiting for his chance to take the advantage of the situation. Is Alex Wang going to take any move with car 230 Ishan Paris?
Interesting setup here because all the drivers are in it. Haja in front. Alex Brown and Ishan Paris, followed by Alex Hong.
The last fast lap of Ishan Paris was 52.14. Ishan is on fire. He is going to push all the way. He knows he can take on Alex Brown, car 205. But he's got to be careful with Alex Wang just right behind him as well. These drivers are all fast enough to overtake each other. Let's see what is going to happen.
No changes so far in the standings. Drivers taking their time, measuring the opponent, making sure that they get their line right.
Watch out the fight between Akila Chandra, Sanaka, Clay Bradley and James Matthew. James Matthew was really quick the whole weekend but lost his pace early on in the pre-final. But we all know our friend from Australia, James Matthew, is all capable of. It looks like the race leader is not pulling any further in this final like what he did in the pre-final. That shows that Alex Brown is giving all he can. Alex Brown, James Matthew, Ishan Paris. They're giving everything they can. Ooh, Ishan Paris went in the inside, taking second position. Ishan Paris taking second position right now. Is he going to push harder to chase after the rabbit, the race leader, 268 Preciato? Right now we have Alex Wang all over Alex Brown right now. Is Alex Wang going to make any move? But he's got to be careful with him. Behind him was Akila Chandra. Card number 269. Ishan Paris, our Sri Lankan driver. You got to bring back the checkered flag if you can for your country. You have 600 countrymen right here looking at you racing, Ishan. We wish you all the best. Show us what you can do, Ishan.
600 here at the venue, and so many more eyes on you in front of the TVs and also in front of the computers and the mobiles.
I just saw Alex Wang, cut number 224, just overtaken Alex Brown, taking third position. What a great move by Alex Wang. Moving up to third position. Now his rabbit will be Ishan Paris, cut 230. Cut 230 is all pushing all he can. He's getting closer actually as we speak to the race leader 268. Is Ishan Paris fast enough to take the checker flag? We have 15 more laps to go. Anything can happen. We have Alex Wang flying as well. Let's see who is going to take the checker flag by end of this race.
Pasetto Hadja in front, but he knows that Ishan is coming behind him. He knows that Ishan is on his tail, and he better know that Ishan relishes this much more, because what a better story to tell everybody than to win the first race to be held in Sri Lanka's international karting circuit. That's some bragging rights he will be looking for, plus that ticket which will take him to Le Mans.
Well, the gap between the leader and Ishan Paris is 0.6 of a second. With 14 more laps to go. It's possible Ishan Paris is going to make a move if he keeps his pace. Both leaders are doing 52.3. They're not far off at all. Now we can witness a different driving racecraft altogether. Totally different from Heat 1 and pre-final. They are going all out right now. Different racecraft, different strategy. Pushing everything they can. Look at Ishan Paris. Look at cut 230. He is not letting the race leader move an inch away from him every single lap. Not even give what he cares about. Alex Wang right behind him. He is pushing everything he can. Let's see what's the lap time and let's see what the gap between both of them right now. Looks to me like Ishan Paris is getting closer. 52.3. That's as fast as the previous lap. Ishan Paris is now closing up a 0.6 of a second different with the race leader. We see some maneuvering in the mid-pack.
Currently Alex Wang, the fastest driver on the track, with the best lap time of 52.11, and Ishan Paris close behind with 52.14. But it's still Hadja in front, but he knows he's in trouble with Ishan Paris chasing him up.
Well,
but this is a real fast race.
Yes, and Ishan and Preciato both have been racing together for a long time. So both know exactly the skill of each other. Both knows that they can't take any chances. They are as quick. Ishan has took him a lot of trophy. He has won a lot of races. Preciato as well. Look at Ishan right now. It's 0.49. 0.49 of a second apart between the front two right now. 11 more laps to go. Ishan Paris is on fire. I am sure cut 268 Preciato right now. He knows he's losing pace. He knows that Ishan Paris is on fire. This is going to get closer and closer each lap as we go. Alex Wang is also pushing cut 224. We'll see what Alex Wang can do. Alex Brown is also doing his best, keeping his fourth position. Is the gap getting closer after this lap? Have a look. 0.46. 0.46 apart. What is 0.46? You can't even do a blink at 0.46. And there's the difference between two of them. The front two race leader are pushing really hard. I can see the car 268 Presato is holding on to his dear life, not making a slight mistake and cause his race. This is going to get very interesting in the next 2 minutes. 10 more laps to go. If Isham Perez keep up his pace, we are going to see some move by Isham Perez car 230 in the next couple of laps.
Mind you, we are only halfway through this race and already it's on fire. 10 more laps to go. If you're sitting down and if you're here at Bandaragama, get onto your feet because this race is absolutely thrilling. Get behind the local man who's in the second place, Ishan Perez, vying for honor, vying for that all-important top position. Seems like he doesn't care about strategy. All he cares about is making sure that he's the one to the checkered flag. Brilliant driving right on the tail of Hardya. He's waiting for that tiny mistake to appear from the race leader, that tiny opportunity, so that he can attack that opportunity and get the pole position.
Based on what I see on screen, I'm sure it's closer right now. Early on, 0.46 apart. What is the gap between the front two drivers? 0.38 every lap. Isham Perez, he's going faster and faster as the lap goes. 52.50. This is getting very, very exciting right here in the Sri Lanka karting circuit. The X30 Asia Cup 2018. This is only the beginning of the year and we are seeing amazing, brilliant driving already by this professional race driver.
Seems like Ishan Perez is closing in a little bit more. This is getting very, very close. Final turn. Coming through to the end line.
Isham Perez 52.51. This kid is on fire. The gap between them is 0.3 of a second right now. It's getting crazy right now here on track. We have all the drivers pushing hard. They gotta be careful with Alex Wang behind them. At the same time, not to make any mistake. Not easy to make a move like a race leader like this. But let's see what Isham Perez can do. He's got the pace right now. He knows he got the lap time right now. He knows exactly what he has to do. He's got enough time. 7 more laps to go. Isham Perez, the Sri Lankan driver. Everyone is looking at your race right now on telly and live.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. And this time around 2.9.
0.29. 0.29. Earlier was 0.33. Isham Perez. This is real racing going on right now with our Sri Lankan driver car 230 chasing after our race leader 268 Prisato Haja. What an amazing race. Not forgetting the mid pack is fighting between Shanaka, Clegg, Bradley, Takiaru and Alistair Young. What a race, what a start for the year 2018 for X30 Challenge.
You can hear the passion, you can hear the energy in my co-host Bentang. He's absolutely stoked at what he's seeing, and so should we be. A young Sri Lankan giving everything he can. Take a look at this.
These two drivers is showing exactly what happens during a race. This is exactly what they have to do. Back to 0.35 right now. Our race leader 268 Prisato. He knows he's got to put his foot down. He knows he's got to try his best. He's got a man on fire right behind him, chasing after him. He's not going to give it easy. Prisato is a very, very fast driver and skillful driver as well. There you go, have a look. He knows Ishan is creeping up closer. Believe me, he ain't going to let an easy game for Isham Perez.
There goes the rear wheel. It's very, very, very close. Extremely close. Ishan Pare is right on the tail of the race leader.
0.3, 0.3, 0.3 apart between the race leader 268 and 230. Looks like our race leader realized he can't be falling asleep. He's got to put his foot down if he wants to take the checker flag. 4 more laps to go. Are we going to witness another final lap move by our race driver?
Excitement building in here at the commentary box, so you can imagine what it's like to be behind the wheel. 4 more laps to go. Everything that y'all did comes down to this, and Ishan Pare is so close, ever so close. Will he win Sri Lanka's second victory?
This is going to be exciting coming around the first straight. Ishan Pare's flying lap. 0.2. 0.2 gap between the front two. 0.2 seconds. What is Ishan going to bring to you guys in Sri Lanka? What kind of racecraft he's going to show you guys? How good a Sri Lankan driver is. We got Yevan David who took the championship. Is Ishan Pare going to do proud to the country as well? Now not forgetting our Indonesian driver, Prisiato Haja, a very well respected driver as well. Doing all he can, putting on a good show for us as well. Let's see, 3 more laps to go. Should anything gonna happen, it has to happen soon. 0.2 earlier on when they passed the line.
It's a very close race. But Prisiato showing the experience, showing what he's capable of. And mind you, to have somebody chase you the entire time and to keep your composure is no easy joke, traveling at this kind of speeds through 20 laps. Got to take it to that man, Indonesian Prisiato Halja, making really good work, having the good sense to see off Ishan Pare. But as for Ishan, he's not going to give up. 2 more laps to go. He will make sure that he throws everything and the kitchen sink towards the race leader.
We're not forgetting Prisiato Haja was the race champion, overall champion of the X30 Southeast Asia 2017. It's not going to be an easy game for Ishan Pare with the last lap to go for the final of the senior category. Ishan Pare or Prisiato Haja is going to take the checker flag. Both drivers now know this is all or nothing. Look at Ishan Pare. He's gone way fast on the first sector right now. He's doing everything he can. Look at that. With Alex Wang behind him, Ishan Pare, very last lap, a couple more corners to go. Are you going to make any move? Is Ishan Pare close enough at the last corner? Maybe not. Let's see. Prisiato Haja holding on to his life, keeping the race leadership. Ishan Pare is right behind him. Very last corner. Do we have a race winner for the senior category X30 Asia Final, Asia Cup? Prisiato Haja, followed by Ishan Pare Katukurunda with Alex Wang. In 4th, we have Alex Brown. In 5th, Akila Chandra. 6th, Bradley Benedict. In 7th position, Jason Matthew. 8th position, Shankar Clay. 9th, Alistair Young. 10, Aiden Chong. That's the top 10 of this category. What a drive by our Sri Lankan driver, Ishan Pare Katukurunda. You put so much effort and you made the race so exciting for all of us. You done your best. We saw it. And well done, Cut 268 Prisiato. You deserve the win the whole weekend. Dominating Hit 1, Hit 2, Hit 3 and pre-final. Well done, Cut 268 Prisiato Haja, all the way from Indonesia. What a race by this senior category this afternoon in the X30 Asia Cup 2018.
Congratulations to Prisiato Haja. Here you go. This is how it finished, with Ishan Pare right behind him throughout, but very well deserved victory to Prisiato. And as most of you at home would have seen, soon after they received the checkered flag, Both Prestio and Ishan Paris fist bumping each other. They race like mad, but soon as the race is done, we are good friends. That's the camaraderie that they have between each other. Alex Wong and Alex Brown, the rookie who's come up to the senior category, showing that he will be a one to watch out for.
Well, this is the final race that we just witnessed. The senior category that has done the best race so far.
That's how we do it, yeah.
Very fast and steady. Brilliant teams coming up here.
Yo. That's how we do it.
That's a wrap from Bandaragam. Until next time, catch us exclusively next time when we come to you live, bringing you Sri Lankan sport, sharing the passion.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action. Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Moving next up, very interesting drivers. 4 drivers from junior category. In pole, we have cut 128, YU Nohashim from Autoing Racing. In second, we have cut 111, Kalen Chin, also from Autoing Racing. In third, cut 144, Daniel Hakimi, also from Autoing Racing. And we also have a Sri Lankan driver here today, cut 100 in 4th position, Anish Ranasinghe from RL Karting. Alright, there they go, with YU leading the race. Beside him, Kalen Chin, cut 111. What a beautiful sight from aerial view by the drone. Great job by the Papare.com. Do we have a race? The junior category of the X30 Asia Cup 2018. Looks good to me, the race is on. Any changes? YU leading the race, still Kalen Chin behind him. We can see cut 144, Daniel Hakimi jump straight to 3rd position, keeping his 3rd position right now with Anish in 4th still. Let's see, Kalen Chin can do anything this time around, starting off 2nd. YU will have to keep his race leading and not to lose his opportunity to win the championship.
YU and Kalen Chin have been the front runners all weekend, and it's YU in front now, in front of Kalen Chin in the 18-lap race. We are on the first lap. Plenty to offer in this race.
All 4 cuts equally apart, equally competitive. The beauty of X30 engine by Yamaha. Anything can happen. This is going to be an 18 lap race for the junior. Kalen Chin is still pushing really hard. This is only the 2nd lap. Track condition changes all the time as the sun goes hotter and hotter, and the clouds cover it. The temperature changes, all the setup has to change. Driving skill has to change, racecraft changes as well. If you want to stay competitive, right now we have Anish right behind. Is Anish close enough? No. Anish tried to go from the outside. All he did was just say a hi to cut 144 Daniel, but he's not close enough. Ooh, both cut 144, 100 had a little spun off themselves. While the front 2 are still racing, pushing each other really hard. We can see Kalen Chin is doing all he can. He knows he's fast enough this weekend, he needs to try. At the same time, YU wants to check a flag very, very badly. He knows he's got to bring his whole family proud. The parents and grandparents are here all the way from Singapore. They are here. Oh, look at Kalen Chin's little nudge and say, hey, I'm right behind you. You got to do it quicker or else I'm going to take your checkered flag. 16 more laps to go, and you can see Kalen Chin giving all he has. Likewise, YU, he is not going to make any mistake. On this track, I was told it's not going to be easy for you to catch up if you move your position.
Absolutely, the both of them pacing across each other. YU in front. He got the better of Kalen Chin in the previous heat, the last heat, heat number 3 that was conducted today. And these two have broken away from the rest. Now look at the lead. Brilliant shot where we can see exactly where the drivers are. But Kalen Chin closing in on YU, trying to look for the opportunity to make that move. That will count, that will get him to the front.
Well, the difference between two drivers is 0.3 of a second. 0.3 of a second between the front and the second driver. That's how close it is. It's almost bumper to bumper. Kalen Chin, YU, who is going to be the winner? Let's not forget there's still 14 laps to go. There is still a chance for the two drivers behind while these two fight it out. You're going to witness how level-headed these drivers are. They're not going to take any unnecessary risk. And that's where they learn their life experiences from on the racetrack. They will grow up making the right decision, making the right call at the last split second. Amazing sport brought to you to Sri Lanka by the whole team here this weekend.
Coming in the corner where a lot of action happens. ViU manages to see off the challenge of Kalen Ching, making sure that he's well far ahead, not allowing Kalen Ching to make any advances. Now trying to pull away. This is Anish Ranasinghe, who's at the back. Hasn't had the racing weekend he would have thought about, he would have wanted.
For the fight is still between the front two. Kart 128 and Kart 111, Kalen Chin. These two are fighting out really hard, as much as both are teammates. But they were being told by the team boss, you do what you can, take the checker flag. Give all you can during the final, put on a good show. Not gonna give it an easy win for the front runner. We winners the whole weekend. A lot of last minute changes on the last lap. So is it gonna happen to this category as well? Wait and see. 12 more laps to go. Anything can happen. Ooh, Kalen Chin is right behind him right now. Kart 111 is just bumper to bumper to Kart 128. He got the race speed. He went into the corner really quickly. Right now he's even closer. The difference is 0.2 right now between two of the drivers. Is anything gonna change? 12 more laps, lots of time. We all know the drivers are pacing the kart in front, learning how the driver in front of him is driving, waiting for the best corner that he's good at and he's not. Just pacing behind him with 11 more laps to go. No rush. This is what they've trained themselves for. For the final race right now for the junior category of the X30 Asia Cup 2018 happening right here in Sri Lanka. Never ever come across anyone before that you're gonna have a Sri Lanka track so beautifully built, so competitive as well. Kalen Chin went in and inside, side by side racing. Oh no, what a drive by ViU. What a drive by ViU. Kart 128 closes the door, gain back his position. That's real racing for me. Both drivers are amazing. They didn't put any danger to each other. They just keep the pace. Proper racing, proper racecraft. Kalen Chin trying to go by the inside. Is he gonna hold? Is he gonna hold? Oh, yes. Kalen Chin leading the race right now. ViU dropped to second position. What a move by Kalen Chin. Kart 111. Right now we'll see what ViU can do. He's been dominating the whole weekend as well. Is ViU gonna try and beat harder to go to France in Le Mans? Let's see. Let's see.
Kalen Chin finally making that move after 8 laps. ViU was right in front for 8 laps. Now Kalen Chin taken the lead. Now the onus is on ViU to get his lead back and to make sure that he doesn't let Kalen Chin drive away from him. Chin on the other hand is trying to put the foot on the pedal, make sure that he steer away from ViU.
Well, right now it's going to get even more interesting because ViU is 1/10 a bit quicker than the Kalen Chin on the last lap. He will be pushing really hard and trying to gain back his position. We know both drivers are very hungry. They want to take the checkered flag. They want to win the race for this junior category of the X30 Asia Cup. You can see ViU Kart 128 is not giving any chance to Kart 111 at all. And Kalen Chin right now is a man on fire. He's going to try and pull as further as possible away from Kart 128. Nine more laps to go. Lots of opportunity for Kart 128 to make a move later on. But first of all, he's got to get a better lap time. He's got to get his lap time quicker than what he's doing right now in order to catch up with Kart 111. Yes, ViU is slightly faster now, 53.19 compared to 53.21. ViU is on fire right now after left with 8 laps to go. I am sure something is going to happen the next couple of laps with ViU pushing really hard.
What a battle between these two, Kalen Ching and ViU in second place. ViU Noroshin. Now Kalen Ching deciding to pull away. ViU too far away from Ching to make any moves.
It seems to me that car 111, Kalen Ching is a bit quicker in the middle sector of this track. But car 111 ViU seems to be a bit quicker at the last sector. So this is going to be interesting. We might see another one on the very last few laps that some changes in position. Let's see. Still early. We still have 7 more laps to go. Still anyone's game with the two drivers, Daniel Hakimi and Anish, still pushing really hard behind them.
And what's important is that when it comes to the final laps of the competition, the moves you make need to be on point, and you need to make sure that you are 100% about what moves to make and where to make them.
ViU just did a 53.08. ViU knows exactly what he has to do. He's got 6 more laps to go. He's got to push really hard if he wants to win the race. He has won the Heat 2 as well. He's going to try and win this race this weekend. The Act 30 Asia Cup 2018. Can ViU do anything for the next 5 laps?
But a great battle here between these two drivers you see on the screen, on each other.
The difference between the front two is 0.4 of a second. 0.4 of a second, like what earlier on was 0.3 when Kalen Chin cut 3.1 was behind ViU. So it's still possible. We might see some challenges soon. Wow, looks like Anish, cut number 100, is already creeping up to cut 144, Daniel Hakimi. Seems like Daniel is a bit slower the last few laps with allowing cut 100 Anish to catch up. Anish from RL Karting, is he close enough to make a move? Maybe not, maybe one more lap. If Daniel's not going to wake up, he's going to lose the 3rd position. He's got to be careful with these two fighting. That's why I said 4 cuts on track. It's still very exciting to watch. It doesn't matter how many go-karts on track. What's more important is how they fight it out, how they're going to bring this championship home.
Absolutely, like you said, anything can happen here at Sri Lanka Karting Circuit in Bandaragama. Kalen Chin, the front runner, currently in this junior final. We have 2 more races lined up, 2 more long races lined up. A 16-lap master and veteran race, and also a 20-lap senior race, which is going to be very, very interesting.
The difference between two front drivers are 0.2 of a second right now. 0.2 seconds between kart 128 and 111. What is 0.2 of a second? You can't even do a blink. Let's look at kart 111, Kalen Chin, the race leader, followed by ViU kart 128. Is why you're going to close up the gap after this lap. He was 0.2 apart. Right now, let's see how far is he away. Doesn't look is any closer. Well, the difference is pull away 0.4. Looks like Kalen Chin cut triple one. Realize that he can't be falling asleep. He's not the rabbit. We saw Daniel Hakimin cut 144 keep turning back and having a look at cut 100 how close he is. But he shouldn't be too worried. He has enough gap. He should be just pushing forward and not worry about the driver behind him. Every time you turn your head, you leave your throttle for the unexperienced driver and you lose speed. It's cut 100. Anish quick enough to make a move during the last few laps. 2 more laps to go. Is YU close enough this time? Very last lap, 0.2 of a second apart. Final lap of the junior category of the X30 Asia Cup 2018. It's cut 128. YU gonna make any move? If he has to do it now. Same for Anish, cut 100. Very last lap as well. Anish is pushing really hard. Is bumper to cut 144 already. You see he's keep turning his head. That's not a good habit at all. You should be turning your head at this moment. Very last lap. Is YU close enough? This is the last lap for the junior category with Kalen Chin leading the race. After 8 laps, we see what is going to happen. We coming to the last corner of this beautiful track. Do we have a winner for the junior category Asia Cup 2018? Kalen Chin cut triple one, taking the checker flag, followed by YU No Hashim 128. What a drive by Kalen Chin and YU, putting on a great show for us this afternoon, completing the final race. We have the cut 144, Daniel Hakimi taking the position, followed by Anish, cut 100, completing the race for the junior category final race of the X30 Asia Cup 2018.
Big congratulations to Kalen Chin, who's won the ticket. There you go, taking a victory lap. Thumbs up, mate. Winning a ticket to Le Mans in France.
Well, it's too early. It's provisional result right now. The final result will come out from the stewards room later on. Got to see what the final word from the stewards have to say. All good to raise thumbs up, all good to take the second flag. We're happy for him. From what I see, they ain't going to change anything, but you never know during the challenging and fighting. Sometimes we have a rule of the drop bumper rule.
That's how we do it, yeah.
Very fast and steady. Brilliant things coming up here.
Yo. That's how we do it.
that's a wrap from Bandaragam. Until next time, catch us exclusively next time when we come to you live, bringing you Sri Lankan sport, sharing the passion.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
What a great sight. Everybody holding the country flag. Three brothers, the Davids on your right. Yevan David, Yavin David, and Yannick David. Impressive parents you got to put all three of you enjoying this sport. In pole position after all the hard work this weekend, we have car 21, Yavan David from Sri Lanka. Second position followed by William Goh. In third position we have Emiliano Cyrus. In fourth, Yevin David. In fifth position, Ranbir Singh. In sixth, Yannick David. In seventh, Shaurya Kapani. This was determined by all the hard work they've been racing yesterday and today. This is the moment.
Too eager. Now they are in motion. Formation 2 by 2. They need to hold that formation until they start the race.
You have to remember, they are all as young as 8 years old to 12 years old. This is the category that they're racing in. Have you ever wondered what these 8 years old are thinking on track and off track? They look like small kids on off track, but you're gonna witness how mature and how clever and smart, level-headed these young guns are racing in go-karts. That's what I say. All the Sri Lankans, prepare your children, get onto this sport, come to this track, practice as much as you can. Here we go. Do we have a race? Looks not.
Yet again, the last three cars looked like they were falling behind from the formation. But let's see what the officials say.
Well, looks like the race is on. I don't see any yellow flag.
Yavan David managing to hold on to his pole position.
There you go, you see car 21, Yavan David leading the race. But we all know the whole weekend, car 23, William Goh is as quick as car 21 as well. Is he gonna let Yavan David take the checker flag? We'll see. Total of 14 laps, 12 laps race. Ooh. Car 23, William Goh went to the inside. Have a look. Not quick enough. Hold back. It's gonna try again. This is gonna wake our bet up. Car 21, Yavan David. Not to take it too easy. This is the final race. All or nothing. If you want to take the checker flag, if you want to go to Le Mans, this is the time to prove yourself.
Yavan David in the lead, William Goh in second place, and Yavan David has climbed up the ladder. He's in third place with Emiliano in fourth. A lot can change. 11 laps to go. It's a 12-lap race here, the final one.
Third position is for grab. You can see a train of cars behind fighting for third position. Looks like Emiliano Cyrus has moved up to third position, overtaken Yevin David, dropping to fourth. Right behind him is Yannick David, his younger brother. This is going to be interesting to see two brothers fighting it out for fourth position. We can see the race leader, cut 21, Yavan David, is on fire. He's going quicker every lap, 57.71. That's what our race leader is doing right now.
Yavan is not, he's going to have his work cut out with William Go right on his tail. William has been Yavan's nemesis throughout the weekend.
Not forgetting cut 44, Ranbir Singh is all over Yannick David as well, coming to the front straight, which you can see. Wow, William Go is getting closer to Yavan David already after the fourth lap. Amazing drive by William Go. He wants the checker flag. This is going to make life very difficult for Yavan David. Not an easy win. It's going to get really exciting as we go. 9 more laps to go. Yavan David or William Go.
This was going to be very interesting because both these drivers are neck to neck. Yavan David currently in front, as you can see. Both of them have built up a steady distance between them and the second pack, with Emiliano and Yevin David fighting out for the third place. Yannick Ranbir Singh and Shaurya Karpani in the final pack.
We can see that Yavan David is braking really late, trying to pull away from car 23 William. But William Go is not giving it easy. Totally looks like Yevin David and Ranbir is still fighting really hard. Card 86 on screen right now with card number 90 all over him as well. That's card Yevin David, card number 90 behind card 86 Emiliano Cyrus. Eight more laps to go for the final race of the cadet category X30 Asia Cup 2018. This is going to get really exciting because we know that William Go has been fast the whole weekend as well.
Can William sneak up on the bat is the problem, and is the question that needs to be answered, and we have 7 more laps to get that answer.
Well, if you look at the lap time right now, Yavan David is on flying lap, 57.62. Yavan David knows exactly what he has to do with 7 more laps to go. He is trying to pull away as far as possible to make the win much easier. The fight is really between card 86 and card 90. Emiliano and Yevin David fighting for third position to be on podium. Amazing drives by these young guns on track right now. All the hard work the whole weekend. This is time to reap the reward. Card number 90, Yevin David seems to gain some speed. Getting faster and faster every lap he goes. Our race leader's little brother, Yevin David, card number 90. It's all over Emiliano Cyrus, fighting for third position. There you go, Yevin David behind Emiliano. Every single lap, the gaps maintain almost the same. Looks like Yavan David decided that this is it. This is the time he's going to take the checkered flag. He's putting his foot down, clocking quicker and quicker every lap. 57.62 was his fastest lap.
There you go, Yavan David coming out. He's building some momentum on William Go, putting him under pressure. Ticket to Le Mans wait the winner of this final, so plenty at stake.
Yes, Yavan David was the overall champion. If you not know by now, he was the overall champion of the X30 Southeast Asia last year, 2017. Looks like he's on fire. He wants to win it this year as well. Let's see what Yavan can do with William Go chasing hard behind him.
But Yavan is building some brilliant lead. Take a look at that.
Now, John, what do you say when you witness your own countryman, a Sri Lankan, leading the race, winning the overall champion last year? What else you ask for as a Sri Lankan? You got your race champion here, your future of Formula One, right in front of you on track, cut number 21. What do you say as a Sri Lankan?
Absolutely proud, very stoked, and we really do hope that he is going to be one of the first of many who will take this on. And before the start, they lined up, and to see the Sri Lankan flag amongst all those other flags in a racing environment is absolutely stoking. We currently have Dilantha Malagamua, who's racing in the Lamborghini Super Tofo, carrying the Sri Lankan flag around the world, and we hopefully will have someone joining the formulas in the near future. With this brilliant track being present to Sri Lanka, the chances are being boosted.
Exactly, car 21, our Sri Lankan driver, our overall champion in X30 Southeast Asia last year, dominating the race the whole weekend. Yavan David, you're gonna do your country proud. This is the moment. With 600 Sri Lankans watching you race this afternoon, the final race of the cadet category. Yavan David, at the age of 10 years old today, started karting at the age of 8. In 2 years, he's dominating races in Southeast Asia already. How not to be proud being a Sri Lankan?
Absolutely. Mind you, he has 2 more years in this cadet category if he wants to stay in there, but my bet is he will take on the big leap and will want to get more experience. Yavan David, just 2 more laps to see off. He's built a sizable lead on William Go, his closest rival throughout the weekend. But Yavan David, look at him go.
Yep, all 7 cars are still racing. None of them been dropped out. Every driver is still on track. That's why we say the X30 Yamaha engine is one of the best engine in the world. Most affordable, best equipment we have.
Take a look at this battle. Emiliano and Yavan's brother Yevin. Yevin has been on him throughout. Hasn't given any time for Emiliano to breathe for that 3rd place.
Exactly, the race battle really is between Emiliano cut 86 and cut 90, Yavan David. 2 more laps to go. I'm not sure if it's enough time. Final lap to go. Yavan David going the inside, not close enough. Have a look. Very, very smart driver at this age. He knew exactly he has to be patient. That move would have cost him the race, and he's patiently waiting for his chance. Very last lap. Is Yavan David going to do anything to cut number 86? Emiliano Cyrus. Let's see who's going to take that position.
So this is the battle that we have, because Yavan David has steered away from William Go.
Well, if you're on your steering wheel and you know this is the last lap with someone behind him bumper to bumper, it's mind-blogging for him right now. Oh, he overcooked it there. What I just said, he just overcooked it. Oh my goodness. He almost lost the race last lap. Is Yavan going to take over? We have a champion right now for the cadet category. Yavan David, our Sri Lankan, followed by William Go. In 3rd position, we have Emiliano Cyrus. In 4th, Yavan David. 5th position, Ranbir Singh. 6th, Yannick David. And not forgetting 7th, Chaurya Kapani. What a win for our Sri Lankan. Racing in your hometown, taking the checker flag, the champion of the category X30 Asia Cup 2018, the first race of the year, and we have a winner that raced in his hometown, Sri Lanka.
History being made here in Bandaragama. Sri Lanka's first international karting circuit, Sri Lanka's first international karting competition, won the category, won by a Sri Lankan, Evan David. Very proud of you. Everybody here was up on their feet, cheering Evan.
That's how we do it. Yeah.
Very fast and steady. Brilliant things coming up here.
Yo. That's how we do it.
That's a wrap from Bandaragam. Until next time, catch us exclusively next time when we come to you live, bringing you Sri Lankan sport, sharing the passion.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Here you go, representations from Sri Lanka, Malaysia and Singapore. All flags flying up.
Yeah,
Brilliant
two
moment.
Two Sri Lanka driver. Romani the silver.
Although without a flag, we do have Jason Burns. The Australian flag needs to get up there.
Well, Jason Burns is racing under Singapore license, so he's representing Singapore this race. He has generously given up his Australian license. He's been racing in Singapore, representing Singapore since 2017. That perhaps another race can come back here with 150 drivers, who knows? Then you can have your 1,000 audiences turning up watching this race.
Absolutely, man, for sure, for sure. And I like what you mentioned. When you come towards this track, it's nothing like anywhere else, because you, with the surroundings, you wouldn't guess that there is such a good track nestled right here.
Do we have a race for the master veteran? Yes, it looks good to me. The race is on. Whoa, that's a bit early. Car 311, Jeremy Yam went into the curve too early. I'm not too sure what's going to happen with that, but this has allowed Car 401 Lee Lung Nen to hop up to second position. What a move by Car 401 Lee Lung Nen. Right now he's in second position. Amazing move by Car 401. Right behind him is Car 311 Jeremy Yam. Will take a little bit too early on the corner, but it's still early. Like what John said, watch out Car 323. Angkok Wee from 7 Racing. He is the man on fire this weekend. Had a not too good a race during the pre-final. He is going to give everything he can. And believe me, he is all capable. He's already in 6th position, I believe.
Jason Burns, like he always does routinely, has pulled away from the rest of the pack, leaving it out for the others to battle it out. Lee Lung Nen, head of the snake, in second position. Close behind is Jeremy Yam, with Kelvin Young and Shamal Mendes in the 4th and 5th positions respectively.
As we speak, Angkok Wee Car 323 is already on 5th position. He started 10. After 2 laps, he's already in 5th. Our Car 323. Now you want to watch this guy. What can he do? What can he do to his final race of the X30 Asia Cup? A train of cars coming through on the front straight. Lee Lung Nen still in second position. Jeremy Yam, followed by Car 311 Kelvin Yong. And behind Kelvin Yong, we have Angkok Wee already bumper to bumper. Angkok Wee, very experienced driver. He knows if he want to catch up with the race leader, he has to make the move as fast as possible and not let the front driver delay his race. Keep an eye on Angkok Wee. You're going to see a great move very soon, very soon. He is going to take on Kelvin Yong, Car 311, and try to creep up behind the rest of the front leaders as well. Look at that, bumper to bumper by Car 323. Angkok Wee going into the inside. Angkok Wee, yes, he's moved up to 4th position right now. Car 323 started last, right now he's in 4th. More to come. We know that what he's capable of. Right now, Car 331, the race leader, obviously dominating hit 1, hit 2, hit 3, pre-final. And looks like he's going to take the checker flag, but the race ain't over till it's over. We got Lee Lung Nen taking second position, Car 401. Right now it's for Kelvin Yong, Car 331 to do something about it. Sorry, 311. Jeremy Yam. Sooner or later, he's going to see the race driver behind him coming very closely to him.
Angkok Wee already in 4th position, and he has 13 more laps to make his moves. Jason Burns, on the other hand, right in front, building up a sizable lead.
Yes, 13 more laps. We have all the race drivers fighting out really hard. This is the final. Are we going to see Angkok Wee make a move? Maybe yes. Angkok Wee went in the inside of Jeremy Yam. There you go. Car 323. Now he's on 3rd position. Now the next rapid he has is Car 401. Lee Lung Nen. What a drive by our race driver. Angkok Wee, Car 323. Compromised during the pre-final. Not at all. He's still on fire. Angkok ViU fastest lap is 53.69. He's second fastest driver on track after Jason Byrne.
We were disappointed for Angkok ViU when he had to retire just at the start of the pre-final because he was in second position. We were interested to see how will a level playing field against Jason Burns and Angkok ViU would fathom, but here he is putting his hand up and saying, listen, I'm on my way, I'll be there soon.
We saw Adrian Ferguson trying very hard, but brake a little bit late, fumble a little bit with the go-kart, but he's still on track. Right now we can see that the fight between Kelvin Young and Shamal, as usual, they were fighting through the hit 2 and hit 3, with Jeremy Nyam leading them in front of them. Looks like the two drivers from 7 Racing is going to be coming close to each other, with Lee Long Yen in second position. He's got to be careful right now. Behind him is our man on fire, Angkok ViU.
Will we make a move here? No. He decides not to. Plenty space in between him and Lee Lung Neng.
Looks like Shamal car number 403 is all over. Car 385, Kelvin Young. Can Shamal make it up to 5th position? A lot more left to go. I'm sure he will try. Look at how close is car 323 with car 401 right now. You're going to see some changes soon between car 423 and 401. Is Angkok ViU going to make a move? It's cut. Is he going to make a move on cut 401, Lee Lung Yen? Is he close enough for this lap? Perhaps not. They are both teammates, so they're not going to make any mistake. They do not want to cost each other's race. They know what they have to do. No risks taken. Nine more laps to go. It's all down to fitness right now. We have Lee Lung Yen, one of our oldest driver, on track right now. Cut 401 is one of our.
This will be yet another walkover for the classic car event. You see everyone eagerly anticipating whether there will be an actual opponent for Diane today. I believe he also had a walkover in the first round of the knockouts as well, so it's been a pretty easy-going knockouts, a couple of knockouts for him. He hasn't had to actually face off against anyone in particular.
Tiago, I think we need to give a shout out to the audience after. I mean, they just stayed around because there was a heavy rain, and in spite all that rain, they stood back and they stayed around, and they know they continue. They make sure that the event is continuing and this crowd support exists for all their fellow drivers.
Most certainly. It's a big shout out to all the fans out in force today. As you can see, the sheer amount of fans just at the start line alone, but the fans do span out all the way across the Hangar Straight, all the way down to the finish line here at Katukurunda. Cars are piled high, parked all the way down the straight, all in anticipation. And these fans, once the heavens opened up and it started raining, everyone was just crowding around under tents, not wanting to leave the action, even while the officials did consider what the next course of action was.
And they were holding the tents down. I mean, it was heavy wind, but they were actually holding the tents. They were literally holding the tents.
We did see some tents go flying, and they have helped set the tents back up again, so hats off to them, and hats off as well to all the officials here at the event today, taking the time out to using their own cars to even clear the water on the circuit at the time of heavy rain. All the officials are trying to make this work for the competitors, trying to make it work for competitors to run in a wet surface. It's not the most ideal conditions, where the fastest drive of the day award will probably be abolished due to half the competitors running on a wet track and half the competitors running on a dry track. However, we're still in for a whole load of action, as here we go with Giant Fernando. He will have another walkover heat here in the knockout phases. He will progress into round 3 of the True Street Classic Cars series. But up next, we are anticipating the BMW 330 one mix, or the BMW 320 one mix series. It is the BMW 3 Series, 1 Make Series. We have Jai Raymond in the 149, the British green racing colors on his BMW, and we have number 148, Lakita De Silva in his E36. So it is a 325i against an E36. We have 2 E36s in this grid today, along with an E46 of Devin Tembuana. Here we are.
Growing up, this was actually one of our dream cars. This was the car for us to own back in the day. And thereof, as you can see, the English racing green is flying all the way.
And it's a great run by Jai Raymond. He did have some issues with his car yesterday during the qualifying rounds. He did get it fixed overnight, but you can see the sheer power of that car. It is flying.
Brilliant.
After being repaired yesterday.
Drive.
What a quick turnaround, especially by all the mechanics responsible for getting his car turned around in time for today's session. He was up late last night, getting his car repaired just in time for this morning's session, and he's on to round 3.
Here we have the 46. I think there's going to be a walkover for him.
Yep, we have Devin Tembuana in his E46. It will ideally be a walkover, as I don't believe Vinod Siriwardena has actually made it to the track. So, as we... So we wait with the 150 of Devin as we have a small pause in proceedings for Vinod Siriwardena to try and get back into the action. I don't believe he will make it to the grid in time, so this will most definitely result in a walkover in Devin's favor, which would mean that this would likely be leading towards a Jai Raymond Devin Tembuana final. 46 against the 325i. However, nothing's over till it is over. We will still wait for Devin. We will still hope that Devin can make it to the grid in time. However, it is not looking very likely at this point in time.
Competitor number 149, could you please report to the dominant immediately? I repeat, competitor number 149, could you please report to the dominant immediately? Thank you.
And so, it looks like Devin is actually parked up in anticipation for the actual finals of this class, as Jai Raymond looks to be, he has just finished his semi-final run, and it looks like he will now be facing off against Devin in the finals of this True Street BMW 3 Series 1 main class. So this will be the finals. The finals is now confirmed. It is the 325i up against the E46 of Devin.
True Street BMW, competitor number 149, could you please report to the dominant immediately?
Jai Raymond is ideally still in the groove. He's just completed his semi-final run. This will give him quite a bit of an advantage coming into this final run, as he has the car warmed up the way he wants. He is controlling the pace at this point in time, but Devi is a mighty competitor. So while we just wait for Jai Raymond to make his way back to the grid, we're going to talk a little bit about the new Bike X55. The Bike X55 is a new innovation by the David Pierce Automobile Private Limited. Feel the power with its 1.5-liter intercooler engine and DCT powertrain, combined with its independent suspension for a much smoother ride. Cruise in style with its 19-inch alloy wheels and concealed door handles with a sleek electric panoramic roof. Adaptive cruise control, a 360 camera, ventilated electric memory seats, rear power tailgates, an infinity sound system, and 10.1-inch center console, alongside its 10.25-inch instrumental screen, which includes voice commands. So all these features and many more are backed up by a 3-year or 100,000-kilometer warranty. So that is the Bike X55, which redefines your driving experience, now available from David Pierce Automobiles Private Limited. As we see Jai Raymond in his 325i making his way.
I think we're having the final right away.
We are having the final right away. Here. So here we are, Jai Raymond, right off his knockout semifinal win, coming straight into to what I believe is the finals.
I think since Devin got a walkover, it only makes sense for the organizers to run the final and just close it out.
Yeah, because now
so that way the event is over.
Now that there are no timings being placed due to the rain, there is no need. Oh, what a start by Jai! It's another one of his staple trademark starts, but don't write off Devin. That E46 does have legs on it. However, it looks like the 325i has stormed clear to the line.
Jai Raymond makes it to the finish line, and it was a beautiful finish, Thiago. I think that was actually like just a spectacular way to finish. Yeah,
the semi-finals and the finals, they were both flawless. You could see the starts in both the semis and the finals were just peak performance. Like it was as if he did not have any traction loss on the starts. You could see barely any wheel spin, irrespective of whether he's running more heavily grooved tires. The shifts were perfect as well on each run. He was building a gap all the way throughout each run as well. It's perfect.
Is other race or rather street tires are mandatory for that particular class?
The street tires are reasonably quick, but in these wet conditions, it would be more ideal to be running street tires as opposed to the slick tires that some cars are actually running. So there we have it. We have some replays on display as we just get the next competitors lined up and ready to go.
All competitors, class 2 streets, start at 1 minute. Please line up in the dummy grid.
Competitor 173.
Competitor numbers 109.
I think we are running True Street SUV.
Yes, we are running the True Street SUVs up to 3000 cc.
We've got driver Mahesh.
That is Mahesh Katukurunda, yes, in his Kia Sorento. And I believe he might be having yet another walkover here. Unless of it, and this might also just be the finals itself. So unless we are blessed with the presence of the other finalist, will this result in a win, a class win? This might be a win for Mahesh Kodagoda without actually having to take part against anybody. It's not what you want to see, but he's ready. He's been punctual. This is what we like to see in motorsports. He's been ready at the dummy grid on time. We are facing slight issues with cars meeting the dummy grid requirements due to all the rain, due to cars needing to change to wet tires, as the track has dried out by a substantial amount. But with this many wet patches, anything can happen. Most of the competitors have taken the opportunity to actually change to wet tires, but most of the road cars have decided, you know what, we have enough grooves in our road tires, in our intercontinental tires. We should be fine, and that's actually what Jai Raymond has put on display there.
And beautifully, he did put it on display. I mean, that was a spectacular run by him himself.
As we are awaiting the
number 2, Cruise Speed, start at 1 way. Please line up at the dummy grid. Competition number 109, 115, 108, 113, 112. Please line up at the dummy grid immediately.
No, absolutely not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are once again blessed with the presence of our wonderful buddy commentator, Sam Smith. Sam, what do you think of those wet weather conditions?
Well, having just run the classic event, it's slippery, very slippery. Launching at a lower RPM is exactly what you need to do. So I actually managed to get off the line a bit quicker than my competitor. But yeah, unfortunately that wasn't enough. He had the better top speed, and that car just kept accelerating, I think. But yeah, so the launch, like I think for the first few meters, if the awards were handed out for the first few meters, then I would have won.
Yeah, I saw your start was impeccable. Great start, but did you have some trouble shifting into second gear at any point?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, you didn't? That was where he pretty much gained
Yeah.
the majority of his time. It was in the shifting process. So I would have presumed you had a bit of an issue there, but
No, I think I just had a lot of wheel spin, and that car, the Fiat 132 that I was up again, driven by Mihin Ratnayaka, was just it was a lot faster. It has a 2-liter engine. There's no chance I was gonna, unless I had a lot of luck on my side. There's absolutely no chance I would have won in a straight fight between that car and that driver. So it is what it is. So yeah, let's talk about what's on the screen right now. So now we have Jonathan in a Starlet GT. 2 Starlet GTs lined up. I believe this is Starlet GT 1 class.
Yep, this is.
So, I would assume these are relatively equally spec'd cars, being a 1-make series. Of course, you have differences in turbos, and of course, small things that are allowed within the regulations. Tires are free, but you can't have slicks. You have to have DOT-rated tires for this class.
Whoa.
And you're also restricted with what you can do weight saving. Right? So you can't. You can run carbon fiber components or lightweight components for your bonnet, your doors, your boot. And you can run plexiglass, I believe, for the glass to reduce your weight, but you have to have a full interior. You can't run a stripped car. It has to be the kind of car that can drive well. And as both set off on along, we have the left track getting a better start. But he seems to, oh no, just like what I think you said that happened to me, it looked as if he missed a gear. Couldn't get second. And the white car wins by quite a margin there.
Yep, and that is a phenomenal win. Now 113 has lined up on the grid, Zenit De Silva in his Starlet GT. Causing a bit of a ruckus on the way to the grid. He did absolutely plant it through the burnout area, causing quite a few scares on the way here, but he's made it just in time. He is up against the 108 of Mushaf Mohammed. everyone in their startup one make. Here we are. What is going to happen here? It's a great start.
Lots
from
of wheel
Mushaf.
spin. Well,
It's a phenomenal start from Mushaf, though.
lots of wheel spin for the car on the left. That's what I mean. If you launch at too high of an RPM in these conditions, you're just going to go nowhere for a good few seconds. Still quite close, though. Still quite close.
Got some nice camera footage of the finish there. Seeing the cars building up to the finish line. And Sam, we've just witnessed Jai Raymond winning the BMW 3 Series 1 mix.
Oh wow, that's incredible. Jai Raymond, known on Instagram for many troubles with his car, but
the BMW that never runs.
Oh, so you also know about this? So this is a phenomenon not constrained to the BMW circle.
No, but it had an issue yesterday as well.
Yeah, of course, it has an issue every day.
It got fixed, and he was able to get 2 picture-perfect runs,
Superb.
perfect launches, no wheel spin, perfect shifts, finished the semifinals, did a complete run round, did a full U-turn, and won the finals in one go.
Amazing.
With perfect runs.
Well, if he doesn't make it home today, at least he's won something. So.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm sure everyone will be able to make it home in one piece. At least we hope. But yeah, mechanical failures can happen. That's where some of the shock results have happened over the past years in drag racing. So it looks like we're gonna wait a bit and have some of the bikes lined up. No, this is gonna be really.
This is the scariest thing I could be seeing. The bikes in these rainy conditions.
Yeah. There's that. Well, it's not rainy anymore. It's not raining. The rain has stopped. For viewers at home, the rain has stopped.
But
the track is still damp. That's the key thing.
And
here.
is there any standing water out there, Sam?
There is. There are a few patches. There's nothing that would catch out a car, I don't think. Because as long as you have a firm grasp on the steering wheel, there's no chance of aquaplaning, and you have plenty of runoff at the end. There's a massive braking area, braking zone. So the chance of you going straight on due to the wet conditions is very minimal, I would say. You'd have to have a mechanical failure to do so.
And so now, if anyone does end up eventually going off, you must remember the words that Sam Smith has just said. It is a very low chance.
Well, the good thing for us is there are no cameras trained on beyond the finish.
Oh,
so
any excuse could be
anything that happens beyond the finish is not because of the commentators' curse.
Oh yeah, exactly. Sam and I are very well known for implementing multiple commentators' curses in the world of esports.
Yes.
As of now, we have not incurred any commentators' curses, but there's always a first for everything. Drag races are unpredictable. Wait for the next cars to line up. I believe we are just finishing off the Starlet GT1 make series. And then we have on their way. The timing beams are off. There is no timings at the moment. This is just a flat out head-to-head. There are physical checkpoints to see when who finishes in front in the event of a photo finish. But as a result of the new rainy conditions, the fastest driver of the day and fastest rider of the day will most ideally be stripped, wouldn't it, Sam? Because half the grid has run in the dry and half the grid has run in the wet now. Yeah, so to make it fair, what they'll do is the fastest car time and fastest bike time will be awarded based on the qualifying times. So obviously, as we've had mixed conditions, it's not fair to assign that based on the running order of today. So yeah, it will go back to the qualifying time. So qualifying, of course, very important. The format that we run is we run the fastest car against the slowest car. So you have an incentive to come on qualifying day, and you also have incentive not to intentionally sandbag. So that you're always paired with the slowest car in the category, and it also makes the event run a lot faster and smoother. And besides, regardless of whether they get the fastest time of the day for qualifying or for the race run, your qualifying essentially does implement you as the fastest driver on the day. You are getting a trophy for being the winner of your respective classes regardless, so you do walk away with something.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's always something to fight for on qualifying day as well. That's why we have this over a 2-day event. Right, so we're just waiting. We have a bit of a lull in proceedings, so just wait for the start line marshals to line everything up.
Hats off to all the marshals at the event today, because the marshals have been out in the rain. They have been clearing up the track with their own personal cars as well, clearing up any standing water in the way, basically making it a safer environment for the competitors, as we did not want to cancel the event as a whole. Drags can be run in the wet, as we have seen so far today. And now the second car we've been waiting for is on its way to line up on the grid. We have the 112 competitor of, I believe that is Randika Virankula. And then we also have the number 108 of Mushaf Mohammed again. So this might be, will this be a semi-final or a quarter-final, Sam?
Yeah.
Or even a final?
Unfortunately, we don't have access to that information, but it could very well be, so let's treat it as such.
Yes.
So yeah, this Starla GT class looks like it's going to be an interesting one. Both competitors warming up their tires right now.
As I don't see... Oh, but that is a 106, so... No, Sam, this is not the finals by any means. That's my mistake. The 106 is Sanjaya Somatilaka.
Right.
So this is a brand new race. I was about to say, there are quite a few drivers in this class. It couldn't be the finals already. But here we go. Randika on the right. We have Sanjaya on the left. Just organizing grid, and here we go. Here are the lights. Lights turn on. It's a good start from Sanjay, but a good launch from Randika. You could see smoke coming from the tires in the rain. It's crazy to see this. But Randika is flying away. It's a close fight, though. It's Sanjay who takes the win.
Very well done. Very well done. That it just shows you that you never give up, even if you have a bad launch. You should keep your foot in it and continue.
And that just goes to show how the camera can easily trick you. From the camera angle, it looked like Randika had an opposing lead on Sanjay, but Sanjay was in fact well ahead coming across the line.
Yeah, seems like he was able to claw back that lead in the latter half of the strip.
And now we have the bikes. We do have the bikes coming up right now. The one issue Sam and I are facing is it's very difficult to actually see the bike competition numbers.
Yep.
However, I'm sure if you, everyone at home supporting these bike riders, I'm sure you know exactly who you're supporting here. Right, here we go. The competitors looks to be, if I'm not mistaken, 271. The issue is multiple bike riders are currently riding two bike numbers. It's a bit tricky to actually assess their actual numbers. But nonetheless, we watch in awe as these riders do what I would never have the guts to do. Ride on skis in the rain.
Sports touring motorcycle. Ogala equipment and load and naturo tami gear bicycle ticket padala ivara ganna. Equipment genda.
Right, so we have a nice CBR on screen right now. Going up against, I believe that's... No, I don't want to misspeak in case we're wrong.
Oh, don't worry. I feel like we're well past this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great launch. It's a phenomenal launch from the bike on the left, but what a comeback from the biker on the right. Look at the speed. Look at the spray being thrown up. I feel like that left lane, the left lane, Sam, is really, really wet. However, it's the fastest lane. Obviously, the marshals have ensured that the lanes are running as little standing water as possible. However, the left lane still looks to be kicking up maybe a little bit more wet patches. See them come across the line. It's a nice camera angle, showing you the end of the run and across the line. So as we wait for the next bike riders. We are having a small delay in proceedings as the bike riders just get themselves organized. So we'll take the small moment, we'll take the small break to sort of thank our title sponsors who have made this Drag Wars possible. We have on board with us today, we have Nankang and Ceramic Pro, along with VTech Asian Security Group and Sukadasa Bandara and Sons. We also have Leopard 57, a staple incorporation of most motorsports events held here at Katukurunda. They are responsible for tuning and basically making sure that most of these cars are running in the same conditions. We have High Octane on board with us as well. We have Car on board with us. We have W47 also sponsoring this event. Midnight Divas and Tokimo Performance along with Finland Holdings. And once again, this event would not be possible without the help of the Ceylon Motorsports Club in collaboration with the Colombo Racing Club and FMSSL. So we have the KTM branded bike on his helmet. They just prepare themselves, they get themselves positioned in their proper allocated positions. Slight delay, but the riders are now getting themselves prepared. Final classifications and checkups are being performed on both riders to ensure that the correct rider is taking part in his correct respective knockout race. And I believe the rider on the left has entered the starting positions in maybe the incorrect period of time, as there is a structured structured process on how these drivers get selected for their following races. There is a structured layout. First would ideally race against, let's say, 6th place. And don't quote me on these specifications, as there is a highly detailed process behind this. But for an example, for the ease of viewers at home, it would be something such as 1st place racing off against 6th place in one side of the bracket. You would also have maybe 2nd place racing off against 4th place on the same side of the bracket. It would be a very similar to a standard knockout tree diagram. So double precautions and precautionary checks are always implemented at these runs, just to clarify that these competitors are taking part in their correct respective races. Are getting prepared. I believe we might be, and we are. What a start that is from the rider on the right, leaving nothing on the table, getting the front wheel lifted, and that is a quick run from both riders, and Sam Smith has returned to the commentary box just in time to see that scary yet fascinating run.
I think all these runs are pretty scary from where I'm standing.
Gosh.
Yeah, I believe this is a KTM Duke on the right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What do we have lined up? Let's see if the camera switches to the the rider. If not, we'll just have to go by the rider on the left and rider on the right.
They're away, and one rider has not got off the line.
Yep, one rider stalled there.
Was this a stall or was it a jump start?
I think it would have probably been a stall because a jump start you generally would continue the run. Difficult to say.
Yeah, it's two green lights. It is two green lights.
Yep, two green lights.
Oh, that is highly unfortunate. But regardless, that will be the end of his run. It will be a DNS or a DNF if you must.
Yep, looks like they're having difficulty starting the bike now.
As he has passed the timing beams to start his run, this will be a DNF. And irrespective, this is the end of his running for the day in that case. Unfortunate ways.
Yeah, very unfortunate thing to see there.
It's unfortunate. He is rolling back, I believe. I don't know if they're trying to make him run again, because I don't believe he can. This will be the end of his procedures. So we see here a replay. Oh, yeah. You can just see the engine cutting off.
Yeah, the engine looks like it just locked up there, right?
Yeah,
because he had an initial good launch, and then everything just came to a grounding halt, and there's no way he would have applied the brake. So it looks like, he stored the bike, and now it doesn't look like he can get it started again. So they'll have to push him off the start line. Don't know. I don't think there's a procedure for him to do another run.
There is no way he can do another run, and there is no other bikes prepared to run. In fact, there are no cars prepared to run either. We are currently in the process of waiting for the dummy grid to be filled up.
I think
with the
True
next
Street 1500 is trying to make their way over here.
Street 1500 could potentially be running, but they have just completed the True Street
Vehicle number
1550.
CBF 0497. We need you to move your vehicle immediately. CBF 0497.
Sam, they have just completed the True Street 1550, so I don't believe.
0883. Please move your vehicle immediately. PF 2897. PF 2897. Please move your vehicle immediately. PF 3789. PF 3789. Please move your vehicles immediately.
And now the bike is off the grid. And so we will wait for the next cars to line up. Who might those be? I don't believe it is the True Street 1550s, because they have just completed their runs. So I could only presume that we will be going on to the 3000s, the diesel 3000s, SUVs and trucks. I see an Alto. I spy with my little eye an Alto. Here we are, Sam. We have some Suzuki Altos. Probably one of the closest grids in this drag event to relatively equal cars, 650 and 660 horsepower cars respectively.
Yep. So this is wonderful aerial view.
Oh, that is wonderful to see. You can see the back straight heading into Gooseneck, heading left into the right complex of Gooseneck here at Katukurunda. You can basically see an outline of the track.
It looks so different, right?
It looks very different, but basically for viewers to see, there's one left-hander there. There's a left-hander which takes you into the box corner complex, which is known as Gooseneck. You go right into yet another right, into a third right, heading over a short little straight into a sharp left-right chicane, which will land you back down onto the main hangar straight.
Yeah, it's very different looking from this view, because we're used to the racetrack, and of course in the drags, of course most of that racetrack is now part of the paddock.
And Sam, over there at in the middle of your screen, the middle left of your screen, you can see a bright yellow bus. That is us. Maybe if we get down and start waving at the camera, will we be able to be seen on camera? Let's see if. I think we might just be a little bit too. Oh, and this would be a bit of a delayed stream if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know. Actually, you know what? Try this out. Let's see if this works. Maybe get down from the car itself and let's see. Run, Sam. Run, Sam. Get to the paddock.
I'm not.
Get to the paddock,
I'm still
Sam.
in my racing suit. There's no chance I'm running anywhere.
I can see so many donut marks left behind. That was a nice little aerial shot. I wish they came closer to our commentary box. It's a bit secluded from the actual launches itself, but we are right next to the burnout zone here at Katukurunda. So whenever we do go silent, it is primarily because we are witnessing the mighty growls of these cars' engines trying to do burnouts. However, with these standing water pools of water in the burnout zones, burnouts aren't a necessity anymore.
180. Can you report to the dummy grid immediately? Competition number 181, 185, 187, 180. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid.
So we have a small break in proceedings. As of now, we are not aware of what the next class is set to be. I was under the impression we'd be running up to 3,000cc diesels, trucks and SUVs, but I don't see any Foresters or anything.
I think we'll be running the classics next.
The classics?
Yeah. Also Subaru Forester isn't a diesel. Also Subaru Forester isn't a diesel.
Yes.
We've upset a lot of Subaru fans there.
I apologize to all the Subaru fans. It's been a long day, and I keep getting mixed up with all the cars.
I think we have Range Rovers running in that class, and the Kia
The W47 of Janet is running in that class.
And also the 7 Series of Javed Wahab. So
Yes,
I think
and the Kia, if I'm not mistaken. The Kia Sorento is also
but I
running.
believe that was knocked out in the last round,
Yeah.
so against Javed.
We're getting there in the end. I'm eventually getting there once I remember what class I'm actually talking about. But there are 24 classes here today, Sam. So we're bound to slip up at some point.
There's a lot to keep
There are
track of.
2 bike classes and 22 different car classes. Some classes having as little as 4 people in the class.
With some having over 20. So it's very difficult for everyone to keep track of everything.
Seeing bikes returning to the starting grid. I think it might be the number 269, which is returning to the starting grid. But who?
Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Competition number 185, 187, 181, 180. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid.
And so after these motorbike runs, we will be seeing the semi-finals of the True Street Classic Car event. Sam Smith, I feel like you should elaborate more on the classic cars, as this is quite literally your class.
Yes, so it was a class that a bunch of us got together to make happen. Basically, a lot of it are just running for fun, because it is a fun event. And that's, I mean, we have classic events for Mahakasota, the Mahakasota Hill Climb. So the aim is to have it more as a heritage event and to see how it runs, to get a bit of interest in these older cars as well. Give the owners of them something competitive to run in where they can win an award, by modifying their cars or by having the perfect car.
I believe we just saw.
What are we seeing there?
I just saw the motorbike. Someone came up to speak to the motorbike rider on the right lane just as the lights were about to go off.
So that looks like it might be a
well,
rerun. Yeah, he's come.
I don't believe that will go down well. What is happening on the start line right now? I don't want to comment too much on what's happening at the moment, as I'm sure the officials down there have it all under control. However, we do not condone any individuals entering the starting line when the track is hot. However, I'm sure this will be rerun, as one driver was pretty much impeded and did not have the opportunity to actually launch his bike through no fault of his own. So I would not be surprised to see the biker on the left, I believe the 269. I will not be surprised to see him return. Oh, sorry, this is the 269 we're watching right now.
Either that or it was just a single run for the other bike. It
I
could
don't
have
believe
just been
so, because these are the knockout rounds, Sam, so I don't believe they are. Because the biker has essentially complained about not being able to run at the green lights, Sam. Yeah, see here. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of confusion there, no?
Yeah, the lights have gone on, and I guess the respective individual has not been aware that the lights were about to come on. So, in any case, we do not condone individuals coming up to the starting line that late into a sequence, but I'm sure there was a perfectly good reason behind it.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a rerun here.
Yep, this looks to be a rerun.
So we have a Honda CBR there, being ridden by Tehan.
Here we go. And they're off. Oh, it was a really sketchy start. Wow, he's moved all the way to the left side off the lane. But this is going to be a close one, Sam. It's going to be very close. Oh, I do not know who was ahead there.
That is a photo finish if I ever did see one.
That is incredible. You could tell it was going to be close because both of them had pretty much an equal launch, and they were pretty much neck and neck the entire straight. And that, I believe, might have been a semi-final, Sam.
Yeah, definitely.
Not with your cars, just the drivers, can you all report to the start line?
Let's see it. Let's look at a replay here, Sam. Let's see just how close this was. We'll try and get this in slow motion. Yep, we'll go frame by frame, frame by frame. It's the one. It's a biker on the left. It will be the biker on the left who takes the win. I'm sure the officials down at the timing grid know the result of this matter. And we are off, and I believe it's just a single run here for the rider. We don't know his exact number, but he's off and he is blazing through across the finish line. So scary watching these bikes go. And almost, what speeds do you think these bikes are reaching on down the Katu straights?
That's a very good question. Probably around 180 to 200, I would imagine, if with the right launch.
Oh my
but
gosh.
maybe a little bit less in these conditions. But yeah.
And so the classic cars are now beginning, and we might be getting a little sneak peek, a little side interview here by a famous Savi Ratnayaka, who is well known in the motorsports industry for his incredible sim racing accolades. accolades on all ACC, iRacing, the whole works. And also, he's also recently become the karting slalom champion for the Slalom Motorsports Club, and is currently taking part in the Kart Fight Senior Advanced classes. So, Savi Ratnayaka, Savi, what are you thinking about the event? He's officiating at the event right now in the timing tents. Savi, how's the event going so far?
It has been a very hectic day, but at least it's running. More with the rain and stuff. It's been very tiring, but we kept the event running, so...
Yeah, that's everything that matters. We could see just how hectic it looked from the tent. Everybody was running all over the place, and just to clarify, were you guys able to see who won that last bike race, as it was a photo finish? Did you have any troubles seeing who won that previous race?
I'm not sure. I did not hear the result, but...
Okay, yeah. Just in case.
We definitely know that they're doing a photo finish at the finish.
Yep.
So
okay.
So whoever, so no question on who won that there, but until we get that information too, we'll defer to the officials. Right. So we look like we have another solo run, perhaps, unless we're waiting for another motorbike to line up.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly they might be going straight to the finals. So as we have a close-up of the CBR Fireblade, magnificent machine. So we have the two bikes now lined up, and we wait for starters' orders. Riders being given a final briefing, a final rundown before they take to the track. Both bikes getting a brilliant launch there. Little bit of wheel spin for the bike on the left. But looks like the bike on the left is going to take this though. And he does by quite a margin. Just manages to hook it up that little bit more in these damp conditions and keep the throttle in until the very end. As we have a bit of a lull in proceedings, as we just wait for the next few, probably bikes, I think. Looking out of my commentary box, looks like the bikes will be lining up again. If not, we'll go straight into the semi-finals of the classic car class. We have Sachin in the Mazda 323, and we have Lasita Gunawardena in the Fiat 131. Mihin Ratnayaka in the Fiat 132, and Diane Fernando in the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sotto. So we'll just wait for the final bikes to come in. Yes, I think so. I believe the delay was for the bikes to come back, because whoever won that round will now go straight into racing again.
Laknath and Mahin, can you all report to the start line? Laknath and Mahin Dishika, can you report to the start line?
Right, so we have the KTM lining up.
Alto Altomahin, can you report to the start line?
Sashika in the KTM. On the right hand side. Wheel coming up. The front wheel definitely coming up quite a lot. And just look at the wet patches. But Sashika takes the win on the right hand side. A very close race there. But of course, all these riders have to be very mindful of the conditions. So many wet patches out there. Of course, we had quite a heavy rain shower. Track has been dried as best possible. But yeah, there's still a massive amount of drivers go. As we look at the replay, yeah, we just see that the bike on the right, the KTM, just managed to hook up the launch quite well. And yeah, it's all in that launch, especially on these two-wheelers. Right now, I believe we have Steven Fernando in the BMW M bike, and going against, yep, the double R, S1000 double R BMW with M tuning. Pretty iconic collaboration between BMW M to take an interest in bikes. Bit of a poor start though from the BMW, who had the fastest time. Steven Fernando had the fastest time yesterday, but looks like he lost out in that race, and he has been knocked out of the competition. What a shame for him. Right, so now we have the classic cars coming up as we just look at the replay. Yeah, we just see that poor launch there by Steven on the BMW, and yep, hands it over. Unfortunately, we don't have the name of the winning rider there, but I'm sure that will be released very soon with the results. Right, so we can't see it right now, but I can tell you that Lasseter has started his car and managed to line it up, the 131. The Mazda 323 is taking a little bit longer to line up. Just managed to get it started. And they head to the burnout box. So we have the 2-litre twin cam Mazda 2-litre twin cam Fiat 131 rather of Lasseter Gunawardena, being driven by Lasseter, owned by Mauki Rent-A-Car. And we have the Mazda 323 Familiar of Sachin, number 187, lining up now. Sachin Nayapolo. And we have a start, and it looks like the Fiat 131 of Lasseter Gunawardena is going to take that. So he is through to the final. That is the final classification for the classic class. So he will be through to the final. So he'll have a chance at getting the win. As we now wait for Dian Fernando in the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud to go up against Mihin Ratnayake in the Fiat 132. The Fiat 132, once again owned by Mauki Rent-A-Car, being driven by Mihin Ratnayake of Macro Auto Engineering. Been having a brilliant day so far, both drivers. Yesterday as well, Dian Fernando managed to get the fastest time by a few tenths of a second to Mihin Ratnayake. The Fiat 132, I can tell you, is running a 2-litre twin-cam engine that has been extensively modified for this kind of competition. Predominantly for hill climb competition, I think, but today here in drag race spec. So just wait for the couple of cars to line up. Of course, Dian Fernando's car is running a 1.7 litre Boxer engine, the Cloverleaf engine for the Alfa Sud, or rather the Alfa Sud Sprint. So we just wait for No, it looks like those two cars are being taken out. So, viewers, you can't see this on screen, but I'm just looking out of the commentary box. So, it looks like the Fiat 132 and the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud are being taken out, and instead looks like we're going to be running the 660 class, the 660cc class for 660 turbo, with the Prime sponsored auto. It will come into shot very shortly. So this is True Street up to 1000cc turbo. So this is going to be very interesting. We also have Mahinder Silva lining up against number 178, which is Ramesh Lakna. Ramesh in the 660cc auto turbo, and Mahinder Silva also in a turbo powered 1000cc auto K10. One of the first Indian autos to be turbocharged like this. He's not really had a lot of success in the drag races, he was telling me before the race, because there was never really a category to support his car, where his car was truly quick in, because he usually went up against the Starlet GTs, but now there's a category for the 1000cc turbos. So, there's a brilliant launch by the 660 turbo of Ramesh, but it looks like Mahinder Silva in that very heavily tuned auto is gaining ground, the Indian auto. And that's a win for Mahinder Silva, a well-deserved win there. Looks like that is the final of the up to 1000cc turbo class. He'll be very pleased with that result. And of course, Ramesh Laknath coming in second.
Back, and we're preparing ourselves for.
I'm not sure what's happening now.
It's very confusing outside the commentary box right now. We have cars reversing and changing directions in front of the dummy grid as we speak.
So it looks like Dian Fernando is going for his run with car number. Okay, so we have the Fiat 131 of Lasada Gunawardena running against the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud Sprint of Dian Fernando. So, yeah, that will be interesting to see. So this again. Well, we're off, and brilliant start there by Dian Fernando in the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud. And he takes a very early lead. The 131 though is coming back. Looks like he's gaining a little bit of ground, but I think that launch has managed to get him the win. As we cut to the finish line camera, yes, Dian Fernando crosses the line in first, followed by Lasada Gunawardena in the Fiat 131. Two Italian cars doing brilliantly, and it's a real pleasure to see these kind of cars running in the rain or shine. Some classic action for you. Right, so now I believe
Mihin Ratnayaka here.
That's Mihin Ratnayaka, and we are now waiting potentially for Mihin might just do a single run. Might do a walkover.
It might end up being a single run.
Yep, looks like it. And
it is.
There we go, Mihin Ratnayaka. But getting a much better launch there from the last time, and Mihin, of course, of Macro Autotech fame. Making his way down the straight now in that highly modified Fiat 132 with a 2-liter twin camera. Comes across the line. Relatively easy, relatively stress-free run for him. And yeah, he'll be pleased with that. So I believe he is through to the final, and he'll most likely be facing off against Dian Fernando in the classic car final.
Number 7 Super GD True Speed up to 2000cc turbo. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid immediately.
Here we have car number 129 and 130. We have the likes of Yomal Abiratna in his Toyota EP76V, and Nelka Sigera in his Honda Integra. Just lining up on the grid. Currently doing some burnouts. And here we see all the wonderful fans who have stuck around with us through all the rain and through all the thunderstorms. A big shout out to all the fans who have been patient and waited for the proceedings to return to normal, and the track is drying up. The track is most certainly drying up once again. The timings are ramping up, and very soon we might be able to see potentially be able to see the oh, there we see our very own Aish Bandara being caught in the fan cam over there. The cheeky little appearance by Aish Bandara fan cameras.
Right, so we have up next, looks like the classics are going to run again. They're going to get their final out of the way, so that's Dian Fernando in the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud and Mihin Ratnaika in the Fiat 132. So Dian Fernando will take a U-turn and come onto the right hand side.
Sam, what is this run then?
So this is the final. This will be the final of the classic car event.
Oh, I see, because Mihin basically did his own run.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Now, out of the two cars we have on display here today, as you are the classic car crew, so who do you feel has the legs on the other?
Okay, it's like this. It's all down to the launch and the shifts. Dian Fernando did get the fastest time by a few tenths of a second, but I would have to say, looking at the Fiat 132 being driven by Mihin Ratnaika, that is probably the favorite for the win today. That car just has so much power. I believe it's putting down something like 150 wheel horsepower, whereas Dian's car is relatively stock. It's running a 1.7 litre engine from a later Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud Sprint. But you never know. Like I said, it's all to do with the launch. So look at Mihin going for a very late staging there, whereas Dian is going for a very shallow staging. So Mihin has gone for a deep staging. Let's see how it goes. Lights are out. What a brilliant launch by Dian, but is it enough? Because we know that Fiat 132 has so much power. They're going to be very equivalently matched.
No, Dian has it.
Like
Mihin has an issue. Mihin has an issue.
Mihin bogs down on gear changes. It looks as if Dian Fernando is going to take it. And he does. Dian Fernando wins the Classic Car Club, the Classic Car Race category. And Mihin Ratnaika coming a close second there. Looks like he didn't get the best launch there and just wasn't able to make up for it there. So that's a bit of an upset, but consolation for Mihin is that he will definitely get second place, and Dian Fernando first. I would say that's a great result for him and for the Italian cars, because the Italian cars have a reputation of not always making it. But we've had 3 Italian cars in the category, and they all made it through to the semi-finals, and they've all made it through to the final, and 2 of them made it to the final. So. The classic car class being absolutely dominated by the Italian stallions. Right, now we have, this is True Street up to 1550.
Yes,
50
we
cc.
have Yomal and Nelka running against each other. The EP76V versus the Integra.
Okay, so 2 front-wheel drive cars. So no changes there. So we see the Integra taking a very shallow staging line, whereas the Starlet has taken somewhere halfway. So it's an interesting one, because so when you go for a shallow stage, you can spin the wheels a little bit more before you cross the line beam, as you see right there, and then you get a little bit more speed as you get out in front. But this is very close. It's too close to call from this camera angle.
Oh yeah, it's looking close. It looks like car on left might have the edge.
Yep, that Starlet does seem to be pulling into the lead now. It's a very close window, very close win for the Starlet EP70?
EP76V.
Yep, EP76. Well done for them. Right, I think again we have, so I believe these were the semi-finals?
Yes, that might have been the semi-finals.
And while we wait for the next cars to line up, Don't forget that one of the main sponsors of this event, of course, is Bike, reintroduced to the Sri Lankan automotive market by David Pierce Automobiles. Get ready to redefine your driving experience with the brand new Bike X55, the X55. It has a 1.5-litre intercooler engine with a DCT powertrain combined with independent suspension and 19-inch alloy wheels, concealed door handles, and a sleek electric panoramic roof. You get so many options in this car as well. You get adaptive cruise control, a 360-degree camera, ventilated electric memory seats, rear power tailgate, infinity sound system, 10.1-inch center console, and a 10.25-inch instrument screen, voice commands, and many more features. All of this is backed by a 3-year or 100,000-kilometer warranty. The Bike X55. Redefine your driving experience.
Sam, I applaud you for being able to complete all that before the next round actually began, as they just get underway.
And yes, the Civic on the right-hand side looks as if it's got a massive lead. Just managed to launch it beautifully.
Prianta Athanayaka, if I'm not mistaken, on the right.
That's
what a run.
EK? Hatchback EK? Superb. Yep.
What a run.
EK2.
And so
right, so that was, I believe, the semi-final. So now, if I'm...
the EP 76V of Yomal returning to the start line, he might be completing what is potentially the final rounds.
No, no, so I think this is the...
Arshad Khalil's one.
So this should be the semi-final right
Arshad
now.
Khalil's Fit will be facing off against the 76V of Yomal Aberatna.
Right, so we have the Starlet EP70 lining up against the Honda Fit. So both front-wheel drive cars, but of course a gulf of what, 2-3 decades between each car's manufacturer. I guess must be. So interesting to see how these two cars will fare against each other. So we have the Starlet going for staging number 2. So that's a very it's a halfway ground between a deep and a shallow stage. That is the staging. If you're just tuning in, the staging is referring to where your front wheels are positioned, so you can choose that. So as you can see, the Starlet is on the white line and the Honda Fit is on the yellow line. That's chosen by the driver. It's all to do with reaction times and how much wheel spin you think you'll have. Much better reaction time, much quicker reaction time from the Honda Fit.
Perfect right
there. Absolutely. So very early lead for the Honda Fit. Will the Toyota Starlet EP70 be able to claw it back? It doesn't look like it from this angle. No, the Fit crosses the line in first, and I think that is the Fit through to the finals.
Arshad Khalid take a bow for those reaction times, centimeters away from essentially getting a jump start. You can see just how close that was.
And you see, that's what I'm talking about. He went for a very shallow staging because he expected to launch. He's probably launching not when the light... You shouldn't launch when the light turns green. You should wait for the light to turn amber. You have 3 amber lights, so he's probably launching it at the 2nd or 3rd amber light. He knows he's going to get a little bit of wheel spin at the beginning. But as the car hooks up, he manages to get a much better start. And he crosses the beam. Crucially, he crosses that timing beam, the first timing beam, which is right next to the start line, as the light turns green. So he manages to take advantage of launching just a little bit before the green light. He ensures that his car doesn't cross the timing beam before the green light. If you cross the timing beam before the green light, if it's still on the 3rd amber, then you're disqualified. It's declared a jump start and you're disqualified. So it's all about getting that timing just right.
And here we see Prianta Athanayaka, who just completed his, I believe, quarterfinal or semi-final run, and has now made his way back round. I believe this is a pretty efficient way the marshals and the officials are organizing the structure of how these knockouts take place.
Yep, but it doesn't give much breathing room because you've got the likes of the Honda Fit driver winning the race, and he's going to have to go straight back into it
However,
straight away.
Jai Raymond has gone and won his class, running 3 races on the trot. He's apparently raced 1 extra race and an additional race which he didn't actually need to race, and because I believe the officials have maybe given them an extra race which wasn't needed, but he's only gone and won all of them.
Superb.
I
Superb.
believe in their class they only needed 2 races. They've actually run 3 races in their class of 4. And he's won all.
Well, not bad for a BMW that spends most of its life broken. Right, so we have the Honda EK2 of...
this is Priyanta Atanayaka.
And then we have the Honda
Fit. We have the Fit of Arshad Khalil. This would be a really, really intense battle. Well, is this the finals?
I believe this should be the finals.
I believe this is because...
So two Hondas head-to-head, one from the 90s, one from the 2000s, from the 2010s, I suppose. So it'll be very interesting. And
there we go. It's a good launch from both,
cars.
But the Fit gets a wonderful launch on the second phase.
Of course, this isn't a hybrid Fit. This is full ICE Fit. Who gets it? I think the Civic is ahead.
Oh,
yes,
it's
it is.
close.
The EK2.
It's close.
Oh, no.
Oh, the Fit's done it, though.
The Fit did it.
The Fit has just taken the win, and what a close ending.
Yes, that is exactly what we want to see in the finals. Cars this evenly matched and winning by millimeters.
As close as it gets, and we do have photo finish recording at the
Have a look at
finish
the
line.
start. Have a look at the start. Both drivers launched at exactly the same time. They both seem to have an advantage, get the most out of what they could do. But at the finish, okay, we slow it down.
Yeah,
Yes, it
the
looks
Fit.
like the Fit.
Maybe a couple hundreds.
Maybe a couple of
ahead.
hundreds. Of course, whatever we're telling you is not official right now, so we will have to wait until the award ceremony for the official ruling by the stewards. But from where we're sitting, that looked like the Fit won.
Yeah, I would hope from my own eyesight's sake that was.
Yeah, exactly.
That was
exactly.
the Fit's win, but
But
it
you
is
never
very
know.
close.
You never know.
It was a very close.
Just later on in the race.
Oh yeah, most
so many different
certainly.
Things that could happen.
Most
Right. So
certainly.
now what do we have? We have a Mercedes E350e. So that is a hybrid.
Compared to number 152, which is Jifri Hussain, the E350e. You're spot on, Sam.
Right, so we have the E350e. The benefit of the E350e is, of course, it does have. It is a plug-in hybrid, so it has some. It has the advantage of having an electric motor for that, especially for that takeoff, because you don't really have the lag that you get in internal combustion engines. But that being said, it's up against a Mitsubishi Evo.
He's up against Mathan Subramaniam, and
of course he's no stranger to the track.
Oh,
and as I just said, that he gets a superb launch. All the lights are green.
Very
no
delayed
jump starts
start.
there, but yeah, massive advantage by the Evo, even without the benefit of the Ford E63 engine.
What a run!
It was all on that launch. The reaction time, Maddie just had it completely.
And it was minimal wheel spin as well. It was
Minimal
perfect.
wheel spin, perfect launch, exactly what you want to do. I think the Mercedes was at a bit of a disadvantage anyway because it's only a rear-wheel drive. So, and I would say it's probably a little bit slower and a lot heavier than the Evo, but there you go. So, I believe...
And now we are into the Super
just
GT.
Just looking at that replay, you just saw there was about a second delay for the Mercedes driver to get it hooked up. So, yeah, there you go.
We are now into the Super GT True Street up to 2000cc turbo class.
Superb.
And we have
once again another Evo by
Bimsar Gamage. This is the Evo 6, and he will be up against the 154, I believe, of Tavisha Dharmadasa.
No, I believe that
the name is a different name. So we aren't sure, but to my...
So I think he's running Harshala's car.
He will most probably be running Harshala's cars, yeah.
Got it.
So to my understanding, it is Tavisha Dharmadasa up against Bimsar Gamage.
Okay, as we wait for the lights to illuminate. Again, very interesting, different staging, but the four...
He's bogged down on the first shift, though.
Yeah, the Evo has got it done. This is an age-old battle, Evo versus Subaru, but it looks like the Evo has got it this time around. I think once again the launch was the killer for the Subaru here. That the Evo just managed to take it on launch. Okay, so replay there. You just see just a few milliseconds. The Evo manages to move forward, and he got a much better launch. He managed to hook up all four wheels off the line. Of course, these cars are all-wheel drive. Is that taking part in this category? Right, so now we have...
Alrighty. We have yet another lap 57 branded tuned car. And we have the 163 of Faisal Yusuf running his Mitsubishi Evolution once again. But who is he up against? He is up against the 166 of Dushan Silva in his Evo 9. Evo versus Evo. This is a common trend in this class. But up next we do have the man himself, Andrew Choksi, coming up in his Subaru. Launch, but the second shift was a bit off color.
Evo 9 looked like it's got ahead.
The Evo 9 is going to potentially get ahead in the second phase.
And he did. There he goes. Wow. Okay, so
launch.
there's an example that, launch is a lot, but if you have a car that can pick up throughout the rev range, can continue to accelerate through second and third gears, then you've got a race-winning car, even if you mess up the launch.
Exactly, because that launch,
Here we go
see
for
here.
replay.
Look at the launch of the Evo 4.
Evo 4 got ahead by about 50 meters, I would say, from the start.
Fair share ahead. And it doesn't look like he had any technical issues. It's just a poor acceleration through the gear shift. 167 now of, I believe that is Tamindu Koditawaku.
And Andrew Choksi in the Blackbird STI.
Oh, what a start by Andrew Choksi.
What a brilliant start by Andrew Choksi. Lots of wheel spin, but... Oh dear, did he miss a gear? Did he miss a gear?
I believe Andrew Choksi is having a technical issue there.
Yes.
We saw smoke I saw smoke as he accelerated away.
I think that would have just been the tires, but could it have been the clutch? I don't know.
I don't know exactly what happened.
Definitely halfway through, maybe in the second or third gear changes, Andrew seemed to bog down.
If we can see a replay,
lose a little bit of...
Let's see if we can see a replay. I was glorifying the start for being almost precise and on point.
Right, so have a look at the start.
What a start.
It looked like a perfect start, and that looks like tire smoke, so I don't think it's clutch smoke.
Okay, so then what?
So
do you think it's
he just missed a gear?
Or do you think it's just the pace of the Evo itself?
Could be. But it definitely looked as if, looking at the body movement of the car, it looked as if, maybe he had to shift it, jam it back into second or something.
It's very
hard to
strange,
see. But once again,
Tamindu,
Mitsubishi has won.
Tamindu coming through with the win.
Well done to Tamindu. Very well done to him.
Now we have pretty much the battle of the Evos now. It's Evo upon Evo upon Evo. So here we have the 156 of, I believe that's Methan Subramaniam in his Evo 6. And what Evo do we have next? It's literally just a parade full of white evolutions.
Yep, it's a good day for Mitsubishi supporters everywhere. Fans of the Three Diamonds.
Who do we have here? We have the 166.
So looks like we're gonna have the semi-finals and then the finals. I think
this is the 166 versus the 156. So the 166 of Dushan Silva in his Evo 9. This was the Evo 9 which made its second half comeback after a poor start against the Evo 4.
156 is Methan.
Yeah, so Methan is running his Evo 6. We have the Evo 6 versus the Evo 9.
Yep. So 3 generations difference between the two. Let's see how that translates on track. We have Methan or Marthan just warming up his tires now.
So Sam, I do see some Superbikes prepping themselves for their runs. I'm very surprised that there are still bikes in place to actually run.
Right, so we have the Evos lining up. Bit of a warm-up. Evo 9 there.
They are just sweeping off the wet patches already just being collected.
And that, of course, is none other than Harshan Silva that's doing the sweeping duties. Is very versatile individual, of course. Racing driver in a championship.
However many championships and wins he might have had in his career. But he always remember your beginnings.
No, but he knows that this will make the difference. You know,
for sure.
Just making sure that the track is clean for optimum traction. There's a nice mix of rubber that's already been laid down already, but making sure any other debris is not on the track. And
we do have some blowers. Now we have some blowers which are being brought to the start line to dry up. Because I can see the left side lane is significantly drier, significantly wetter than the right lane. Well, here we go. The lights are now on. Will we see a start, though? I don't believe we'll see a start yet, and I would hope not, as there are officials with the cars as we speak.
That looks like they're just making sure that the track surface is fine.
Yep, and here we go. I believe we'll see a start. We see a very, very far forward start for Dushan Silva. But it's a clean getaway for both of them, and the Evo 9 is pulling clear. But it's actually close. It's really close here. This might be a photo finish. It's no. Okay, the Evo 4 has actually taken the win.
Evo 4, I think. Let's have a look at the replay if we can get it.
Was it the Evo 4 on the left lane or was it on the right?
No, the Evo 4 was on the right lane, but the launch were very different. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, there was a massive delay for the Evo 4 to launch. So the Evo 9 just timing it just right there. And making it to the line first. Well, there you go, once again. Launch, very important. Having a fast car, of course, very important. Changing gear seamlessly, another very important aspect. There's so many different aspects to drag racing that we all need to keep in mind. Right, so now we have car number 167. Lining up, Thaminder's Evo looks like it, although it says it's an Evo 4 on our timing sheet, it looks like it's an Evo 8 or 9. And we have
class number 17, Superbike Pro Speed. Can you please bring your class to the dummy grid? Competition number 237, 236, 235, 233, 231, 230, 232, 234.
And we have car number 165 of Bimsara Gamage in the Mitsubishi Evo 6 Tommy Mackinnon edition. Of course, a very, very rare car, very special edition vehicle in this in the island and in the world. Not many of them left. Tommy Mackinnon, of course, the famed rally driver, but this is probably the category of racing very furthest from rally driving. Oh dear, so we had a great start from the Evo 9, but the Evo 9 seems to have lost it between first and second. Just could not seem to grab second gear, and it looks like the Evo 6 TME is going to take the win. Yes, that's a win for Bimsara Gamage. Car number 165 in the Mitsubishi Evo 6 TME. Oh dear, once again, a car that was very fast in the lead up, missing the driver, missing a gear change between first and second as we have this replay now. Much better start by the Evo 9, but right, you're seeing it right now. Where's second? Where's second? Where's second? There it is, and there he goes. But by that time, the Evo 6 TME has already taken the line by quite a margin as well. You can see several seconds there lost just by a gear change. Very unfortunate there for the driver of the Evo 9. But right, so now I believe we'll be heading straight into the finals of this category. Okay, so we are in the Super GT True Street up to 2000cc turbo. As we see Bimsara Gamage from his semi-final win there, line up on the start line in that Evo 6 TME. He will be paired with car number 166, Dushan Silva, in the Mitsubishi Evo 9. So once again, a gap of 3 generations between these two Evos. Let's see what happens now. Now, does Dushan Silva go for a shallow stage? Does he go for a deep stage? He is going for a relatively shallow stage there. So he expects most likely to launch on the third amber light before the light turns green. And he feels that that's the best strategy to win. Let's see what Bimsara chooses as he just warms his tires up a little bit and makes his way to the start line. What does he choose for his staging? So he's going for number 2 there. So he's taking the white line. So he's placed a little bit ahead of the Evo 9 of Dushan. So Bimsara versus Dushan. The lights go out. Much better launch there from the Evo 9. Manages to make it second gear. A bit of smoke coming out of the engine though. Is that going to be a problem? I don't think so. But you know what? It's close. It's close. It's very close. But the Evo 9 just takes it. Dushan Silva manages to win the True Street up to 2000cc category. Very, very closely followed by the Mitsubishi Evo 6 TME of Bimsara Gamage. Well, I don't think either driver could have done much more in that situation. As we have a look, wow, what lightning reactions, what a start from the Evo 6. But look at the smoke coming out of the tailpipe. And yeah, I have a feeling the Evo 9 wasn't running at its optimum because the Evo 6 TME managed to make up a lot of ground towards the end of the race, but it just wasn't enough. The start seemed to give the Evo 9 just that little bit more action, a little bit more pace, a little bit more, just a bit more of an advantage as he got off the line. Right, so now we have a few, we're just making sure the track is dry for both sides, as we see some of the blowers being employed to dry out the track. We wait for the next few cars to line up.
232, 234. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid immediately.
In fact, we have some very interesting bikes lining up. We have Ducati Dialog, as well as a couple of KTMs from what I can see from the commentary box. But we'll all just make sure that, I believe the marshals are just making sure that the track is as dry as possible before releasing these cars out on the track.
Drivers Pro Street 237, 236, 235, 233, 231, 230, 232 and 234. It's a final call. please come to the dummy grid. Super GT Pro Street, Super GT Pro Street, please come to the dummy grid.
Right, so we have Ishraq Wahab lining up in the Pro Drag two-wheel drive open, along with Kumar Manoj in the Mitsubishi Evolution. Actually, no, this is the True Street Super GT Pro Street up to 2,500cc turbo. So these cars will have a little bit more. These cars will have a little bit more power. Few more modifications allowed in the Pro Street category than in the True Street category. So we have we saw Ishraq Wahab get out of the car, just checking make sure everything's buttoned down at the start, and we have a launch. Mitsubishi Evo making once again missing that first and second gears change and giving Ishraq an easy win here. Ishraq Wahab in that Safari, self-branded Safari. Mitsubishi. Oh, wow, that was very close at the line, though. Even with that missed gear change, the Evolution managed to claw back, but it looked like Ishraq just managed to get the win there. Wow, that's... I believe that is Ishraq through to the, at least this knockout stage. As we have a look at the start again, just look at the Mitsubishi Evo. Bogs down between first and second, just does a misshift, I would say, but look how quickly the Evo manages to come back. I would say if we had another 100 meters, then that Evo would have taken Ishraq right there. But as we say, that's all irrelevant now. Ishraq is through to the next round, and let's see who the next few runners are.
Super GT competition number 233 and 230. Please report to the dummy grid. Competition number 234. This is your final call as well. Please report to the dummy grid.
So if you're wondering what the differences are between True Street and Pro Street, then, well, it's very simple. True Street cars are basically what you want to find on the road. So they're not allowed to remove the headlamps, they're not allowed to run polycarbonate windows, and they don't need roll cages. But if you graduate to the Pro Street class, which is what we're witnessing right now, you're allowed, you're free. You can have lighter windows, you can have a full roll cage if you wish. You still have to retain the factory suspension system. So basically these are cars that are still designed to be road legal, but with a little bit more flexibility on tuning. But you're not allowed to have tube frame chassis that we see in some of the Pro Drag cars. Those, of course, completely fabricated, completely different car for weight-saving measures. As we have car number 253 lining up. Car number 253 of Janith Vikramaratne. Janith Vikramaratne running the in the, I believe he's running 2 numbers, so bear with me. Yeah, so it's 163 Yusuf Fazal. Yufi. So Yufi running up against no one. So this is pretty much a walkover for him. He gets a good chance to practice his launch and start, so he's guaranteed through to the next round. Yusuf Fazal taking the line there. So that's an easy walkover for him as we wait for the next category, which I believe will be the semi-finals for the Pro Street up to 2000cc turbo class. I believe we'll have Ishraq lining up.
Class number 11, Pro Street 1000 up to 1050cc. Please report to the target immediately with your cars. Competition number 199, 205, 200, 204, 203, 201, 202. Please report to the target immediately with your cars. Class number 11, Pro Street 1000 up to 1050. Competition number 199, 205, 200, 204, 203, 201, 202.
Right, so we have competitor number, as we just wait for it to come into view, 159, competitor number 159, Ramesh Kumar.
Yes, Ramesh Kumar.
In the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6. In the...
we have 156 alongside is Methan Subramaniam. It's in his Mitsubishi Evo 6. It's the battle of the Evo 6s.
Yep, it certainly is. Actually, both these cars are running, I believe, as we have
launch from Methan. Yeah. But what a comeback now from Ramesh.
No, this is Pro Street, so a little bit of confusion here in the commentary box because the cars are running multiple numbers and we don't know which, we have no way of knowing which number they're going to run.
Is this Pro Street? Okay.
So yeah, this is Pro Street. This is Pro Street, what you just witnessed. So I believe that was a semi-final. So
now we have.
Is that Darren?
That's Darren.
Yes.
Darren Veersingha in his Mitsubishi Evolution.
So these are probably still the knockout rounds that are going on.
And I think he might be having a walkover here, as he is the only car lined up so far.
And that wouldn't surprise me, considering I believe he set the fastest time in his category yesterday.
Yes, that would be correct.
Darren Weersinger.
Unless this Nissan March driving past right now.
No. A bit of smoke coming out of that engine.
Does that seem to be bogging down a little bit?
I don't know whether he's just taking it easy because he has no competition.
I think that I can't say for sure.
Hard to say, but we'll soon find out because I think we'll go straight into the elimination rounds after this. But yeah, it's impressive. It's that I would be concerned if I was a mechanic for that car. I'd be concerned with that amount of blue smoke coming out of my tailpipe.
For sure.
Right, so now we have Ishraq Bahab lining up once again in the Safari type two-door Subaru Impreza, and we have, I believe, Yusuf Yuffie once again lining up as we get a replay. Just have a look at that smoke, Thiago.
See, does you seem that's just? Do you think that's just either what you said, the surface just?
See, generally when you get smoke like that, you'd be a little bit worried. Usually by maybe piston rings, but I would say in a turbo car, possibly the turbo oil. That's an indicator that the turbo is going. But it's hard to say. Hard to say. Let's see. Let's see what
we will soon find out in the next round.
Right. So now we have the Type Safari branded Subaru and Mitsubishi. Much better launch by Yusuf there. Will Ishraq be able to climb back? It's been a struggle for Ishraq to come today because he blew his gearbox yesterday. Yusuf seems to be in the lead, but it looks a bit close. But no, Yusuf is going to take the line, and Yusuf is through to the next round.
What a run.
What a run indeed. Ishraq Wahab being eliminated there. Unfortunate for him, but I'm sure he'll be back next year to fight again. So once again, the reaction times. It just seemed that Yusuf just had a little bit better reaction time there. Managed to make the start. I think it was mostly in the reaction time. Looking at those two cars, they seemed very equally paired. It looked as if they were just as fast as each other, but you just saw, without getting a jump start, Yusuf just managed to launch, get just the right amount of wheel spin to launch just before the green light, the light turned green, and basically got yourself an extra 10-20 feet ahead of the car, and that's all you need to keep compounding that momentum of getting a great launch. Right, now this is also going to be interesting, so let's see. I think we are going to have the finals right now for Pro Street up to 2000 cc. So the marshals are just making sure. So Pro Street 2000 Turbo. So we're just waiting. I think Darren will be lined up again. In the meantime, we have car number 203, which is running Nissan March K11 Pro Street 1000 up to 1050cc. So and against Krishan in the two Marches running against each other. So, Thiago, I'm going to let you take this because you are a Nissan March driver. These are cars that you will be racing against at some point.
Yep.
So go ahead. Well, tell us a little bit about the Nissan March.
I mean, to my very limited drag racing knowledge.
I didn't ask about your drag racing knowledge. I asked about your Nissan March knowledge.
Well, I mean, even with
these are very low capacity cars.
We are at a drag race.
They're low capacity cars, but they've been tuned.
Yeah, so one crucial thing with these Nissan Marches is to definitely not get too much wheel spin on your starts. Maybe shift, maybe hold your revs at around 5,000, maybe just under 5,000 revs. Anything over will get you way too much wheel spin, which seems to be the case with Krishan.
Krishan, I think.
Yeah, Krishan fighting back. Oh, Krishan, I think Krishan got it.
Despite having the worst launch,
yeah,
his car just managed to continue to accelerate and perhaps get a higher top speed at the finish.
I feel that might just be a gearing ratio perfectly matched for the finishing run.
So do you get different gear ratios when you're racing these cars on the tracks?
On the gear. I believe it just depends on the gearbox itself, because you could also just have a long gear ratio gearbox.
What a close finish that was, though.
I believe that is what is more suitable for Katukurunda, because I have some experience of running my Katukurunda long-range gearbox for the Mahagasta hill climbs.
Exactly.
And I think it's safe to say it did not go well in the hill climbs, purely because you wouldn't have been able to shift gears on time. So I believe maybe Krishan just running a longer range gearbox in this run. And so now we have Darren Veersingh back for his run. Now is the moment of truth to see whether his car is all right or whether it has incurred some damage from his previous run.
Because there's absolutely no time in
and there is some chaos. There's some chaos outside our commentary box with Ramesh Kumar, who I believe is meant to be facing off against Darren, is he not? Yes.
I believe they're topping up either the... would that be a methanol injection tank?
I No idea, Sam.
I think either a water spray tank or methanol injection. But
Nonetheless, he has made it. He has made it. There we go. Ramesh Kumar lining up against Darian Veerasinghe, and he does his customary close starting position, leaving him no space to get a bit of an earlier launch. Darian gets the earlier launch just as we said. Oh, but now here's the moment of truth. Is Darian's car healthy? Is that Evolution a healthy car? It's going to be close, but Darian just about gets it.
Yep. But I feel that Darian's car isn't running at optimum by the looks of it, or either that or he's just holding back a little bit.
Yep.
But it's very hard to hold back on
the
drag strip.
I believe that was the finals as well, was it not?
I believe it was.
Finals.
Yes.
So Darian has basically he's taken the win. Ramesh Kumar did get a very poor start, as we can see from the replay. A very, very poor reaction time. And yes, the gap pretty much stayed the same the entire run through. So now I believe we're going to be getting some bike runs. Exciting times.
I don't think that was the final, Thiago. I think that was a semi-final, so I think Darian is through to the final.
So
and
what you said might be right.
What we're gonna have now is Martin running up against Yusuf in the semi-final.
What you said might be right.
I actually can't hear you, Thiago, over the engines right now.
There is quite a lot of revving taking place in the burnout area next to us. No, so what you say is right. Darian might have even just been taking it easy, being a semi-final.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Everything's to play for. Absolutely everything's to play for. So on the grid right now we have the likes of, I believe this is Faisal Yusuf.
Yep, Faisal Yusuf.
The 235.
And
I believe we are waiting for Methan Subramaniam in his Evo 6.
Let's see. Have a look and see what's going to happen. So let's have a look and see. No action just yet about who else is going to come up and line up with Yusuf on the start line. Do you know that Yusuf bought this car a couple of months ago, actually, and he's already made it through to the what looks to be the semi-finals. Incredible work.
A match made in heaven by the looks of things.
Absolutely. So Yusuf just being told to
here is Darian.
back away.
So is this the finals?
Your guess is as good as mine right now, Thiago.
I am very, very confused with...
Darian is going to the grid again.
Wait, I could have sworn Darian was just on the grid. Okay, well, everything's just very...
We'll get an update soon, dear viewer. But yeah,
let's just take this as the finals as well. I can only see it being the finals, considering they've made Darian go around before any other race.
I believe this should be the final for...
And if it isn't, we shall soon find out.
Yeah, no, it should be, because Yusuf won against Ishraq and Darian won the last race, so this technically should be the final, right?
So now we shall soon see just how healthy that...
Right, so this is going to be interesting. This is going to be very interesting. We have a fully fledged racing driver, a previous drag winner as well, Darian Veerasinghe, up against a relative newcomer, Yusuf Yufi in the Mitsubishi Evo 6.
So the lights come on. Oh, it's a perfect launch from both of them. Yusuf getting the better run, but now Darian's car is more powerful in the second half of this quarter mile, and it just shows Darian just pulling away and takes a very close win, but very close stuff by Yusuf.
Super stuff there by Yusuf, managing to get the first runner-up position, but Darian Veerasinghe putting all that experience and managing to accelerate into the lead. Just a replay there. Perfect launch by both. I think Yusuf got the better start just there, just by a hair. But Darren's car just he put paid to any rumors from the commentary box that the car wasn't running right.
No, we're just trying to cover off the commentator's curse.
Yeah, exactly. So great to see. So that I believe is Darren winning the final of the Pro Street 2000cc Turbo, and Yusuf coming in second there. Right, as we have a little in proceedings, you can see the bikes lined up there from the beautiful shots from the drone, and oh, look at that! That's a beautiful classic Mini. Not taking part in the classic.
You
class,
might even
of
be able
course,
to
because,
see us. You might even be able to see us from this drone footage very soon.
No one wants to see us.
Ah, you're so. I see the drone. I see the drone right there.
Yes, Thiago. We see the drone. No one cares about us. It's okay. Let's get back to the action. Right, we have car number 202. Malinda Sirisena. Very well-known name in the world of mini motoring. He is taking part in Pro Street 1000 up to 1050. Naturally aspirated. Looks like he's going to get a walkover for this round. Unless... Let's see... As another car is making its way to the grid.
I believe that is the 20...
So these, of course, this of course, I think a lot of these minis that are taking part in this category would be racing in the Mini 7s on the national circuits.
That's the 201 of, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. So we have car number 201 of Saman Kumar.
No, it's the 201 of. Sorry, that is my mistake.
Yeah.
It's
Saman Kumar, car number 201.
Yes.
Two very well-known names in the world of minis, both going for shallow staging because they know their cars are going to generate a lot of wheel spin. As we see Malinda taking the easy lead there, but it's, as we've seen so many times, that doesn't guarantee a win. You've got to ace your gear changes, especially that first or second change. Looks like he's got it, but I tell you what,
look at the comeback.
Someone is coming back. Someone is coming back. Oh. Not enough. Right at the line. Well, that was a close one, and I think Malinda will be pleasantly surprised, pleasantly pleased with himself for that one, because obviously he has a lot of experience with minis, but it's always good to win on track, especially against some of the intense competition that's out there today. Right, so we have an Auto and a Vitz running up next. Once again, both in the naturally aspirated category, the Pro Street 1000cc category. Another interesting pairing, the Vitz in the hands of, well, once it comes into shot, I'll be able to tell you. The Auto K10, of course, run by Niranjan Pushparaja. Niranjan Pushparaja in the Auto K10. And the Toyota Vitz run by Dulan Gunawardha. Dulan Gunawardha in the Vitz and the Auto K10. So these are all front-wheel drive cars that we're seeing right now. Once again, both cars going for a very shallow stage. So they expect a lot of wheel spins, smoking up those front tires. The track seems to have dried out quite a lot now. So a bit of luck. Both cars getting a very equal launch there. But the Vitz seems to be creeping into the lead. Yep, the Vitz has taken it, unless there's some kind of mechanical failure. I think that's a win for the Vitz. As we wait and see who crosses the line first. Yes, it is the Toyota Vitz of Dulan, followed by the Auto K10, which gets knocked out, or Auto K11 of...
Class number 18, Pro Drag 2-wheel
that's
drive
the Auto
open.
K10
Please bring
of
your cars to the
Roshita.
grid. Class number 19, Pro Drag 4-wheel drive open. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid.
Right, so Malinda will line up again for the next round of the elimination. And I believe he will be paired with... the Vitz racing car, the Toyota Vitz. of Imesha Rajakulendra. So one of the few female drivers competing today. I think we've only had 2 or 3. We have Imesha Rajakulendra lining up on the start line right now. She's taking a very deep stage. So looks like it's going to be a walkover for her. Okay, no, she's reversing. She's going for that shallow stage. Like I said, for this front-wheel drive cars, it's a little bit. It's beneficial, and of course, you also have the benefit of short overhangs. With these small cars, you have a very short overhang. If you had a car with a longer overhang, then the time difference between the lights going out and crossing the beam would be much less. As we get a launch from Imesha, she of course will not have any competition in this round because it's a walkover round, so she can take this as a practice run, but of course she'll still be wanting to make sure the car is in tip-top condition as she goes up against her competition in the next few rounds. Right, so that is Imesha done with her run. One of the few female drivers taking part today. Lovely to see, great to see. And we have some motorbikes lining up again. So we have a Ducati Dialog in the right lane, and a Honda CBR on the left-hand lane. So we try and get the numbers for you, dear viewers, but if we don't get the numbers, we'll just refer to them as the Honda CBR and the Ducati. Both bikes getting ready to start. Good start there from the Honda CBR, but the Ducati making a good start as well, but losing a bit because his front wheel just came up. CBR wins that round. And we have some more bikes lining up. Unfortunately, viewers, my bike knowledge is not as great as it used to be.
Same here, Sam. Mine was never good to start with.
I started out on 2 wheels, but that was mostly mopeds. Right, so different stagings once again. Very deep stage, shallow. So, okay, you say but I think that is an example of a great launch by both of them.
Yeah, exactly. That was perfect.
That was perfect. No wheel spin. Didn't lift up, but the rider in the left-hand lane managed to get it there. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the numbers.
It's just very every single time I see one of these bikes starting, it's always a different kind of start. I see one bike absolutely wheeling it at every single gear shift. I see one bike smooth as can be, ever-changing. What do we think is going to happen in these bikes?
So we have a Yamaha, I believe that's an R1. Yep, it's a Yamaha R1. Of course, all the riders here today have to have their motorcycle racing licenses. We don't allow, because this is a very dangerous sport. Unlike the cars, we don't allow any driver to go I believe that's a BMW in the right-hand lane, followed by the Yamaha R1 in the left-hand lane. BMW got a much better launch, much quicker launch. In front.
That is quick.
That is very,
so I can only presume that was Stefan.
I think that might have been. Again, the viewer will have to reconfirm once we get the timing sheet and the award ceremony later on.
For all we know, that could have been the fastest time of the day. Bike on the right. They've had a bit of an issue.
Still a few wet patches out there as well.
Oh yeah, on the right.
So you've got to have your wits about you.
The left lane. The left lane definitely has a little bit more wet patches than the right lane at the moment. But no, we are still waiting for the minis and the Vitzes to I think as I say that, I think we might be seeing.
Yeah, I believe these will be the semi-finals for the Pro Street 1000cc category. So Pro Street, of course, you're allowed to have a little bit more weight lightening. You're allowed to remove the headlights, for one thing. So these are still cars that technically can be street driven, but obviously without headlights. You wouldn't want to do that in the dark. But yeah, a lot of racing cars being, how do I say, changed slightly to conform to the regulations of drag racing. So certain bits being bolted back on, interior pieces being bolted back on, or you enter the open races or the pro street races like this, and you can run your race car as you would normally on a track. So we have the Bets.com sponsored Toyota Vitz of Emasha, Raja Kulendra, and one of the few lady drivers out here today. Great to see. We have another Toyota Vitz of Dushan.
Yes, Dulan Gunawardena.
Dulan Gunawardena.
Yeah, this will be a really good, interesting battle. Both the Vitzes facing off against each other. Whoever does take the victory here will ideally. Performing perfect burnouts right before the start line, getting those tires warmed up, getting them absolutely scorching.
She knows what she's doing.
Exactly.
She really does.
She comes from a complete racing background.
But I believe this is the first time she's behind to the track.
It is, but her husband is a well-known racing driver.
Brother-in-law as well.
Brother-in-law is a well-known racing driver. Yeah.
We're not going to talk about them today because
this is her moment.
This is all her, down to her. It's all down to the lights. The lights come on.
Oh, perfect launch. A bit too much wheel spin. Can she get the first shifts correct? A little bit of a comeback from Dulan Gunawardena, but she seems to be the car ahead at the moment. It looks neck and neck.
It's going to be close, but
it's
I think Emasha
close.
has it. Let's have a look at the finish line camera.
It's very close. She got it very comfortably in the end, and she is through to the finals, which will ideally, if I'm not mistaken, be against an Austin Mini. Either an Austin Mini or a Morris Mini.
Looks like it. Yes, looks like it.
No, because one Mini progressed through from the semifinals, so we are yet to see who the Mini will take part against in the semifinals.
Yep, looking back again, all in that launch, Emasha timing it perfectly. Once again, launching just as the lights turn green, getting that shallow staging spot so that the front of the car, even though you launch on the second or third amber beam, what matters is whether the front of the car crosses the timing line, the first timing line, and that is what determines whether you've had a jump start or not. So even if you launch at the second or third amber light, you can, and especially with a smaller car with such a short overhang as Emasha's Toyota Vitz, there's a greater distance between the front tire and the timing beam, or rather the front of the car and the timing beam. And there's a lesser distance between the front of the car and the front of the wheel. The wheel is what is staged on those yellow and yellow lines that you see there. So yeah, there's a lot of strategy that comes into it. Although we're only doing this for maybe, I mean, some of these cars are doing 10-second runs, but the majority of them are doing 14, 15-second runs. It's still a very short time period, but there's a lot of thought that goes into the process of launching perfectly, ensuring that you have the right gear shifts, ensuring that you have the ratios, everything. It's going to be quite interesting.
So Sam, we have Krishan Jayasekara in his Nissan March K11. He's heading on up to face off against, if I'm not mistaken,
that is Malinda Sirisena.
In my opinion, I don't know too much about Austin Minis.
I have a little bit of experience with Minis, but I'm no expert. But I'll tell you one thing: Malinda is an expert. So he's a massive proponent of the Mini community. He's even gone so far as putting a B20 Honda 2-liter engine into the front end of a Mini. Unfortunately, that car is no longer with us. It was converted back to stock, but that's the extent that he's gone to.
Was this the blue Mini?
No, this was the red one. I think the blue one you're talking about has a 4
was that also Malinda's?
4EFTE or 4EFT.
Was that also Malinda's?
Not sure actually. Right, so we have the Nissan March of Krishan lining up against, and we have a great launch from the March. Not too shabby from Malinda in the Mini, and it looks like they're neck and neck. The March looks as if it's losing a little bit of ground now. I think the Mini might just have the legs on the March
I wouldn't say so. Oh, good.
Wow. That was close. So I think both cars there, we'll get a replay in a little bit. Both cars seem to have a decent launch as we have a look at the bake. X55 2.
Oh, what a cute car.
Interesting. So that car, so what you're seeing on screen right now is of course baked by David Pierce. And we'll give you a little bit of info about that. So the big X55 has a 1.5 litre intercooler turbo engine with a DCT powertrain combined with independent suspension for smooth ride, cruise in style with 19-inch alloy wheels, concealed door handles and a sleek electric panoramic roof. The big X55 also has adaptive cruise control, 360-degree camera, ventilated electric memory seats, that's really helpful on a hot day like it was earlier today, has a rear power tailgate, infinity sound system, 10.1-inch center console and a 10.25-inch instrument screen with voice commands and many more features backed by a 3-year or 100,000-kilometer warranty. The bike X55 redefines your driving experience from David Pierce Auto.
Wonderful, Sam. Very, very well put. And here we see the bike.
And there's the bike again.
It's giving me some good resemblances of multiple cars. It looks a bit like a Range Rover.
It's not an unattractive car. It's definitely
it's a wonderful.
It's a nice, it's definitely a nice looking car. And I've spoken to a few people who have driven them, and they're quite pleasantly impressed. It has a 1.5 liter engine, so. And it will be locally assembled in Sri Lanka as well.
Oh,
so
I see.
That, by David Pierce. So
And
that's
also,
great.
Also, those handles, I don't know too much about. My very limited car knowledge in this aspect. Are those handles not from potentially a Tesla?
It's very Tesla inspired. I think the word would be Tesla inspired.
Yeah.
Oh dear! Is the BMW? I think was that Steven Fernando getting a little bit of a jump. Not a jump start, but. Not the best application of the clutch there.
It's going to be close.
No, it isn't.
Oh, it's not.
Even with that poor start, that BMW is such a monster, isn't it?
Wow. That is... Oh, it's got a sunroof as well. I didn't even realize that. It's got a panoramic sunroof. Oh, it did.
Very nice.
Really, really nice stuff.
Competitor number 204, please bring your car to the dummy grid.
Now, as you can probably hear, competitor number 204 is being called back to the dummy grid, and that is none other than Dulan. Sorry, my mistake. It's Krishan Jayasekara in the K11 being called back to face off against Imesha for the final of the Pro Street 1000 up to 1050cc.
I think a lot is riding on Amesha right now.
I feel as long as she gets the start right, I feel like she's got this.
It's really, I mean, at the end of the day, she's made it to the finals. She will be given, she's guaranteed a trophy.
Oh, definitely. Oh,
and that is an amazing achievement in itself. Great to see more female participation. We also had Irushi Chandra Tilaka racing.
Speaking of which, how did she do?
Unfortunately, I believe her car was stuck in second and she wasn't able to make it to the grid.
Okay.
These things happen. There are many cars that we haven't seen on the grid today because they've had mechanical failures, and that's a big aspect of drag racing. Because, like I said earlier in the broadcast, you have to have no mechanical sympathy if you're going to win in these categories. Drag racing takes an immense toll on everyone's cars that they're running. You know, the gear shifts are more aggressive than what you do on a day-to-day basis. Even in a racing situation, if you launch badly in a race, you can make that up over a period of a few laps. But in a drag race, when I say race, I mean a circuit race. But in a drag race like this, you only have 10-15 seconds to make it up. So the launch means so much. You have to slip the clutch perfectly. You have to use up and burn a lot of clutch, especially when you're doing these burnouts as well. You're using up a lot of tires. You're putting a lot of strain into the transmission system. As we see, I believe this will be a final race, might it not, between the Steven Fernando with the No, that's not the BMW, is it?
I don't believe it is.
Let's see. Oh, that's definitely a Honda CBR, so that much I know. Mainly because it says so on the side. I know what a CBR looks like, so I'll give you that much.
I did not know that, but I'm also agree. Yes, that is Honda. Listen to the sounds of those bikes. Oh. Look at the outright speed. Where has... Oh, there might have been an issue for the rider on the left lane. The CVR has had an issue there. The Honda facing a mechanical issue midway through the run. We weren't able to see it. Maybe we might be able to get a replay of that run. But now, it's the finals of the Pro Street 1000 up to 1050cc class. Imesha looking to bring home a victory in her first professional event. Will she be able to do it? She's been almost flawless all day long. Here we go.
Warming up the tires, just making sure they know where the clutch bite point is. Because that's another thing. Your clutch bite point is going to change throughout the course of this event because you're using up your clutch many times. You know, you're trying to slip it. You're not trying to get too much wheel spin, so you have to slip it. So that last bit, you always need to just double check. It's not just about warming up the tires. It's also about making sure you know where your clutch bite point is in this final. When the lights come on, Imesha gets another great start.
What a launch by Imesha. That is a perfect launch, but can she hold it now down the straight? We know the K11 has some phenomenal top end. Who do we see coming out of our frame first? It's the K11. No, it's Imesha. Imesha takes home the win.
Well done,
ahead of Krishan Jayasekara.
Superb run. So I believe that's winning the final race there for the Pro Street 1000cc category, naturally aspirated, of course.
And she has now made it a 100% win record in her professional racing career.
Yes, yes.
I could be mistaken. In the event, she has had prior professional races, but to my understanding, this is her first professional event in the car.
If she wants to keep that record, the best way would be to quit now, but I don't think she would. I'm sure this has just given her a taste of what.
Oh, she has another event coming up. If I'm not mistaken, she is in a second event today. Maybe in the open event. I'm not sure exactly what event she's in, but she has two.
Interesting.
She has two competitor stickers on her car.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's the BMW.
Right, so that is definitely the BMW RR of S1000 RR of Stephen Fernando, the M-tuned bike, very special edition bike, where the, if I'm not mistaken, the car division partnered with BMW Motard, which is BMW's motorcycle division, to create a phenomenal bike. And just looking by the records, a 9-second time yesterday on two wheels was incredible to see yesterday. And of course, later on in the day, this will be going up against a car as well in the open category. So that'll be really interesting to see.
Here we
the
go.
fastest car and the fastest
Here we go,
bike
the lights.
going
The lights are on, and what a start. Wait, and there might have been just a little bit of hesitance from Stefan, but
I wonder if he wondered whether he wanted to start because the other bike didn't seem to start at all.
was there another bike on the grid?
There was. Was it a walkover? There is a bike there. They are talking to him.
Very, very confusing stuff, but I do not want to comment too much on the matter.
No, that very well might have been a walkover for Stephen Fernando. So let's see what happens.
Or we might see Stephen
or there may.
return.
I wasn't looking at the lights. There may have one side may not have come on. Perhaps I don't know. But he's being wheeled away.
We might see Stephen return for a second run.
Yeah, let's see. But right
event.
now I see some autos lining up.
Yeah, because typically these bikes need a bit of a jump start here, right? So the green lights have gone on, but the other bike
the
is not,
green
and
lights went on.
Stephen even kept his foot down, almost as if to maybe stop himself. But yeah, you can see Stephen's not really.
I wonder whether the other driver was just distracted on the grid by someone talking to him or something.
There
like
are
that,
quite
perhaps.
a few other individuals on the grid right now.
Yeah. So maybe one of his helpers, assistants, or even a marshal was just making sure that he was okay, and there was maybe a lapse of communication because he's not being taken off the grid. So I would imagine that he'll be given another run in a little bit once Stephen comes back.
It's only right. That's what we want to see. We want to see an actual battle in these drag wars. I don't want to see as many walkovers. We've gotten to the point of knockouts where you don't want to see walkovers anymore. You want to see them, as is the case with the 1000 to 1000 up to 1050 class was unbelievable to watch. So many close results, as we might just be waiting for Stephen to actually return to the start line. But there are quite a few marshals walking over to maybe check on us on an external matter.
Yep, let's see what happens. But yeah, it's been an interesting day so far.
Oh, there is Stephen. There is Stephen, and he is coming back for an additional run. So maybe, from what I understand, maybe the other bike maybe just did not have power on the start.
But even then, I think they'd only give us a rerun, as it's called. Reruns are allowed. Reruns are given at the discretion of the stewards if they feel that it's warranted. So it might just have been a lapse of communication to that rider on the left-hand side who may not. So I believe his number is, let me pull up, because I think this is a final. Number 269 or 291?
That is his bike. That is his bike. I'm pretty sure it will be the 296 of Shabir Mimshad, but he's in a BMW.
Yeah, he's also on a BMW. So these are two BMWs lining up. So, but
291, Sam. That is in the Yamaha R1. It's Sriyanta Anuradha in the
I have
Yamaha
a feeling they may have changed the bike because that's definitely the picture I took at the start. Definitely a Honda.
Stephen's not able to actually.
Stephen's getting perilously close to that center line there. No! Oh dear me.
What a run! But I believe it is Sriyanta Anuradha, but I could be mistaken, so do not take my word on that.
Yeah, it looks like there was maybe a last-minute change in the running there. So, of course, the results will be published later on. So, if you are as confused as we are, then you'll be able to clarify that on the Colombo Racing Club social media pages and the CMSC, as well as, of course, all the usual channels that we publish the results on. Right now, we have car number 194 of.
It should be Kavindu Harshana. We shall double check. This is Binura Karunaratna.
In the Outer Works.
In the Outer Works. So this is a special Pro Street 660 class that was a club class up to 660cc turbo.
So they're allowed to lighten their cars in this. I believe they're allowed to strip their interiors. They're allowed to take the headlights off if they want to.
I'm sure there is a minimum weight requirement.
No, there's no minimum.
Is there no?
Wow, no minimum
okay.
weight. There are no weighing scales today.
I'm
so
very surprised we haven't seen more drastic measures taken.
That's because in the open categories you'll see that.
We see a celebration for the race of the Superbike win. Sadly, we will not be able to see that. We see a whole array of burnouts for the fans by Sriyanta. We are edging closer to the eventual Open series, which will feature some of the fastest cars on the grid. Here comes one of the cars we should look out for. Isra Uttapalla.
Right, so we have Ashan De Silva in the Mitsubishi Evo 3 lining up right now. And I apologize if you can't hear me so well, because we have some of the fastest cars coming to the line right now. So Ashan in the Pro Drag, two-wheel drive open. Ashan De Silva, not to be confused with Ashan Silva.
Oh, yes.
Not to be confused with Ashan Silva. But and then now we have car number 191, which I believe is another walkover event. Car number 191 is of Abdul Alim Aziz. in the Pro Street 660 up to 660cc category. Right, so that was another walkover run that we just saw there for the Pro Street 660cc category. Auto works. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into some fast cars right now. I believe this is car number 253, which all-wheel drive open, as he just gets a little bit of a warm-up. Janith Wickramatne in the Mitsubishi Evo 9. I believe so. Janith is running this car in both the Pro Drag Open class, which includes motorbikes as well, and the Pro Drag 4 all-wheel drive Open as well. So I believe this is the Pro Drag 4-wheel drive Open. As we get Janith with his W47 branding on the car. I think he's going to go up against each other. There's going to be another walkover for him. Of course, just to remind viewers why we have these walkovers. Well, in certain cases, where there are cars with, where there are classes with an uneven amount of entries, we can't run cars together. So we run the fastest in the class alone. And then we have the elimination rounds between the slower competitors as the day goes on. Also, walkovers can happen when it comes to when we have cars that have mechanical failures, where drivers just can't get their cars ready in time. That also happens. But yeah, so we're sticking with the Pro Drag all-wheel drive Open. Pro Drag, of course, these guys are allowed to run crazy modifications. They're allowed to have full road cages. They're allowed to upgrade their brakes, upgrade the engines. Pretty much, it's a free road. And I believe the field is open as we have a brilliant launch by that Subaru STI. Another walkover event there. So looks like. But see, the problem is that you'll always be towing the fine line between getting a practice launch and basically being able to another walkover event or another practice run for him, I think. Very fast car. That of course is a space frame tubular chassis with basically it's an Evo 7. Started life as an Evo 7, has been upgraded to an Evo 9 over the years. Speaking to Hiran before this race, and yeah, he estimates some crazy power. The car only weighs about 1,000 kilograms thanks to the lightweight fiber body that has been applied to it. And of course, he won the last championship round in the open event last year.
This is again announcing the guys who are near to the VIP.
I believe we're just having some practice starts right now before the cars go head to head, especially for this fastest category, just to ensure that the drivers know what kind of conditions they're going to be up against. As we see Darren Weersinger in the only car to set a sub 10-second time yesterday. So he's running the GTR in the open category, and this the all-wheel drive open. Team BRJW, of course, sponsored by High Octane Fitness as well. Chain of gyms. As the GTR makes a bit of a measured start there, but manages to definitely get the power down in the last few seconds. Again, the only car to set a sub 10-second time yesterday. So he's going to be a favorite for the running. But as we've seen, there's always some kind of drama at the end with these races. So it'll be interesting to see what happens and if he manages to get through to the final round. Another Subaru takeoff also entered in the Pro Drag Open 4-wheel drive category.
Guys, good evening. Actually, please move the way you are in here right now. Right? You are in the official area. I'm kindly requested to move from here because it's official area, and if something happens, we have to stop the event. So please move your places. This is your final call.
Now we have car number 229. Another Subaru. Shohan Weersinger. Shohan Weersinger in the STI tech. So a little bit of a foul start there. Had launch control on by the sound of it, and of course he had the anti-lag running. Cars held at optimal RPM. But lucky for him, he'll get another chance in the head-to-head rounds as we still wait for these category to finish. Now this is an interesting one, ladies and gentlemen. It's Nishan Weersurya in the Ioniq 5N. Not many of those cars here. In fact, I think this might be the only one here. Came just in time for the drags. Nishan pulling a surprise entry as always. Ioniq again very fast. And he's going up against Mitsubishi Evo, and he gets the start perfectly. Didn't get to see the lights there, so not sure whether that was a jump start from Nishan. But let's see. Let's see how that was.
Class number 18 Pro Drag 2-wheel drive open. Please bring your car to the dummy grid. Competition number 20, 244, 245, 238, 240, 153, 151, 206, 243, 241, 242, 247. Class 18 Pro Drag 2-wheel drive open.
Right, we have now car number 192 at Auto Works. Darshan Jaraja up against car number 197 of Muaz Hassin in the Auto RS. So Auto Works versus Auto RS. Who's going to be faster in the Pro Street 660 category? Okay, looks like one car didn't launch there. So car on the right seems to be making his way down the line. Both lights went green. So that's an interesting one. I wonder whether there'll be a rerun where maybe the left just wasn't prepared. Yep, he's still at the start line. It looks like he's asking for a rerun. Let's see. Or is he being directed out by the marshals because yeah, the lights went off, so it looks like he has failed that. And very unfortunate for him, unless they're asking him to turn around and line up at the behind. Yeah, it looks like he will be given another run because they've just asked him to take his car out and line up again. Right, so
Class 18 Pro Drag 2-wheel drive open. This is your last call. Please bring your car down again.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have car number 189 lining up. Deshaun Godagama with his Suzuki Auto Works. Previous generation, looks like a conversion. Lining up with car number 198, Ramesh Laknath. Again, in a newer version of the Suzuki Auto Works. Another close battle, evenly matched battle. You'd have to imagine the four-wheel drive car is a little bit heavier, but it got a much better launch there. Manages to get second, grab second as well. Will he be able to keep his lead? Looks like it. As the 2K cars, these cars, of course, famous in Japan. Limited horsepower to about 64 horsepower to conform with regulations in Japan. And we have car number 198 of Ramesh Lakshan coming across the line first. Well done to him. As we get a replay of the start, you see just launching very well there, not getting a foul start, and being able to get an early lead on the older generation Auto Works right there. Okay, now we have car number 193. Looks like another walkover. That is Praveen Weersinger, another Auto Works two-door. Of course, one of the older generations. Now, these cars have been very popular for their conversions now. We see so many of these coming now to these events as well. And great to see a different category of cars, and these are really fun pocket rockets. They may not be the fastest in a straight line, but I tell you what, behind the wheel, they are amazing little weapons. And on track, or maybe even on a hill climb circuit, I can imagine these will give some of the larger cars a much needed run for their money. So yeah, just a reminder, we are still in the Pro Street 660 category as this walkover event makes its way down. Car number 193, Praveen Weersinger, Suzuki Auto Works. And an uneventful run for him. No pressure to beat any other cars, so he's down there. And done very well. Well done to him. Right now, it looks like we're going to get a rerun of that event earlier with car number 197 lining up. Muaz Hasim, Suzuki Auto RS. That's a turbo RS, I believe. So technically, it should have the same amount of power as the Auto Works RS, or rather the Auto Works. So the turbo RS should have the same amount of power, but crucially the Auto Works was available with a manual gearbox, and you'd have to imagine the Auto Works, any manual gearbox, would have a bit of an advantage in a race like this. So car number 192 lines up. That is Darshan Jayaraja, the Suzuki Auto Works. Auto Works, of course, available with automatic and manual gearboxes, but you'd presume that's a manual box. Most of the cars that came here seem to be manuals. And car number 197 of Muaz Hasim, Auto RS. Let's see, as the drivers are being told to watch the lights now. As the tree illuminates, and another slow start for Muaz Hasim. But does he manage to get it? No. Looks like the car on the left managed to launch quite well and seems to be able to get a good advantage in the race. As we look to the finish line now, and yes, Darshan Jayaraja takes the flag in his Suzuki Auto Works. Right, so we have car number 195 again in the Pro Street. And car number 191 in the Pro Street 660 up to 660 Turbo categories. So car number 194 is being piloted by Binura Karunaratne in the Suzuki Auto Works. And we have car number 191 piloted by Abdul Alim Aziz in the Suzuki Turbo RS. So it's Works versus RS, as the drivers have been asked to look at the starting lights. And the lights illuminate and both go green. No jump start there, but the Suzuki, the Auto Works managed to get a much better launch, the black car on the right. And it looks like he has won this round. Let's switch to the final camera as we see the finish line camera confirms. Suzuki Auto RS, Suzuki Auto Works rather, of Binura Karunaratne wins that round. Right, so car number 192, Darshan Jayaraja, lines up to the grid, ready for staging. Who is the... Hey. Right, so we have car number 192 being lined up right now. Once again, Darshan Jayaraja in his Suzuki Auto Works. As we wait to see if a secondary car will be lined up with him, or if he's just going to do a solo run. Like I said earlier, these walkover runs can happen for a number of reasons. One of them being if a class has an uneven number of entries, as he's being told to watch the lights. So with cars that have classes that have an uneven amount of entries, the fastest is given a walkover. So they are free to set a time, get a bit of practice in, and as we see Darshan Jayaraja go to the finish line in his Auto Works RS. Or his Auto Works rather. Right, so now it looks like we're going to be back with some of the other classes. So again, sticking with the Pro Street up to 660 Turbo. Fascinating class this time. Great to see. Pretty much dominated by autos of various generations. It's a new class, I believe, for this year. With the amount of 660cc cars that came into the country. But good to see a mixture of the new autos and the older autos that have obviously had the conversions done to them. Little pocket rockets they are, brilliant cars to drive. Like I said, might not be the fastest in a straight line, but in this class you're paired with each other, so it doesn't matter so much. You're not going out for all-out speed. You're going out to basically win the event, and you have equally matched cars here, as we have car number 193 lined up of Praveen Veersinger and car number 198 of Ramesh Laknath. They've both been asked to look at the lights as the lights illuminate. Brilliant launch by both cars. I think Ramesh manages to get into a little bit of a lead. Both cars changing into second at roughly the same time, judging by the body motion. And it's very hard from this camera angle to see who's going to win. Let's see, is it Praveen or is it Ramesh? It looks like it's Ramesh with the lead, and yes, Ramesh crosses the line in first. Ramesh Laknath crossing the line in first in car number 198 in his Auto Works. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are getting ready to have the Pro Drag, the Pro two-wheel drive open class. As I'm seeing cars lining up for the Pro Drag 226.
Two-wheel drive open, guys. Can you all please bring your cars? Two-wheel drive open, please bring your cars. Compression number 244, 245, 238, 240, 153, 151, 206, 243, 241, 242 and 247. Please bring your cars.
Right, so we have car number 224 lining up. This will be, I believe, the Turbo Pro Street up to 1600cc turbo. My mistake, I believe this is Pro Drag two-wheel drive open. So we have the Nissan Laurel of Aravinda Pereira lining up to face off against the Honda Civic of Oshan Diagama of VTech Motors. So here we go. Two two-wheel drive open cars battling it out. Honda Civic, of course, gets a better run, but will it be able to keep it with the turbo power of that rear-wheel drive Nissan Laurel? Looks like the Laurel has it. Yes, that Laurel is a decent straight line, but very close, and that's amazing to see from a Honda Civic being able to keep pace with the RB25 powered Nissan Laurel there of Aravinda. But Aravinda Pereira is through to the next round with that GTR drivetrain swapped Nissan Laurel. As we wait for the next competitors in the Pro Drag 2 all-wheel drive, two-wheel drive open class to take place. Right now we have car number 241, Aldo Najman, Toyota Starlet. Another highly modified car running in the Pro Drag two-wheel drive open class. paired with car number 243. Vinod Sridan. Vinod in a Toyota Starlet as well, so Starlet versus Starlet here. Different generations. As they've been told to look for the lights. Vinod on the right. Adil on the left. Both cars going for different staging as well. Car number 226 taking a very shallow staging, Vinod taking a shallow staging, and Adil going for a medium stage. So he'll start the race slightly ahead, but he won't be able to get as much wheel spin as he might hope for. So he'll probably have to launch a little bit closer to the green light. All depends on what kind of launch you're going for. Do you want all that wheel spin? You do want to keep the revs high, depending on your engine, really. You know, does your car bog down at low revs? Can you get a perfect launch without spinning the wheels? Do you need to spin the wheels to get that added traction, or to get that added speed at the launch? It all depends on what you think. And the lights go green for both cars. Vinod getting a much better start than Adil. And Vinod's comfortably into the lead with that one. No jump starts here. Both lights turn green, and it looks like Vinod has taken a win by a clear margin there. That's unfortunate for the other car there, but this is all what drag racing is about. I'd imagine these cars are doing 14, 15 second runs, so blink and you miss it, and it's all about, getting your nerves under control, getting your wits in control, timing the launch perfectly, making sure you change gears perfectly, and of course having a car underneath you that can withstand all that, can be fast, can be reliable, can withstand multiple repeated launches throughout the day. Some of these cars are running 6 to 8 times, especially the cars that are running 2 different classes. So yeah, a very interesting one. As we wait for the next few cars to get lined up, I believe we're still in the two-wheel drive open category. Right, so now we have Darren Weersinger lining up. So we have Darren lining up. I don't think he's going to be competing against Auto that was lined up. That would be a pretty unfair fight. So Darren gets looks like it's going to be a walkover event for him. He just gets a little bit more practice in. And of course, I'm sure he has onboard telemetry to tell him how quick he is, how fast his quarter mile time is, how fast his 0 to 100 time is. So all valuable information, each run that you do, all valuable information that feeds back to you. So let's see as we move into a bit of the slower is a bit of a harsh statement, but I'd say well, yeah, they're not as fast as the cars we've just seen, but we have the Auto Works is back out, and nonetheless great to see them. Of course, we're all inclusive here. We have categories literally any car can run. There's a category where you can be competitive, as we have car number 197 and 192 heading off. And car number 197 seemed to get an early lead. And I believe that is Muaz Hasim in the lead in the Auto RS. Oh, but no, looks like the other car will take it. And yes, looks like the car on the left took it just at the line. I wasn't able to get the number. Unfortunately, the numbers don't flash up on the screen here. But it looked like the car on the left got an it didn't get as good a run as we see the Bake X55 take to the track. And of course, the Bike X55 with a 1.5 litre intercooled turbo engine. It has a DCT powertrain, dual clutch, so combined with with independent suspension and 19-inch alloy wheels, concealed door handles, and a sleek electric panoramic sunroof. You also get adaptive cruise control, a 360-degree camera, ventilated electric memory seats, a rear power tailgate, an Infinity sound system, 10.1-inch center console screen, and a 10.25-inch instrument screen, and voice commands as well. You get all these and more backed by a 3-year or 100,000-kilometer warranty. The Bike X55, redefining your driving experience, from David Pierce Automobile Private Limited. As we see the Bike take to the track again, coming back now. One of the course cars for this event, and of course we have the Ceramic Pro sponsored safety cars, the Nissan GTR, R34 GTR, and Toyota Supra, both resplendent in their Ceramic Pro liveries. Safety cars for this event. We have, of course, the Bike, which is a course car. As I think we wait again for some more practice starts, perhaps? Practice runs? Being given to the all-wheel drive open classes. Okay, so a little bit of confusion about what's going on at the start line right now as we see the Arvinda's Nissan Laurel coming back.
All drivers, all events will be run. If you wish to forfeit your run, we cannot stop yours. But we are running all the events. Track is cleared by us as race director and steward. So the race is run. Whoever wants not to run, it's up to them.
Calling competitor number 244, 245. Calling competitor 244. Calling all competitors up to two-wheel drive auto. Competitor number 244, 245, 246, 238, 240, 239, 153, 151, 206.
Right, so we have cars number 192 and 190 up lining up again. I believe this is, yep, this is Darshan Jayaraja in car number 192 in the black Auto Works. And we have Ramesh Laknath in the red Auto Works. So two Auto Works is going head to head. Looks like the modern iteration of the Auto is beating out the slightly older versions, the two-door versions. So, of course, it's great to see a wide variety of cars, because I can tell you, just looking out of my commentary box, lined up behind these cars are some of the faster cars in this lineup, including the Mustang, some of the Lancer Evolutions, and of course Darren's GTR. So we have a wide array of cars on offer today. So let's see how fast these cars go. Great start there by Ramesh Laknath. Not so great start for Darshan there. And it looks like Ramesh takes a comfortable lead there, with Darshan coming in second place. Right, so what's next on the lineup? As we have some of the marshals just deliberating on what cars to line up next. So as soon as we get a confirmation on that, we'll be right back with you. Right, we have car number 194 once again in the Pro Street 660 category, 660 turbos. Car number 194 being driven by Binner Karunaratne.
Call 206 competitor and 151. Please report Amigro immediately. Calling 206 and 151.
So both cars here lining up, going for a very shallow staging. Car number 194 and car number 198, I think. Ramesh Laknath. Yep. Ramesh Laknath taking. Both cars seem to be get away a little bit, get away equally. It's going to be neck and neck between these two players. Nope, car number, and that's a win for car number 194. Binner Karunaratne wins that round.
Calling. Calling competitor 240 to the activity here. Calling competitor 242, 247. Calling competitor 242, 247 to Tamil. Calling competitor 247. Calling competitor 247. This is your final call to Tamil.
Right, now we have car number 238 lined up. Shafiq Kumar in the Toyota Mark II JZX. Another very popular conversion platform that has come to the fore in Sri Lanka as the lights go on for him. Gets a lot of wheel spin there, but manages to make a first and second gear change quite easily. Lots of wheel spin though. I think he'll have to launch a little bit lower fast time, but of course this JZX chassis and the 1JZ engines that these cars are running are offer incredible speed. So once you get up to speed, or once you get on the power, on boost, there's no stopping them. So maybe he's not too concerned about that. Another single run. So let's see what happens in the next few rounds. As I am looking, there seems to be a Ford Mustang lining up. I believe this was running some drag radios yesterday, but due to the change of the track conditions this today, looks to be running standard road tires as he does a burnout as he makes his way to the box. Car number 242. Kamesh Wijayasekar, of course, in that 5-litre Ford Mustang in the Pro Drag, two-wheel drive open. Puts down some nice 11s there. Nice 11s with quite an impressive burnout. Don't know whether that was the fastest way to launch the car, but it was very impressive to watch. And as he's just doing a practice run or he's just doing a walkover, there's no harm in putting on a little bit of a show for the crowd. And of course, hearing that glorious 5-litre V8 whale ricocheting off the grandstand. Right, so now we have a very interesting car. They're in the Fernando behind the wheel of car number 206. I believe this car, very interestingly, is powered by a Yamaha engine. So we have a motorcycle engine in it. As the Starlet on the other side gets the better launch, quicker reaction times. But that Mini is incredibly light. Not enough to make up that one though. So So they're in the Fernando losing out to the Starlet in that round.
Calling competitor 153.
Alright, we have car number 226 lined up.
Competitor 153 is the final call to dominate.
Vinoth Sridhar. Vinoth Sridhar lining up in the Turbo Pro Street class up to 1600cc turbo. I believe he'll just get one run. I don't think he's going head to head with the Mustang, but let's find out. Actually, both drivers have been told to look at the lights. So this will be an interesting one to see. Starlet getting a much better launch. The Starlet is managing to stay ahead of the 5-litre V8 Mustang. That's quite a turn up for the books there. And the Starlet loses in a head-to-head battle with a 5-litre V8 Mustang. But of course, Starlet is lighter. Starlet is front-wheel drive. Much easier to launch a Starlet. And looks like, as we have a brief replay, yes, he did get the better start. Just managed to get a better start there from the Starlet. And of course, massively modified engine. I'm sure that's running probably 1600cc turbo. So yeah, close battle there with a 5-litre V8 Mustang, but that just shows anything can happen in this drag race arena. Right, so now we have car number 153 lining up to compete in his event, which should be Anuda Kodagura. Anuda in the Mitsubishi Evo 3 in the True Street 2000cc turbo. And he is up against the JZX. 2, 3, 4. JZX getting a much better launch there, and the Mitsubishi Evo looking to claw back a little bit of that difference. That's very unusual for all-wheel drive car to get the worst launch of the two. But yeah, rear-wheel drive car managed to win there with the JZX crossing the line in first.
2, 2 Street, start at 1 make. Competition number 115, 108, 106. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Class number 2, 2 Street, start at 1 make. Competition number 115, 108, 106. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Class number 2, 2 Street, start at 1 make. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. 115, 108, 106. Class number 14, Pro Street, 16, 1650 NA. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. 218, 216, 217. Class number 14, Pro Street, 16, 1650 NA. Competition number 218, 216, 217. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Class number 15, Pro Street, 25 up to 500 cc. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Class number 15, Pro Street, 25 to 2500 cc. Competition number 221, 219, 133, 220, 222. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Class number 2, True Street, start at 1 make. 115, 108, 106. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Class number 14, Pro Street, 16, 1650 NA. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Competition number 218, 216, 217. Viren, is Iran ready? Yeah. Four-wheel drive open. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Please be ready with your cars. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, so we have the four-wheel drive open class being called right now. So we're going to get some very interesting results, I'm sure. Some very fast machines, probably some of the fastest drag cars that you'll see on track, lining up to take the start in just a little while. We have the Mitsubishi Evo of Janeth there. Janeth Vikmaratna in the Mitsubishi Evo 9. And I believe he's going to be paired with the Liqui Moly sponsored Evo 7, wearing a fiberglass Evo 9 body of the of Hiran Kevdikala. So that is going to be very interesting. Now, Hiran was telling me before the start of the race that he estimates the car weighs under 1,000 kilograms with all the weight saving that has been done. Lots of tubular space frame has been applied to that car. And some incredible work being put into the car as he gets ready to warm up his tires right now. And he makes his way to the finish the start line. So starting orders, both cars line up now. It's Janeth versus Hiran. This is one of the races that everyone has been waiting for. You can see the extent that they've gone to, taping up the doors there to ensure to ensure optimum aerodynamics. Aerodynamics also a very big play. You're looking at fractions of a second that you may gain, but that is how races are won and lost in this game. Right, so we have Mitsubishi Evo, or both drivers doing a few practice starts, practice runs as they get ready for this immensely popular course. I believe the feed has switched. Okay, we're back as we wait for this incredible start. A lot of professionalism at stake, professional bragging rights. Let's see what happens as the marshals make sure the track is as dry as possible, as clean as possible, making sure that there's no debris in the way. And Hiran lines up. Will he take a shallow stage? Will he take a deep stage? When I talk about staging, you're talking about the yellow line. So the first yellow line you see on the left of your screen would be known as a shallow stage. White would be medium, and yellow is deep. So both cars, they're going for a shallow staging, looking to get a little bit of extra traction off the line. Of course, reaction times not being counted in this round of the drag races. Janith inching his car forward. Again, another shallow stage as they both look towards the lights and we wait to see what happens. Perfect launch by Hiran. He gets out ahead by a country mile almost already as we wait to see is it enough. So Janith came back at the last minute, but it just wasn't enough. Hiran was able to clinch that crucial win, but great work by the yellow and orange Evo 9 of Janith, but the Evo 7 of Hiran just managed to pip him at the line. I think a perfect launch there, but credit where credit's due. Janith, as you can see, just timing the launch perfectly on the slow-mo replay, but it did look like that first and second gear change that Hiran had a little bit of trouble, which I think enabled Janith to catch up just on those last stages, but it just wasn't enough. Another 100, 200 meters, and Janith may have had him. But this is a quarter mile. We can't change that. We can only change what we see on the... We can only change the future. So let's see what the rest of the day will hold. I think there are a few more races in store for that Evo 9 bodied, fiberglass bodied Evo 7 of Hiran's. As we see car number 234 line up. So that is car number 238, Shafiq Umar in the Toyota Mark II with a JZX conversion, I believe. Doing a few burnouts now, getting the tires warmed up in their optimum operating ranges. And we have car number 243 of Vinod Sridharan in the Toyota Starlet. So this is for the two-wheel drive open class. So let's see what happens. Vinod in a six-cylinder, straight six-engine turbocharged car versus the four-cylinder 1600cc Toyota Starlet, but both with turbo power, both being instructed to watch the lights right now as we wait for the tree to eliminate. 1, 2, 3, lights out, and away they go. And the Starlet gets him on takeoff. Front-wheel drive seems to get a bit of extra traction. But will he be able to keep that lead? No, the JZX is clawing it back. The JZX in a straight line, 2,500 straight six-cylinder engine clinches it at the finish line. That is a win for Umar Shafiq in the Toyota Mark II JZX. He's through to the next round. And a replay there. You just see the Starlet gets a much better launch, as you'd expect from a front-wheel drive car. But the power, I think it's that straight six-cylinder. Don't know whether it's running an aftermarket turbo also. I would presume both cars are, as we now have this two more Starlet GTs. Car number 115. Car number 115 of Nishada Salgado in the Toyota Starlet. And car number 108, again in the EP82 Starlet of Mushaf Mohammed. Orange car of Musharraf's, white car of Nishad. Nishad in the white car just getting a last-minute pep talk, I think. Being pushed back because he wants to take a shallow stage. Shallow stage, of course, giving you the chance to launch a little bit earlier. As we wait to see the lights illuminate. Lights are on, lights are off. Nishad gets the better start. The white car on the right-hand side is in the lead. But will the orange Starlet EP82 be able to claw back? They're pretty evenly matched, but it's Nishada that takes it. Nishada takes the win in the Starlet GT. Right, and we're seeing a launch by car number 106. I believe that's another walkover by Sanjay in the Toyota Starlet. In the Starlet GT one make category, if you have enough cars, if you can get enough cars together that are in one make or one category, the drag officials will consider running a class specifically for you. And that's exactly what's happened here with 12 entries for the Starlet GT one make class. And that was another walkover for Sanjay. Right now we have, I believe this is Ramesh Rajakulendran lining up on the in his bets.com sponsored Honda Civic, EK Civic hatchback. And he will be going up against Stefan Fernando in the EK9. And this is the Pro Street 16 up to 16,500cc. We have Ramesh in car number 218. Another Honda Civic in the Baby Milo nicknamed car. And of course, Baby Milo being the champion many years in a row. Let's have a look and see. Ramesh is taking a shallow stage, bit of a deep stage. Ramesh gets the better launch, and it looks like he's managed to maintain it into the lead. No power seems to be lost by changing gears. Excellent gear shift there, and he crosses the line and comfortable. With quite some margin ahead of car number 216, Stefan Fernando.
Class number 13, Pro Street 15, up to 1500, up to 1550cc. Competition numbers 215, 213, 214, 212. Please line up at the dummy grid. Class number 13, Pro Street 15.
Now we're into the Pro Street 25 up to 2,500cc category. We have Oshan Diagama in the Honda EG6 and Clive Bowles of 21 Garage fame in the EK9, in the EG6 rather. Both cars seem to be running 2-liter engines, I would imagine, K20 or B20 Honda engines. As they're being told to look to lights who will get it. This is a battle between garages as well, of course. VTech Motors versus 21 Garage. We have, looks like we won't start just yet. Let's have a look at the staging. Both cars, front wheel drive cars, going for that shallow staging so that they can get a little bit more time, reaction time. They can launch just a little bit earlier before their car crosses the first timing beam, which dictates whether you've jumped the start or not. So they'll be looking to launch on maybe the second or third ambers, depending on how much wheel spin they anticipate. Because when you spin your wheels, you stay in one spot for a moment of time. And then, of course, you get an added boost when you get a launch like that. That's the optimum way to spin your wheels and to launch like that with these cars, especially with these two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive cars. Right, the drivers have been told to look towards the lights. They get their revs up. All eyes on the lights. All eyes on Clive and Roshan. The lights are a little bit of late reaction time there from Clive, but will Clive be able to catch him over the quarter mile? Looks like Roshan crosses the line in first position.
Hello again, Sam. I'm back. Gone through some external duties.
Right, anyway. Good to see you. Good to see you back here. Hi, Thiago. This is Thiago, by the way.
Oh, yeah, nice to meet you.
Carter extraordinaire. Nissan March, racing in the Nissan March class.
Alright, so
this is where you.
hi everyone. So at the moment we don't really have any actual structure of what's happening right now. Every event is running at any point they want. So it is Sam and my job to basically control F, control C, the actual entrant list. Brilliant start from car number 249. Who is this? What a run by car number 249.
Right, so we have Ashan De Silva lining up again in his Evo 3.
No.
Again, with cars running two numbers, it's a bit difficult to tell you exactly which category they're going to be running in. And see, this is definitely Ashan De Silva though in the Mitsubishi Evo 3.
Company number 256, please report to the dummy grid. Company number 256.
So we wait for the next cars to find their way to the grid. Competitor number 256 is making his way to the line.
Right, so let's see if this is a single run or a walkover.
I believe this might be a double run, Sam. I believe 254 will be facing off against 256 in this event.
That would be Kaveen in the Mitsubishi Evo 8.
Yes.
Okay. So another practice track, practice start for Ashan De Silva in the Evo 3. Car number 255.
We have a nice new view which we haven't used before.
I think that's the drone.
This is a nice drone view, which I wish we used a little bit more often today. However,
right, so Ashan being told to line up. It looks to me like this is just going to be a single car run, a walkover, because I don't see any other car lining up, at least for this round. So here we go. Ashan De Silva lines up, gets a final prep talk by Jahan Akbar. Or is that Sangeeth? That's Sangeeth Surige, I think.
that was Jihan. That was
That
Jihan.
was right. Now the lights go up.
It's a great start. It's a great launch.
Good start, good launch. Of course, he's not competing with anyone
Look
right
at
now.
this view. That is a beautiful view.
Yep. He crosses the line with no drama as we wait for car number 254, Mitsubishi Evo 7 to line up. Kaveen in the Mitsubishi Evo 8 rather. Mitsubishi Evo 8 of Kaveen.
Practice start there. Oh. Is that some blue smoke which you don't want to see?
He's something. Was that a practice start? Or
I
was
don't
that his
believe that
launch?
was a practice start, and I believe I just saw some blue smoke. Which
Yeah, there was a lot of smoke, and there was some expensive sounding noises. He just doesn't seem to be able to get the gear.
Yeah,
I'm
remember he
guessing
did have an issue in
It looked as if he had trouble selecting the gears. A lot of these cars using sequential transmissions. I'm guessing the gearing may have just got...
Also, I was able to speak to Mihin.
Yes.
Mihin from the Classic Car event, and it's exactly what we said happened. From first, he shifted straight down into fourth.
Oh, wow.
On the second, well, that's exactly why we saw it lurch and just absolutely bogged down on the second phase.
Calling competitor 221 to come to dummy grid service. Calling competitor number 221 to report dummy grid as soon as possible.
So Sam, how's your drag wars experience been so far today?
Well, now that you told me that Mihin in his final shifted from first to fourth, I wish he would have done that for when I went up against him, because then I would have been through to the next round. But oh well, that is.
If only you didn't have to end up even taking part against him in the first place.
Oh yeah, there's that also. But I mean that's the jeopardy.
It happens.
That's the jeopardy of drag racing. So let's see. We have Nishada in the 115 number. Gets a much better launch.
Wheel spin from both.
Lots of wheel spin. Seems to get the better launch though, but looks like the left-hand side Starla GT is picking up the pace. Oh, that was too close to call, I think. That was way too close to call. We're going to have to wait until the finish line marshals can give us an accurate reading on that one, because that, from where I'm standing, was far too close to call. Looked very even across the line.
Class number 16, Turbo Pro Speed up to 1600 cc. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Competition number 226, 225, 228, 223, 227, 229. Competition number 222, please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Competitor number 221, can you please bring your car to the dummy grid?
Right, so I think as we have a lull of proceedings, it now would be a good time to mention Bike. So Bike has come to the track with the X55 course car. Bike being represented by David Pierce Automobile. Of course, the X55 features a 1.5 litre turbo intercooled engine with a DCT powertrain, and that's combined with independent suspension, 19-inch alloy wheels, concealed door handles, and a sleek electric panoramic sunroof. It also features adaptive cruise control, 360-degree camera, ventilated electric memory seats, a rear power tailgate, Infinity sound system, a 10.1-inch center console, and 10.25-inch instrumental screens, voice commands, and many more features. All of this is backed by a 3-year or 100,000-kilometer warranty. The Bike X55, redefine your driving experience from David Pierce Automobiles. And also supporting this event, of course, is Nankang, along with Bike, David Automobile, Ceramic Pro, Lap 57, Car Checks, W47, Midnight Divas, High Octane Fitness, Finland Investments, Maguire's, VTech Motors, Sugatatasa Bandar Trophies, Tokimo Performance, Autoglance, Venom, ISRO, And of course, there would be nothing without the dedicated volunteers from the Colombo Racing Club, Ceylon Motorsports Club, and of course FMSSL. Right, so we have Oshan Diagama lining up once again to the on the dummy grid, and as he just decides what line of staging he wants, he's running some impressive Hoosier drag radials on the front tires. That's going to give him that all-needed traction. Of course, this Honda Civic EG, running what I believe is a B20 or K20 engine, 2-liter engine. Amazing, an amazing engine once you tune it and once you get the right power out of it. So yep, I believe this will be the
Moly Drag Pro Drag, please bring your cars to the dummy grid.
So this is Oshan lining up once again. He'll be going up against Baby Milo of Ramesh Rajakulendran. Lost the feed in the commentary box. We hear the cars revving. Okay, we're back. Going for a very categories. Who is ahead? I can't see from this angle. Let's Oshan beats Baby Milo, Ramesh Rajakulendran. Well, that is going to be a bit of an upset, definitely, considering how Baby Milo of Ramesh has won this event several years in a row. So that's going to be a bit of a sting.
Class number 16, Turbo Pro Street up to 1600. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Competition number 226, 225, 228, 223, 227, 224.
I believe that was the two-wheel drive open
Hybrid
class.
cars, please come to the dummy grid. Hybrid cars, competition number 101, 104, 102.
Competition number 254. Competition number 254. Please bring your car to the dummy grid.
We have car number 2409 lining up. In the Subaru STI 9 is Lahu Shahan Ranasinger. And he's taking part in the Pro Drag 4-wheel drive open class. Looks like he's just going to get an individual run here, as he's being told to look at the lights. As we switch back and have a look at the lights. Not the best of starts, but he'll be able to pick it up, and he has, of course, no one to worry about on his on the left track. And he's just doing a solo run there. Easy run there for the Subaru STI 9. Impreza STI 9. Right, so we're getting some more very fast machines rolling up to the
Hybrid
start
class,
line.
please.
So I've just been informed that Oshan's car is powered by a K24 engine, and Ramesh has a B20 engine running. So that could explain some of the speed difference between them. I believe they were both running the two-wheel drive open. Unfortunately, a lot of the events, a lot of the event information being sent to us here in the commentary box. So we are guessing most of the time, judging by the event numbers. It's not lack of knowledge on our part. But yeah, the events are running because we had a bit of a delay with rain earlier today. I think the decision was made to ensure that that the event goes on smoothly and that multiple classes can be run. As of course, light is we are racing to finish this event before the lights before dark. We don't have floodlights here, so we need to finish this race at least. Well, in the next hour, I would say. Otherwise, it's going to be quite tricky for us also to see. Right, now we have another very fast Swift lining up. Swift, possibly, I would say, the fastest sport in the island. And of course, we know that they've gone to an extensive lengths to reduce weight on that car. And we have the starlet of Vinod there. Gets a brilliant launch there. Oh dear, that's not going to go down well for Rahul in the Swift. Will he be able to catch up? And crosses the line in first. That was Vinod Sridharan. Vinod Sridharan in car number 226. Up against Rahul in the Suzuki Swift Sport. Looked like the launch was a little bit poor on Rahul's side. I don't know if we'll get a replay, if we can get a quick replay of that. Yep, here we go for the replay. So yeah, perfect launch from Vinod there. Just a fraction of a second earlier than Rahul there. But a clear win there for the starlet. That's disappointing for Rahul. I know they would have prepared the car a lot for this event, but there are more events throughout the day, and there'll be many more chances in the future to get that win back. As we wait and see what the next few cars are. Right, and so we have the STI 9 being lined up again, car number 249. In the Pro Drag 4-wheel drive open, Lahir Shahan going up against Ashan De Silva. Both cars Pro Drag 4-wheel drive open. Ashan De Silva, another stalwart of the drag racing scene. Both cars going for shallow stage once again. Shallow stage means the first of those three lines that you see, yellow, white, and again yellow. So we see a chance by the STI 9. I don't know whether that was a jump start, but will Ashan, assuming it's not a jump start, will Ashan be able to overhaul them? Yes, that is the power of that Mitsubishi Evo 3. Even with a late reaction there from Ashan De Silva, managing to take the win before the end of the quarter mile. Superb stuff in that massively modified Mitsubishi Evo 3, running the four-wheel drive open category. As we get a replay. Nope, it wasn't a jump start by the Subaru, so a brilliant, perfect start by the Subaru. But it just wasn't enough to hold off Ashan De Silva towards the end of the line. Brilliant stuff.
Please backward. Please move backward. This is the final call. Please all the guys who in this official area, please move backward. People who in the official area, this is your final call, please bring him backward.
Right, so we have Sachin Jasuria in the Toyota Glanza 5, or the Glanza V. So let's see what happens now in the Turbo Pro Street up to 1600cc Turbo category. I believe Sachin is being given a walkover. Or not. There's another car lining up, which would be Ushan Samanaika. Ushan Samanaika again in a Starlet GT EP80 series. You can just see by the modifications made for that both these cars are running in the Turbo Pro Street category. Ushan's car on the right side. Sachin on the left, the Glanza versus Starlet GT. But look at those bonnet exhausts. You can tell there's a lot of money being spent on making Ushan's car a very fast machine. Now let's see what happens as we wait for the lights to go out. Marshall is telling the drivers to stand by as we wait, and they're being told to look at the lights. First numbers on second, third, and green. Both driving a little bit of a late reaction there. Oh, and Ushan seemed to get the better start, but there seemed to be a big gap changing between first and second. So has this given the right side of the car? No, it hasn't. Ushan wins by a clear margin. He'll be happy with that. Cheers from the paddock for his victory. A very popular victory here. As we now see car number 227 and 224 line up. As we get a replay, both cars, neither of them seem to launch on amber, both launching on green. And again, just because your car moves on amber doesn't mean you're disqualified. You have to ensure the front of your car doesn't pass the first timing beam. The first timing being very, you can see those 3 black boxes there. Those are the timing beams. As the next few drivers have been asked to look at the lights. Another good start there with the 24 Garage branded car on the left. We wait to see the finish. Oh, a surprise win there by the car on the right. Right now we have a bit of change in the pace. We have the Honda CRZ lining up, car number 101. Honda CRZ, of course, a manual hybrid. One of the few hybrid cars available with a manual transmission. No longer available, of course. And they are taking part in the True Street Hybrid up to 120 kilowatts capacity, total capacity event. Number 101 is being paired by Hasib Faiz. Hasib Faiz in the Honda CRZ. And we'll just wait to see if he's being lined up with a competitor or if he gets a walkover. I believe it's going to be a walkover. Looking out of the commentary box, there are no cars. The cars waiting to be lined up will be for the next run. So a single run for Hasib here. So Hasib has opted to go for stage 2 of the staging, the middle of the staging. So not too deep, not too shallow for him. Of course, another front wheel drive car. So we'll get a bit of wheel spin on launch. He'll want to stay stationary for a couple of seconds, I would imagine, and before the traction hooks up and he manages to get propelled forward. Of course, this is purely academic for him if he's running alone, which he appears to be. But good practice for him nonetheless. He'll be able to see where the clutch pipe point is. He'll be able to see how the traction is on the tires, because we've had very changeable conditions throughout the day today. We've had a massive rain shower, and then following which the track started drying, but with the immense cloud cover, we didn't have soaring track, the same kind of soaring track temperatures that we would have seen yesterday.
Class 5 Super Touring, competition number 138, 144, 146, 143, 145.
As we wait for the starters' orders. He makes his launch, single run, walkover run for him. No pressure for him, pressure's off. As we wait and see across the finish line, there's Honda CRZ hybrid. Of course, both Hasib and Imran Ismail in the similar Honda CRZ, they've both taken their cars on rallies and some track events as well. So this is nothing new to them. As we see Imran now line up in his Honda CRZ, facing off against car number 104. Madavi in the Honda Fit.
Pro Drag Open Class, competition number 259, 274, 270, 251, 261, 258. Please bring your cars to the dummy grid.
Madavi in the Honda Fit. In the true street hybrid class, going up against Imran Ismail. Good launch by both. Of course, the manual transmission of the Honda CRZ will have a little bit of an edge when it comes to gear changes. The Honda Fit having a CVT gearbox, so no actual gear changes for as the CRZ comes across the line and wins that event. Right, now we have EK3 VTI Honda Civic of Shermal Bogawata. Shermal in the Honda Civic EK3 VTI. As we see a Honda S2000 lineup, Oshan Diagama's Honda S2000. Car number 145, once again, looks like it's going to be a single run. And Oshan taking part in the Super Touring up to 2000cc category. That F20C engine singing all the way to 9,000 RPM. Oh, what a glorious sound to any Honda enthusiasts that are watching. Seeing a Honda S2000 on track, not something you see every day. Oshan the line in his walkover event. Right, now we do have Shermal. Shermal is EK3 VTI in the Pro Street 15 up to 1500 50cc. Going up against Imran Yaqub. Okay, this will be interesting. Imran, also another champion of drag racing in his Cultus GTI. And Imran seems to have got the better launch there. And that car is very, very lightweight. Of course, the Pro Street category, you're allowed to go a step further than True Street when it comes to lightning. And Imran Yaqub crosses the line to win that event. Right now, I believe we have another treat for Honda fans. We have a Honda Integra, two Honda Integras actually, a DC5 and a DB8 lining up on the start grid. We have Gihan's car there, car number 146. Gihan Senaratna in the Honda DC5, and we have Sadiq Shihan in the Honda Integra, both in the Super Touring 2000cc category. Sounds like there's some work to go there for Gihan. Gets a good start, but they're pretty evenly matched. And again, he seems to bog down. Did he go from second to fourth? A lot of white smoke coming out of the car as well, but I don't think that was too much. But he just missed the gear change. And the DC5, the two-door DC5, which should be fast on paper, wasn't. And we have Shihan Sadiq in the Honda Integra taking the victory there by quite some margin. That just seemed like a bit of a gear change error there from the DC5 driver, Gihan Senaratna. Unfortunate, but we move on next to the next category. So now we have Romello Mackenzie in the Civic FD2 Type R. This is a Honda fest, this entire category. In fact, I think there was everyone's Hondas except for, well, we've had a Civic, we had a BMW 520i, and we had a Toyota Altezza in that category. But it looks like the faster cars are the Civics, and of course we have Clive Bowles in his Clive Roger Bowles in his Honda EG6 in the Super Touring 2000cc category, running up against an FD2 Type R, FD2 by Romello Mackenzie. Much better start there for Clive. Gets ahead by a country mile, and that's going to be good for Clive to get a victory in this category as he races to the ground. And he crosses the line. That car, the B20 engine. And yep, EG6 with a B20 swap. With ECU, master ECU, a gearbox with a limited slip differential and a shorter final drive. And they put it on the dyno, and it made 164 horsepower at the wheels, crucially at the wheels, wheel horsepower. So, we are back to the hybrid True Street, and we have two great friends and relatives taking part in this event, going head to head. So no love lost between them, I'm sure, as they both choose the mid-staging lines. Actually, I believe car number 101, Hasib, has gone one step further than Imran in the black car. And they both set off. Imran gets the better start for sure. Is it enough to keep him in the lead? Both cars pretty much equally matched. I don't believe there's any modifications to them. So by rights, whoever starts better should be the winner. And that's exactly what's happening in this case, with Imran coming across the line with Hasib coming in second. Right. So I believe that was the final for the two street hybrid category. So you'll have Imran Ismail winning that, with Hasib Fires in second position. And what do we have here? Well, we have Janith Senaratna in the W47 branded Mitsubishi Evo taking to the track now in the four-wheel drive open class. And looks like Hiran is coming to the start line as well. Hiran Kevitikala in an Evo 7, which has an Evo 9 body kit. Pretty much, he was telling me pretty much everything has been upgraded to Evo 9 at this point, and it's a very, very lightweight build. He estimates it's less than 1,000 kilograms. Power to weight is very important in these top tier categories, in these pro drag cars. These are not cars you'd expect to be seeing running on the road. They're purpose built, specifically built for this kind of action. So we have Janith lining up. In Wickramatna in the Mitsubishi Evo 9, and Hiran Kevitikala in his Evo 7. And I believe they're both competing in the Pro Drag all-wheel drive open class, but they'll also be taking part in the open category, which involves bikes as well.
Class number 12, Pro Street 13 up to 1350. Comparison numbers 210, 207, 122, 209, 211, 251, 208.
So Hiran just being told to inch forward. His front wheels are, of course, it's fit. The start line marshal just asking him which stage he wants. Whether he wants 1, 2, or 3, whether he wants a shallow stage or a deep, medium stage or a deep stage. These are all very important considerations when you're drag racing. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to drag racing, when you are taking a shallow stage, as I think we'll see Hiran take, you take the first of the yellow lines, whereas a deep line, you position your front wheels. A deep stage is where you position your front wheels on the third of those lines. And Hiran just seems to have released the clutch a little bit too much there, but don't worry, the cars haven't crossed the timing beams. You see that black where those cars were up. As we wait for and it looks like Janith got a jump start there. Janith the headlight came on, we believe. And it looked, although Hiran got a good start, let's see if we can get, just looking at the screens now, we can see a red light for Janith. That's very unfortunate because it looked like he had the faster car at that point. I don't know whether Hiran saw that the red light had come on for Janith and perhaps backed off a little, but that's certainly what it looks like. Very unfortunate there for Janith. Let's see if we can get a quick replay of that start. As we wait for the replay, we can also see cars in the two-wheel drive open category lining up. This, I believe, will be Turbo Pro Street up to 1600cc turbo. Shame we couldn't get a replay of the all-wheel drive action, but let's see if we can judge the starts here.
Class number 12, Pro Speed 13 after 1350. Competition number 210, 207, 122, 209, 211, 251, 208. Please. Please come to the dummy grid.
So we have car number 224 by Charlotte GT lining up. Takes the solo run. Let's go green for him, and he takes it.
Class number 12, Pro Speed 13 after 1350. Competition number 210, 207, 122, 209, 211, 251, 208.
So a brilliant start there by the car on the right.
Class number 12, Pro Speed 13.
Car number 228. Roshan Samanayaka taking the lead and taking the win in the Turbo Pro Street up to 1600cc turbo category. Right, so I believe we have the Honda Integra, the DC8, lining up against Clive Rogers' EG6 that has had a B20 swap. So let's see how these two fare.
Imran, Nami, we need you at the start line with your car.
So I believe this is Super Touring. Super Touring up to 2000cc. Naturally aspirated, of course.
Imran Yaqub, please bring your car to the dummy grid.
And we have Clive Bowes in the Honda EG6. And Sadiq gets the better launch there. Early lead for him, but will he be able to overcome the extra might that I think that B20 has? No, I don't think he will. And I think Clive has got into the lead. Yes, he has. Clive with a considerable lead, winning that event, and that's him through to the next few stages, next few rounds in the Super Touring 2000 GT class. as we see the battle between two Starlet GTs running in the 1600 Pro class. Is that a problem though? Is that the car on the left lane, Oshan, I believe that was. There's definitely some kind of steering wobble, some kind of difficulty with his steering inputs there. Difficult to say who crossed the line first in that particular race. Maybe we'll get a replay. So, great launch by both drivers. I think that's Vinod and Oshan. But just look at that front right wheel. Vinod taking the win there. Vinod definitely taking the win there. But looked as if there was a little bit of tire trouble or wheel wobble for Oshan there. So if you're new to drag racing, the track is a quarter mile, standard drag race format. So we had qualifying yesterday. We all competed, those of us who were competing. Yes, indeed, I also too was a competitor who got knocked out earlier on today. Managed to make my way to the commentary booth. So we set our qualifying times yesterday. So how it works is you get put into a tree. So to speed the process up, the fastest and the slowest times get put together to race each other on Sunday. And yeah. So what you're seeing now is the elimination rounds. Right, so we have now car number 209 and 211 lining up. That is a Starlet. Before I look at, I can instantly tell that that's a Starlet, and that looks to be a very modified Mazda or Ford Laser, Mazda 323 or Ford Laser in the background. Car number 211. As I consult my sheet, of course, none of this information is being projected on the screens for us. It is indeed a Mazda 323. Mazda 323, as both the Mazda gets a much better launch there. Car number 211.
Can you bring your S2000 to the start line?
Anusha Pereira in the Mazda 323 looks like he's going to take the victory. Yes, he is. Very close though, very close at the finish. But there you go. Light is beginning to fade, I can tell you that much. As we see the start again, much better reaction time there from the Mazda. Competing in the Pro Street 13 up to 1350cc class. And now we have car number 129. Or is that car number 207? Of course, cars being allowed to run in two different categories. And we have Imran Yaqub there. I believe this is the Pro Street up to 1350cc. So we have Yomar Abiratna and Imran Yaqub, both drivers getting ready. Start marshal just telling him to look at the lights right now. Both fast cars, Starlet EP versus the Suzuki Coulter. Suzuki Coulter has 1 minute. Quicker reaction time there from the spoiled Starlet, but Imran Yaqub manages to catch up. I think that car is massively light. Just look at the width of the tires on the rear. And Imran gets the win comfortably. Lightweight race machine that it is, manages to get the win in that category. He'll be very happy for that. Right, now we have the final of the Super Touring 2000cc category. We have Oshan Digama in the Honda S2000. Beautiful, singing up to 9,000 RPM F20 engine. Both cars 2 liters. This, and we have Clive Bowles, who dynoed this car. It's a B20 swapped EG6 Civic. He dynoed the car to have 164 wheel horsepower. So very evenly matched. The Honda S2000 rear wheel drive, the Honda Civic front wheel drive. So it's going to be an interesting battle. 2 garages, of course, fighting it out as well. VTEC Motors versus 21 Garage. Let's see who is going to get the launch, who's going to take the final flag. Both cars going for a shallow staging as the marshals tell them to look at the lights right now. Both cars revving up. Oshan creeping forward, and a better reaction. The early lead, but will it be enough for that Honda S2000? The Honda S2000 with a 9,000 RPM rev line. Both cars singing. VTEC is on. Which car does Roger in the Honda EG6, and he wins the 2000cc Super Touring event. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. And now we have Emasha Rajkulendran lining up to the start line. One of the few female competitors. I believe we have 3 here taking part. Great to see. And she's already won some. She already won one of her events. And I believe now she is taking part in.
Imran Yaqub, please bring your car to the dummy grid. Imran Yaqub, please bring your car to the dummy grid. Imran Yaqub, please bring your car to the dummy grid.
As gets a good launch. She gets to run alone in this category. As she's looking for her second class win of the day. She crosses the line. That was a walkover event, so single run. Again, if you're just joining the stream, you get single run. You have single runs if there's an uneven number of competitors in your class. So the way drag runs run is if you have 6 competitors, then you get split into 3 groups of 2, and of course the winner goes through to the next round. But if you do that, there's always going to be 1 left over. So if you have 3 groups of 2 and you have 3 winners from that, then you have the fastest of the 3 is given a walkover, where they can set a fast time, they can do a bit of practice start, whereas the final 2 competitors have to race against each other, and once the winner of that is confirmed, then they go through to the final. The interesting structure here at Drag Wars 2024. Of course, we are running to the international standards, as you'd expect, as we wait for the next few cars to line up. And I believe this is a brilliant time for me to tell you about the Bake X55. Bake X55, of course, being brought down by David Pierce Motor Company now, or rather assembled by the David Pierce Motor Company, should I say. And the X55 has a 1.5-litre turbocharged engine with a dual-clutch transmission. It's combined with independent suspension, 19-inch alloy wheels, sealed door handles. You also get a sleek electric panoramic roof, adaptive cruise control, 360-degree camera, ventilated memory seats, a rear power tailgate, an infinity sound system, a 10.1-inch center console, and 10.25-inch instrument screens and voice commands. Many more features are available, and it's all backed by a 3-year or 100,000-kilometer warranty. The Bike X55, redefine your driving experience from David Pierce Automobiles. Right, so we have Imran Yaqub lining up again. And let's see who he's here to fight. Light is fading I can tell you this much: the ISO is turned up on the cameras, so what you're seeing on the screens is very different from what I'm looking at from outside my commentary box. Of course, if you're watching Sri Lanka, all you have to do is pop your head outside and have a look at how dark it is getting. So I think we're on a race against time to finish this event before light goes out, before we lose light. We don't have floodlights here, of course, at the Air Force track. As we have Imran and Emasha go for the final. This is going to be a very interesting battle now between the lady Emasha Rajakulendran and Imran Yaqub.
Company number 226 and 228, please bring your cars to the dummy grid. Company number 226 and 228. Company number 226 and 228, please bring your cars to the dummy grid.
So this, I believe, we're going for the Pro Street 13 up to 1315cc naturally aspirated category, and we have Emasha and Imran lined up against starting orders. This is the final for the Pro Street 13 category. Let's see what happens now as they look towards the lights. Lights go on, lights go off. Better start there from Emasha, much better reaction time. Will it be enough to keep her in the lead? Because we know how fast that Cultus is of Imran. Suzuki Cultus versus Toyota Vitz. Imran in a purpose-built car, and he does manage to get it at the finish line, despite having a worse start. Emasha comes in second. Still a momentous achievement for her in her first professional racing event. Imran, the stalwart of drag racing, as we all know. But yeah, very, very close battle there. Emasha getting a perfect start, but Imran using his car, his lightweight Cultus that has definitely been purpose-built for drag racing, whereas you see Emasha's Vitz, you'll see it on the track at many other racing events around the country, in the hands of her brother and brother-in-law as well, and I'm sure she'll be making an appearance at some point in the future as well. But great to see her today as we wait for the next few events to line up. Now we have the Pro Street up to 1650 category. Car number 224 seems to be running into a little bit of last-minute trouble as I'm watching it from the commentary booth. The blue Starlet.
Andrew Choksey, can you come to the start line, please? Andrew Choksey. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last day, the race for the day. Thank you all for coming.
So this should be the last race of the day. Vinod up against. Sean in the Toyota Sala GT. Both in class 16 turbo 4-speed up to 1600cc turbo. Sean getting ready on the start line, another 21 garage supported car. And we have Vinod lining up right now. 2 starlet, 1 starlet, 1 Glanzer. As the 2 starlets line up. This is the last event of the day, Turbo 1600 category, 2-wheel drive. Vinod versus Sean as we wait for the lights to illuminate. And they go out, much better runs there from Vinod. Would it be enough? We see the shift, now that the light is dimmer, we can see the shift lights in Sean's car illuminate. And looks like the brake lights came on. Wow, it looked like the brake light came on for, Sean just cruising across the finish line there. Not sure what happened there. But that, I believe, is the last race of the day.
Thank you very much. We are now done with the Liqui Moly Drag Wars.
And as you can hear,
We apologize
we're now
for any delays.
done
but at
with
the end of
the
it,
Liqui Moly
we made sure that
Drag
all
Wars
the cars
2024.
ran and we all had a good time. Please note that the award ceremony for the winners will be notified and held at a later date. Please note that the award ceremony will be notified.
So we
to
just get the
winners
last few
and runners-up
replays.
and held at a
Some of the
later
action
date.
that we've enjoyed
Thank you.
from the Liqui Moly Drag Wars 2024. Right, so I have been Sam D. Smith, your commentator today, joined throughout the day by Thiago Pereira when I wasn't racing. And brilliant day of racing. Great to see Drag Wars back after a hiatus of 5 years, of course, with all the turmoil that we've all been through. It's great to have racing back in Sri Lanka, drag racing particularly back in Sri Lanka. So, with that, a big thank you to all our sponsors as well, as I sign off from the 2024 round of the Liqui Moly Drag Wars. Thank you very much. Stay tuned for more action.